The story begins with Ryu waking up from a dream, or for him more of a nightmare. He dreamt of a boy and a girl apologizing for leaving him behind. Since he's a beast tamer, Ryu can't fight and go with them. They tell him to stay put and take care of the animals instead. His hand had reached out to them, telling them to wait for him. Ryu is still in his bed. His dream had been so vivid that his hand had really extended like in his dream. His day soon starts going out to feed the cows. Being a beast tamer has its perks, like this cow who lovingly coddles, thanking him for the feed. A girl soon arrives with a cat in her arms. She calls out to Ryu and thanks him for taking care of her cat. Thanks to Ryu, it's doing great now. Hearing this, Ryu happily gives the cat some gentle petting. The girl is pretty much impressed with Ryu's skills as a beast tamer. Not only is he running a ranch, he also does checkups for animals. On the outside, Ryu laughs the compliment off. But in the inside, being a beast tamer wasn't really his first pick at all. Like, nope, one's profession is determined at the church. Ryu was bestowed beast tamer, hence why he runs a ranch. His two childhood friends, however, were labeled Hero's Egg and a Mage. The Hero's Egg trained with the knights to eventually become a hero. The Mage started studying magic at the church's magical academy, and eventually the two of them achieved great success. So off they went on a journey to save the world. Sounds familiar? Yep, Ryu's dream. With his erratic thoughts, Ryu doesn't realize his grip on the pitchfork tightens, and he's not really tuning in what the girl's saying anymore. When the girl calls his attention out, Ryu jumps a bit and apologizes for being inattentive. The girl then continues her babbling, telling Ryu that his two childhood friends are actually coming back to town soon. After that, Ryu finally takes a break from all the hard work. He ventures out in the forest yawning and stretching his aching muscles. He then remembers about dreaming of his friends coming back, and now, they actually are coming back. Taking a trip down memory lane, Ryu recalls playing with his two friends almost all the time. It wasn't long till his friends had to go and train with their respective skills areas though. That's why Ryu started using his beast tamer skills to play with dogs and cats, or even helping hunters care for their hounds. A thought then passes his mind. If only he had tamed a legendary beast like a Fenrir. Maybe at that point Ryu would have had the chance to keep up with them. Shaking his head, Ryu calls his delusional thought ridiculous. Moments later, he hears something rustling in the bushes. Ryu quickly goes to check it, wondering what could it be when no one really comes around in this area of the forest. Ryu initially thinks it could be a person, but boy is he going to have the shock of his life. It's actually a wolf, a black and beautiful wolf. In fact, Ryu is so mesmerized with its beauty right now. One thing catches Ryu's attention. It's the trap clasped onto the wolf's leg. Kneeling, Ryu extends his hand to help free the wolf from the trap. However, the wolf starts rustling and growling, eventually biting onto Ryu's arm. Lucky for Ryu, he's wearing thick gloves. Ryu immediately has his other hand on the wolf, telling it to calm down. He quickly gets the trap off the wolf's leg and looks for a potion in his pockets. All the while, the wolf has just been staring at Ryu, like it's observing his actions. Once he finds the potion, Ryu wastes no time and pours it onto the wolf's leg. He then gently tells the wolf to go on and leave. Remembering he also has work to do, Ryu gets up and leaves as well. Later that night, lying in his bed, Ryu wonders if the wolf from earlier made it back to its pack. He then hopes the wolf doesn't end up alone like him. Ryu lets out a big yawn, wanting to sleep because it's already late. But how could he do such thing when he has an unexpected guest sitting on his windowsill? Ryu jolts from his bed when he hears something greeting him good evening and telling Ryu what a lovely moon they have tonight. He then agrees with the wolf. In his mind, Ryu confirms this wolf to be from earlier. But wait, did it just talk? So this creature isn't a wolf but a monster. The creature then tells Ryu it came because it has a question for him. Ryu starts internally panicking. If this beast can speak human tongue, then it's a higher tier species no doubt. When Ryu says he'll answer its question as long as he's able to, the creature appreciates Ryu's honesty. If Ryu makes a wrong move, he's sure he'll be dead in seconds. It then asks Ryu as to why he chose to help the creature and even using a valuable potion to heal its leg earlier in the forest. Ryu is in a crisis right now. He definitely can't say the creature reminded Ryu of himself. It'll see right through him and kill Ryu instead. A startled Ryu is brought back to his senses when the creature tells him to hurry up with his answer. Its middle name isn't really Patience, if I must say. Closing his eyes, Ryu decides to risk it and says he helped the creature because Ryu thought it was beautiful. The creature's mouth drops to the floor, even more flabbergasted when Ryu adds how he thought it would be such a waste to let something so beautiful die right there. The creature couldn't take it anymore and throws on a fit of laughter. It's lived so long, but this is the first time it's hearing such a ridiculous reason for helping it. Covering its mouth, the creature calls Ryu a one-of-a-kind. Out of all of the humans it's saved for fun, Ryu is top tier, a rare commodity. So Ryu helped for nothing? He is not impressed. Calling Ryu's attention, the creature asks Ryu for his name since it has taken a liking to him. It even tells Ryu that he doesn't need to be so formal. After Ryu tells the creature his name, it suddenly announces that Ryu belongs to it starting right now, and no objections are allowed. Dumbfounded. Ryu is dumbfounded. He then asks what it meant with belonging to the creature. It exactly means how it sounds like. Because Ryu doesn't seem to understand the whole sitch, the creature tells him that it's taking Ryu home as its pet. Yup, Ryu is now the creature's a pet. Before Ryu could make any violent reactions, the creature suddenly transforms into its true form. Gone is the tiny, timid wolf. Right now, Ryu is staring at a humongous Fenrir who also destroys his rooftop. Well, be careful what you wish for, Ryu. The Fenrir then takes Ryu by its mouth and off it goes to the deep forest, leaving Ryu's home destroyed. Arriving at their destination, the Fenrir drops Ryu to the ground. That was one of the most uncomfortable means of transportation ever, too. The moon glows brightly in the forest. Ryu is mesmerized by the view above him. And it's not the moon. Ryu is standing below a cliff. Above him is a pack full of angry Fenrirs. Amongst the Fenrirs is a massive one, standing proud and strong. This must be their leader. There must be at least 30 of its members present right now. And all the Fenrirs have one thing in common. They're all glaring at Ryu. Let's hope it's not the end for him. The leader finally speaks out, calling Ryu's kidnapper its daughter. The leader then asks as to why his daughter brought a human to their home. After telling its father that she liked Ryu, the father became furious AF. It's not a valid reason for him. Shifting its anger towards Ryu, the leader asks the beast tamer where he met the Fenrir's daughter. Knowing full well he's being targeted, Ryu gives him a quick respond, telling the Fenrir leader they met at the ranch where Ryu works. The leader barks another question, asking how exactly the two met, to which Ryu honestly says he saved her when she got caught in a trap. This time, the leader seems to be suspicious of Ryu, telling the beast tamer that his daughter can break human traps in an instant. So why save her? Ryu screams with all his heart, explaining how the Fenrir daughter told Ryu that it was just a game she plays, pretending to be caught. The Fenrir leader's anger dissipates, obviously dismayed that this is happening again. Before the situation further escalates, the Fenrir daughter speaks up once more. She tells her father that Ryu is a beast tamer who can perform medical diagnosis on beasts and animals. She believes that her grandfather, the Fenrir elder, will be cured. The Fenrir leader is skeptical of his daughter's claims, saying the elder's condition is because of old age and no human can save him from death. But the Fenrir daughter argues that the elder's illness is actually from a lack of magical energy, disclosing she's the reason why. Hearing their conversation, Ryu manages to get caught up with what's happening inside this pack. So the elder, the boss OG of the Fenrirs, is basically dying and Ryu got kidnapped because she wants to save her grandfather. Seeing this as his window of opportunity, Ryu butts in their argument and asks to see the grandfather Fenrir so he could diagnose it. However, the Fenrir leader screams bloody profanity at Ryu, refusing to let Ryu see the old Fenrir. Pointing to the Fenrir daughter, Ryu tells the leader that his daughter wants to save her gramps. Ryu then makes a plausible argument by telling the Fenrir leader that there's no harm in letting him see the old Fenrir. If it's really dying from old age, then Ryu will gladly step back. There is no harm in trying, right? The Fenrir daughter looks at Ryu, seemingly touched by the Tamir's words. The Fenrir leader then allows Ryu to make his medical examination on the old Fenrir, pessimistically telling Ryu it's only a waste of time. They all approach a tree and inside it lies a disheveled Fenrir who looks like it has gone through hell and back. The Fenrir daughter wakes the elder Fenrir, but before she could formally introduce Ryu, the tamer holds his hand up, signaling her to stay quiet. Ryu stretches his hand and introduces himself. He also tells the elder Fenrir that he's there to treat its illness since it's his granddaughter's wish to save the old Fenrir. Coming out of the tree hole, the elder Fenrir slowly stands up and tells Ryu no ordinary human can cure his disease, but Ryu is confident that he can. But healing the elder Fenrir won't be any beneficial to him. So Ryu wants to make a deal. All the other Fenrirs are shocked with Ryu's bold request. The Fenrir leader is furious now, calling Ryu a lowly human and traitor. He also wants to kill him right then and there. The Fenrir daughter steps in to defend Ryu, asking her father to wait for a bit. Meanwhile, the elder Fenrir asks Ryu if he really believes he can cure him. A confident Ryu replies yes. When asked what he wants, Ryu tells the elder that he wants to become stronger. Curious, the elder Fenrir asks Ryu why, to which the beast tamer tells him that he has the same reason as the elder's granddaughter. She wanted to save the elder but couldn't do anything, so she came to Ryu for help. That alone shows how badly she wants to save the elder Fenrir. Ryu knows how frustrating it is to be powerless, remembering how he was left behind by his closest friends. The elder then makes his decision, accepting Ryu's deal. Ryu then takes off one of his gloves. All the elder Fenrir needs to do now is bite into Ryu's arm and drink his blood. Huffing, the Fenrir leader calls on Bull with Ryu's so-called cure. The elder hesitates for a second, but Ryu encourages him to have a sip. When the elder finally has his fangs into Ryu's arm, a powerful burst of energy surges throughout the elder. It's that powerful that even the Fenrir leader and his daughter barely manages to brace themselves. As soon as the elder lets go of Ryu's arm, the beast tamer dramatically cries from the pain of the bite. The Fenrir daughter is confused and surprised with Ryu's level of magic power. No beast tamer could ever be this powerful. At this rate, he's even stronger than a hero. This isn't a shocker to Ryu at all, he already knows his MP. He has reasons why, okay? To simplify things, Ryu has way too much magical energy for his body to handle. If he goes all out, his body would literally explode. In other words, his magic is so high he can't use it properly. In normal circumstances, magic grows as a person undergoes training and discipline. But Ryu hit the bingo card because he was born with it. And the older he got, the more it increased as well. Somehow. It's a waste of potential since Ryu can't properly use it. Meanwhile, the elder Fenrir is fully transformed. He is not the old, scrumpy Fenrir from earlier. Now the elder is full of vigorous energy. To say that Ryu's magic helped is an understatement. The elder somehow got an upgrade. The Fenrir daughter immediately runs towards her grandfather to give him a warm embrace. She's really happy to see that her grandfather is nowhere near death now. The elder then turns to Ryu, remembering their deal. It then tells Ryu that he'll start training with the Fenrir pack. Ryu doesn't know if it's okay, especially that there are those against it. Exhibit A, the Fenrir leader who is viciously reacting to the elder's decision. There are also others saying that Ryu is far too suspicious, especially with his power. They believe his power might be used against the pack and will put it in danger. When a Fenrir suggests they kill Ryu now, the elder then barks for them to shut up. The atmosphere suddenly goes dark as the elder is unimpressed with the Fenrir's insubordination. Anger surges through the elder, asking the pack as to where they got the audacity to say they'll kill the man that saved its life. The pack whines and bows in fear. Even Ryu is getting scared with the elder's anger. Whispering, Ryu asks the Fenrir daughter on who exactly is the elder. She casually tells Ryu that the elder is actually the very first Fenrir. Through training and evolution, the elder became what he is now. No wonder the elder is that powerful. The atmosphere soon turns back to normal and the elder asks Ryu for his decision. The beast tamer is still adamant. Will he really be able to control his magic if he trains with the pack? The elder then tells Ryu he'll need a lot of power and determination to do so. Ryu will live and eat with the Fenrirs in the forest. Eventually, he'll break through his human limits and become strong enough to wield his magic. But this comes with an ultimate price. It may all sound so easy, but it isn't. Ryu might die trying. He knows this. The only thing comforting him is the thought of being reunited with his friends. If he can be with his friends again, then he'll gladly take the risk. Resolute, the beast tamer confirms his decision on training with the Fenrir. The elder then presents Ryu with a fang. Not just any fang, but the fang of the elder himself. Ryu is absolutely thrown to the roof upon knowing it's a Fenrir fang. It's an insanely rare and valuable item. The elder explains that the fang will help Ryu control his magic. The Fenrir daughter then interrupts the men by saying she'll take care of some things too. Gripping the fang, Ryu's goal now is to get stronger in order for him to catch up with his friends. This is the start of a new chapter in Ryu's life. A month passes by so fast and Ryu is already getting the hang of his hellish training. Right now he's in the middle of battling out a pig-headed demon beast. These beasts have very predictable movements and Ryu has seen through all of them. First, dodge its club. An opening is made so Ryu then slices its arm. While it's stunned by the pain, Ryu then goes for the leg, and when it loses its balance, aim for the neck. And there you go, killing pig-headed beast 101 with Ryu. After that, he then turns to tell the Fenrir daughter, who's actually called Milady, that he's killed one beast. On Milady's side, well, she's just yawning while lying on the pile of pig-headed demon beasts she just finished. It seems that Ryu was too slow that Milady ended up taking care of the rest of the beasts, just as what Ryu would expect from a Fenrir. After training, the two start a bonfire so they could make something to eat. Ryu is wiped from training. While munching, Ryu grumbles about training. He can definitely handle low-level monsters now. However, he's got a long way to go. Indeed, he's gotten stronger from when he started. Milady even recalls Ryu's first day of training. He could barely dodge a pig-headed beast attack and now he's able to defeat one. After a solid month of being thrashed by a pack of Fenrir, that would really solidify Ryu's training. He got chased by Fenrirs to build stamina. He learned survival skills like how to start a fire. That was a rough one even for Milady. They almost died of hunger in the forest. Ryu also ate mildly poisonous berries to build up poison resistance. That wasn't fun either. It almost felt like he was more on adapting to survive rather than getting stronger. Taking out the elder's fang, Ryu is still happy about receiving this gift. It's unbelievably sharp too. Milady boasts pride of her grandfather. She's incredibly proud of him, of course. Realizing it just now, Ryu thinks it's also a pretty big deal that the elder's granddaughter is looking after him as well. Ryu's train of thought is interrupted when Milady rehashes what really happened to her grandfather before. Her demeanor suddenly drops as she remembers how she pestered the elder for a name. Naming a magical beast involves bestowing a part of one's soul and a massive amount of magic power. The elder attempted the naming ritual but suffered from magic power depletion. Ryu tries comforting Milady, giving her a gentle pat on the head. She did everything to save her grandfather. The elder even told Milady not to fret about it anymore. He would very much be happier to see Milady smiling rather than sulking. A Fenrir then butts in, rushing to call Milady. Apparently, the elder has a message for them. But before the Fenrir could get to it, the Fenrir looks at Ryu vilely. After giving Ryu a snarky greeting, it then tells Ryu that the elder wishes to discuss his training. It then orders Ryu to head over to the elder as to not keep him waiting. Arriving at the giant tree, both Ryu and Milady greet the elder. Almost immediately, Ryu voices his concerns on the elder showing him so much favor. This much attention from the elder has a lot of the pack members unhappy about it. Even that messenger was glaring daggers at Ryu. Barking out a laugh, the elder tells Ryu not to fret about those things. It won't matter because the elder's the one who brought Ryu here to train. Besides, the rest of the pack will soon have to acknowledge Ryu as a true member of the pack. With deadly seriousness, the elder announces Ryu's upcoming trial. A show of strength is the swiftest solution to those harboring discontent with Ryu's presence. If he overcomes this trial, he will become a true member of the Fenrir pack. Ryu initially shows a split second of fear, but then remembers his goal here and asks what his trial is. The elder then orders Ryu to hunt a cockatrice, the rooster fiend bird. There is only one condition to this. Ryu is to hunt the beast alone. Hearing this, Ryu is now worried. A cockatrice is a top-tier beast. Even B-rank guild adventurers hunt in parties for it. But the elder wants a novice like him to supposedly hunt it alone? Totally insane. Milady asks her grandfather if she can possibly offer assistance. However, the elder quickly disapproves. This trial will serve as a catalyst for Ryu's greatest growth. Tackling this trial alone will define the true nature of his training and hard work. Besides, the elder has noticed Ryu hasn't really mastered the power of the fang yet. Ryu then stares at the fang in his hands. He only knows it's sharp. But there's more to it than meets the eye. The fang can easily channel magic power. Ryu needs to learn to entrust his own power to the fang, convey his will, and the path shall open before him. If Ryu can realize this, then hunting a cockatrice will be a walk in the park. More like a cockadoom. Ryu might not understand it now, but he soon will. The elder then informs Ryu that his trial will be at sunset and tells him to rest until then. The time finally comes for Ryu's trial. Both him and Milady are currently hiding in the bushes, observing a cockatrice as it petrifies a passing animal. It then steps on the animal's stoned figure and screeches into the night. This looks bad. I mean, look at that cockatrice. It has evil eyes that can petrify you with just one look, and its tail is a venomous snake. Yup, a snake for a behind. It's a serious pain in the butt, per se. The only silver lining that Ryu can think of is that the cockatrice has poor bird-like eyesight and a narrow field of vision. Ryu also hopes that it can't fly as well. Chicken don't fly, right? Milady asks Ryu as to how he's feeling right now, to which he quickly replies that he's not okay, not even the slightest. But he has no choice but to do this. Ryu then stands up to head out and get this over with. Milady then tells Ryu to be careful not to die or get turned into stone. He'll definitely try, Milady. Hiding behind a tree, Ryu devises a plan to reduce its number of attacks first. Facing its main body and the snake tail simultaneously is risky, so right now he plans on attacking just one part. He changes his mind and quickly lunges for the snake tail, slicing it in half. The cockatrice bellows in pain, but Ryu isn't finished yet. He dashes for the cockatrice's legs to stop the main body from moving. But before Ryu can slice its legs, it manages to flick Ryu to the side before running away. Nobody said it was going to be easy. Ryu can't stop now though. Seeing that the beast has lost sight of Ryu, he then plans on attacking the cockatrice on its blind spot. An opening from behind the beast's head is where Ryu is jumping onto. But before Ryu can successfully land his attack, the cockatrice flies towards the sky. Yep, you heard me, it can fly. At least this chicken can fly. Flabbergasted, Ryu wasn't expecting such turn of events. And now he is cornered. His attacks can't reach the cockatrice now that it's up there. While Ryu plans on waiting for the cockatrice to come down, it suddenly flaps its wings and sends out a slicing attack at Ryu. He barely manages to dodge the attacks, while the surrounding trees are already cut in pieces. At the side, Milady worriedly asks if Ryu is alright. He is somehow. That gust of wind did manage to slice Ryu's skin on his arm. Ryu didn't expect this beast to be able to do magic as well. Flying and magic power? Not a good combo. The cockatrice is still in the air, waiting for Ryu to show himself. The tamer is still trying to devise a plan B. It'd be great if he had a long-range attack. But Ryu's magic can barely help with his daily chores and is completely useless for combat, or so he thought. He remembers the fang in his hands. Staring at it, he also recalls what the elder told him about the fang being a catalyst for his magic power. Could it be possible for him to launch attacks like the cockatrice did earlier? The cockatrice screeches once more, having found Ryu's hiding place. It then flaps another attack at Ryu, slicing through the trees. Ryu has no choice but to try the elder's advice from earlier. Either way, if he doesn't do something, he's dead meat. Halting on his feet and closing his eyes, Ryu forges his magic power towards the fang. His magic power swells as Ryu is surrounded by some kind of light. Even Milady notices the power surge from Ryu. Inside his mind, Ryu forces himself to relax and channel magic power into the fang little by little. He's picturing highly concentrated ink gathering at the tip of the fang, and when it's charged to its absolute limit, he fires it. Ryu fires it directly at the incoming cockatrice. Ryu's attack is that powerful, it manages to slice through the cockatrice's head while it's still in the air. The cockatrice then lands on the ground with a loud thud, completely headless. Looking at the cockatrice's lifeless body, Ryu can't believe it actually worked. Milady finally comes out from hiding, congratulating Ryu for clearing his trial successfully. Before Ryu could finish how he's so glad about it, he collapses to the ground from pure exhaustion. He slowly apologizes to Milady and tells her he's going to sleep for a while. Of all places, Ryu had to sleep here. Well, Milady understands and just stays with Ryu. With eyes closed, Ryu is happy the trial's finally over and he can rest. He then feels a hand on his hair, causing him to open his eyes a bit. He definitely felt a human hand, but he's the only human there. Before Ryu finally gives in to his tiredness, he catches a glimpse of a girl. His consciousness finally fades as he goes into deep slumber. From the elder's POV, it really is a girl beside Ryu. She even tells him to rest well. As Milady watches over Ryu, she tells him how he did splendidly with his trial, congratulating him once more for being a member of the pack now. As soon as Ryu wakes up from his sleep, he is instantly greeted by a weird show of affection from the pack members. Everyone wants to play with him. Some are even offering dead rabbits for a meal, and there are those who want to join Ryu in his training. The pack members are now vying for Ryu's attention, which Ryu doesn't know how to respond to. Milady approaches Ryu and tells him the good news of passing the trial. Ever since that day, Ryu's super popular now. It does make Ryu happy, but it's not really easy getting swarmed by Fenrirs all day every day. Even his body and clothes are a mess too. Milady calls this an upgrade. Everyone acknowledges him now, and Ryu has improved in hunting too. There's still one Fenrir who can't fully accept Ryu though. The Fenrir leader aka Oyaji still won't acknowledge Ryu as a pack member. Right now he's hiding behind a tree while staring daggers at Ryu. His energy emanates pure hatred that Ryu can feel it from afar. Suddenly, Milady's mother calls Oyaji from behind. She angrily steps on her husband's head, putting a stop to his childish behavior. She also scolds Oyaji for setting a bad example for the subordinates. Looking at the scene, Ryu can't help but feel pity for Oyaji. The Fenrir mother really shows no mercy. After all, she holds a higher position than Oyaji since she's a true bloodline of the elder. Anyways, Ryu changes the topic back to his worn-out clothes. Because of all the stuff he's been through, Ryu's clothes are now at its limit. It would be nice if he could buy new stuff in town. Milady suggests to use monster fur instead, but problem is, Ryu doesn't have the skills to make clothes. Plus, whether he buys them or asks someone to make the clothes, Ryu still needs money for it. Either way, Ryu has to go to town for it as well. Milady then suggests they ask her grandfather for help. A now beaten up Oyaji stops Ryu from his plans, accusing the Tamer that he's gonna sell information to the humans. Mother Fenrir isn't happy at all. Ryu understands Oyaji's concerns though. If the info about Fenrir's leak, it'll put the whole pack in danger. Thinking about it, this won't be an easy task to deal with. Meanwhile, Milady asks her grandfather if he has any human acquaintances they can approach. The elder gives it some thinking, but before he can think of anyone, Grandmother Fenrir arrives and reminds the elder of someone who isn't necessarily human. The elder then remembers who it is his wife's referring to. The elder then shares to Ryu about a dwarf who happens to be his acquaintance. Dwarves may be short, but they are incredibly strong and skilled with their hands. As long as they have the materials, they can surely make Ryu some clothes. The elder's acquaintance lives in the land of the dwarf. If he asks him personally, they should agree to help Ryu. With this information, Ryu happily thanks the elder. Oyaji butts in once more, warning the elder that Ryu might speak to humans along the way and betray the pack. Grandmother Fenrir then suggests they send Milady with Ryu to keep an eye on things. This doesn't bode well with Oyaji, but it's high time Milady saw more of the world. Grandmother Fenrir then asks both Ryu and Milady if the idea is okay with them, to which they agree to. Milady kinda blushes and avoids eye contact with Ryu. Seems like our girl has a little crush on the beast tamer. Oyaji dishearteningly disagrees with his mother-in-law's plan. His face is met with a loud smack from his wife. The women of the pack quickly change the subject while Oyaji is knocked out on the side. Grandmother and Mother Fenrir both tell Milady that she needs to look extra cute. Ryu can't really hear this part, but he's getting suspicious as to why they're awfully in a good mood. The elder then catches Ryu's attention, telling him about a handy spell for carrying material. The elder will teach him this spell so he can carry monster material Ryu can sell for cash he will need there. Holding a hand to his chest, Ryu is thankful to have managed to work something out. Ooh, land of the dwarf, here they come. After a while, Ryu finally has everything he needs to take with him. He's managed to use the storage magic the elder taught him to pack up the materials Ryu gathered during yesterday's hunt. He's only missing one more thing before departing for the land of the dwarf. He then asks Mother Fenrir on the whereabouts of Grandmother Fenrir and Milady. The Mother Fenrir tells him they'll be arriving soon, and she's sure Ryu will be very surprised. Soon after, Grandmother Fenrir announces their arrival. As soon as Ryu turns towards them, he is surprised with the beautiful girl beside Grandmother Fenrir. He is confused as to why there's another human in the forest besides him. Blushing, the girl asks Ryu what he thinks of her appearance. This leaves Ryu even more confused. She knows his name, yet her voice sounds so familiar. The wheels in Ryu's head start turning, and Ryu now knows this is Milady. She gives her grandmother a high five for the successful human transformation. This should help Milady blend in with humans as well. Come to think of it, Ryu remembers the girl he saw after defeating the cockatrice. He now pieces the puzzle together and realizes it was Milady. Sharing her side, Milady has been practicing the transformation magic for a long time now. She's always dreamt of looking like a human and going out into the world with Ryu. At first, Milady could only hold the spell for a short while, but since her mom and grandmother taught her the magic trick yesterday, she can finally transform so as she pleases. Approaching Ryu, the elder asks him of the favor of giving Milady a proper name. This surprises Ryu, as this means Milady would have to form a contract with him. The elder deems it doable since Ryu's magic power is through the roof. Concern forms on Ryu's face. For a human like him to name a magical being like her would mean she'll become his familiar. There are benefits to this like telepathy and other special skills they can use together. But this isn't something you do impulsively. Understanding Ryu's hesitation, the elder reassures him that he and Milady are fully aware of what it'll mean. After all, the elder owes Ryu his life. And after everything they've been through together in the forest, the elder knows he can entrust his granddaughter to Ryu. Naming her has long been her desire, and she truly wishes to receive it from Ryu. Looking at Milady, Ryu finally agrees to forming a contract with her. He places a hand above her forehead and light begins to glow. The contract is sealed once Ryu calls out the name he picks out for her and if she gladly accepts it. Closing his eyes, Ryu gives Milady her proper name. Now she is known to be as Ruri. The naming ritual is successful as Ruri accepts her new name. She keeps on repeating her name, making Ryu overthink that it's not a name good enough for her. He only wanted it to be something simple. Happiness radiates all over Ruri's face. Thanking Ryu for the perfect name, she then hurriedly grabs Ryu's hand so they can finally head towards the land of the dwarf. Ruri then bids farewell to her grandpa, grandma, and mother, leaving her father in total abandonment. On their journey, both Ryu and Ruri are having a great time. Ruri gets to see new places, eat human food, and even experience sleeping on Ryu's shoulder. At one point, Ruri asks about dwarf country. Ryu only repeats what the elder told him. It's a nation at the foot of a mountain mine. They grew big by making weapons and armor. Ryu believes they're almost there, but he wants to voice out something that's been bothering him. It's a bit hard to say, but he needs to say it. Blushing, Ryu tells her she's a bit too close. Like right now, Ruri has her arms around Ryu's arm. That kind of closeness is making Ryu a bit conscious. He then hashes out that Ruri wasn't this clingy back in the forest. In Ruri's defense, she had to act all serious in front of everyone. She's always wanted to be lovey-dovey with Ryu. Seeing Ruri's pensive look, Ryu gives her a pat on the head, to which Ruri really liked. In Ryu's mind, he never knew Ruri is actually pretty clingy. Ryu can't really take a hint at all. They soon arrive at dwarf country, but before they could enter its enormous walls, Ryu asks Ruri if she could change into her wolf form. With no identification card to show the guards, it'll cause problems for Ruri. Showing his card, Ryu explains how most countries require identification upon entering. If Ruri's in human form, they might get caught at checkpoint. If she was in wolf form, Ryu can tell them she's his familiar. Releasing the spell, Ruri is now in her wolf form. They then start walking towards the line to enter the country. Ryu then calls the attention of a man ahead of him to ask if they're in the correct line for immigration inspection. The man confirms this, then asks Ryu if it's his first time in the country. They both get into a conversation, with Ryu telling the man about his plans on selling some monster material as well as having some clothes made. The man agrees that Ryu went to the right place and that there are many skilled craftsmen here. Interrupting them, a guard calls them to step forward for inspection. Before doing so, the man introduces himself as Mark, a traveling merchant, who believes they'll meet again somewhere inside the country. When it's finally time for Ryu's turn, the inspector asks him what purpose he has inside the country. Ryu then explains that he's there to sell some materials and also requests some tailoring work for some new clothes. After hearing this, the inspector asks if he's registered with the Merchant Guild. Unfortunately, Ryu isn't a member, but he tells the inspector he thought of selling the materials though the Adventurers Guild instead. The inspector then asks to bring out the materials just for a simple check. Ryu happily heeds the request and takes out the hide he's kept in his storage magic. The inspector seems surprised to see the materials and asks Ryu to wait for a moment before he leaves to discuss something with the dwarves from the guard post. The dwarf from the guard post then tells Ryu they need to talk for a bit. Taking Ryu to the guard post, the dwarf explains that Ryu's detainment is only because they would really like to purchase the hides for the country. Yep, for the country. Apparently, upon checking the materials, the dwarf can confirm that these hides are high-quality materials. For sure, the higher-ups want to buy them for the country, but Ryu already has plans to meet with the elder's acquaintance first. So he tells the dwarf something like that. Ryu wants the craftsman of this country to take a look at the materials first. Curious, the dwarf asks who this craftsman is, to which Ryu casually replies by saying the craftsman's name, Dwar Crown. The dwarves are left speechless, and silence fills the rooms. Noticing their demeanor, Ryu asks them if Dwar Crown is famous or something. He then explains that he was just introduced to him by an old man Ryu knows. Famous is a mild term to use. The dwarf then tells Ryu that the craftsman he's looking for, Dwar Crown, is acutely the king of this country, Fall Crown. Mind blown. After being released, Ryu can't wrap his head on what he just learned. He never thought the elder's acquaintance would be the king. Using their newly acquired telepathic skill, Ruri asks him on what their plans are now. Ryu gets startled by this, forgetting about telepathy between familiars. Anyways, Ryu informs her that they'll go and see the king after going to the guild to exchange the materials they can sell. Ryu hears his name being called and sees its mark waiting for him to finish the inspection. Scratching the back of his head, Ryu apologizes for the wait and explains how it took time to check the materials he has. When Ryu asks where the Adventure Guild is, Mark politely leads them towards the direction of the place. This merchant is also interested to see what kind of materials Ryu has. It was actually pretty close from the country's gate. Once inside, Mark explains that it was meant to be close enough so completed quests can be reported directly at the guild once the adventurer enters the country's gates. Giving Ryu a tour, Mark gladly tells him the areas of the guild such as the reception at the back area. There are 3 reception desks in total consisting of the general reception for non-guild members to submit requests. Adventurer reception is where adventurers report or complete requests, and the purchase reception, which is where they buy monster or animal materials unrelated to quests. Since Ryu is there to sell his materials, he'll go to the purchase reception for that. That's exactly what Ryu does. He doesn't waste time and quickly gets a piece of low-grade material from his storage. As for the high-grade ones, Ryu will reserve those for the king's eyes. Ryu finally gets the material from his storage, announcing he wants to sell this giant boar's hide. The receptionist quickly heads to the back and asks Ryu to wait for a moment. A lot of bystanders are awestruck with Ryu's material. Even Mark asks where Ryu got the hide from. People start gathering around Ryu, giving out their compliments for an amazing hide. It's pretty rare to see such a big catch plus of superb quality. A humble Ryu isn't used to such attention, telling the crowd it's just boar's hide. But Mark refuses to call it just boar's hide when a giant boar is, in fact, an A-rank monster. Ryu never knew a giant boar is an A-rank beast, so he doesn't really know how to react. Living in the Great Forest must have messed up Ryu's sense of reality. The receptionist finally comes back to tell Ryu that they're willing to pay him 62 gold coins. Jaw-dropping information. 62 gold coins is enough to live comfortably for a while, so it's a not joking amount. Ryu recovers from his reaction, telling the receptionist he's fine with the amount. Getting the bag of gold coins, the receptionist thanks Ryu for the successful deal. Everyone is elated for Ryu. One even hugs him since it's the first time he's seen such a huge amount of money just from selling materials. Another even comments that Ryu may become an exclusive merchant for the country, or even become an S-rank adventurer. Thinking about it, Ryu can't seem to wrap around his head on the idea of being strong now. He's strong enough to defeat monsters that are rare and valuable. Ruri, who's been listening on Ryu's thoughts, lifts her chin up, proudly telling him she's the reason why he's become stronger. Anyways, Ryu and Ruri finally has the money needed for his clothes. Now they just need to go and meet the king. Hopefully nothing goes awry. Meanwhile, at the castle, a guard hurries to report to Lord Dwar about a man who wants the king to examine some monster materials. Not just any materials, but super valuable materials like the hide of an A-rank monster. The guard calls it suspicious, asking the king as to what he wants them to do with the man. The king then orders the guard to bring Ryu in the castle tomorrow, thinking Ryu might have good use to them. No matter what, they must bring Ryu to the king. Smells trouble, don't you think? After a long day, Ryu and Ruri found themselves a nice inn to stay at. The owner is even kind enough to wash Ryu's clothes. She also patched up the torn parts of his clothes, especially the part around the sleeve. Ryu was grateful for the owner's kind gesture, especially for letting him borrow some pajamas. When Ryu first came to the inn, the owner really thought he was either a vagrant or a robber judging by his clothes. She wonders how one could be doing to have his clothes in such a state. Dryly laughing, Ryu doesn't answer her. What is he supposed to say? That he's been training with Fenrir? Ruri confirms their destination for today, which is the castle. Ryu did promise the guard post yesterday when the king's messenger arrived at very inconvenient moment. The messenger, aside from relaying the king's message, also introduced the inn to Ryu. But the adventurers at the guild took it as a direct summon from the king, saying Ryu must be a total celebrity and all. They soon arrive at the castle, with guards lined up all the way to the doors leading towards the throne room. Ryu takes note of such an extravagant welcoming for an ordinary guy like him. More like a way to trap someone, Ryu. Before opening the doors, the guard warns Ryu not to do anything disrespectful towards the king. Inside, another batch of guards are lined up on both sides of the room, with the king sitting at the center end. Ryu can already feel the intense energy radiating just from the king's gaze. He knows this dwarf is no ordinary being. Judging by the king's aura, Ryu can tell the king's not quite the same level of the Fenrir elder and leader. But this king is definitely up there in the ranks of high-tier monsters. Kneeling down, Ryu gives respect and honor to the king before introducing himself as a beast tamer. The king then goes straight to agenda, relaying how he's heard from his soldiers about Ryu and his desire to have his clothes made by the king. Ryu takes out the hide from his storage, politely confirming his plans. But the king rudely asks him if Ryu stole the hide he just presented, leaving Ryu stunned by such accusation. Ryu still remains respectful despite the king's rude behavior. He is the king, but that's not an excuse to be an a-hole. A calm Ryu explains how the hide he has with him is from a monster he hunted himself. Even from a distance, the king can spot the materials Ryu has with him. He doubts that Ryu hunted a monster in the Great Forest. Him? A mere beast tamer actually hunted a top-tier monster? Downright absurd. The forest is even known to be the home to the cursed Fenrir, the king utters. Now this gets Ryu's ears tingling. Did the king just refer to the Fenrir as cursed? This dwarf who's supposed to be the elder's acquaintance? Something's not adding up, so Ryu decides not to mention the elder at all. Apologizing, Ryu further explains that he wasn't alone when he hunted the beast. A friend helped him as well. When the king asks what kind of friends Ryu has, the beast tamer lies about not knowing their names since they were just hunters. The king grows even more suspicious. This irks not only Ryu but also Ruri. This so-called king has been rude from the start. Ruri is about to lose her temper. Ryu asks that they remain calm. Again, something feels off. This king is supposed to know the elder, yet he has a bad impression of Fenrir. The number of guards surrounding the throne room and outside the room is suspicious too. It's only Ryu, a mere human, and Ruri, his familiar. And let's not mention the disrespect from the very beginning. The king already has an impression of Ryu even when they've just met. Now, Ryu is unsure if it's okay to ask the king for his help. The king then makes an exchange with Ryu. He'll craft Ryu's clothes, but in return, Ryu will leave all the monster hides as payment. The king also asks for a payment for Ryu's crime of theft. Standing up, Ryu has had enough of this dwarf's belittlement. No pun intended. Ryu then directly tells the king he won't hand over the hides. This starts to anger the king, especially when Ryu points out how he has no intention of striking a deal with someone like him even if he's the king. The guards are now furious with how Ryu just talked smack to their king. Even the king himself has his veins popping out of anger. He doesn't doubt the elder, but Ryu can't take this rude dwarf seriously. He shall listen to his gut for now. Before they know it, the king orders his guards to arrest Ryu. The guards rally up on Ryu, trapping him with their sharp weapons. Ruri immediately asks Ryu to let her handle the situation, but Ryu asks her to stand down. Stirring up trouble with an entire kingdom is not on their bucket list. When the king asks Ryu why he's not resisting, the beast tamer only replies he knows he can't win against an entire kingdom. After calling Ryu's decision a wise one, the king then commands the guards to throw Ryu and Ruri in the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Ryu is disheartened with how sourly things became. They confiscated all the hides for Pete's sake. Even Ruri isn't impressed, still thinking it was a better idea if they fought back. Ryu never really expected the outcome to be like this. He thought they would just get kicked out, and he really didn't want to fight someone who's supposedly the elder's friend. The good thing is, Ryu still has the fang with him. The guards thought it was just some trinket and didn't bother taking it. Ryu gets the scare of his life when someone uttered "hey" from behind. Turning around, Ryu sees it's a dwarf who's asking Ryu what's he doing inside the dungeon. Ryu then explains how he refused to sell the monster hides to the king. The The dwarf sighs, seemingly disappointed that Ryu got arrested for such a petty thing. When Ryu asks of his crime, the dwarf looks at Ryu deadpan before telling him of treason. The dwarf then details out how he only told the king they needed to stop hunting monsters in the Great Forest just to get rare materials because the dwarves can't really win against Fenrir. Now it makes sense why the king called the Fenrir cursed, and why he was desperate for Ryu's hides. With Ryu's and dwarf's crime, Ryu now thinks the king has a really bad temper. Ryu really thought he'd be some great dwarf since he's friends with the elder. Ryu's train of thought is interrupted when the dwarf tells Ryu that the current king is actually a fake. The man Ryu just met is Lord Dwar's identical twin brother, Lord Dolph. Another plot twist that sends Ryu into a state of shock. Anyways, Lord Dolph apparently imprisoned Lord Dwar, brainwashed his advisors and soldiers, and locked them up. Since Lord Dolph has always been in the shadows, no one really noticed the swap. The imprisoned dwarf grew suspicious after learning about the invasion plan for the Great Forest, and here he is, imprisoned for treason. The real Lord Dwar is in a high-security cell deep within the castle. Unlike the shabby dungeons they're at, the security in that holding cell is tight, complete with iron doors and an iron chamber. On top of that, there's a curse that suppresses any power, so escaping is nearly impossible. Ryu goes into thinking mode again. This means the elder's acquaintance might be the older brother, the real king. In that case, Ryu must help the real king escape. With this final decision, Ryu gets the fang out and asks the dwarf to stand back a bit. The dwarf understands what Ryu's trying to do and warns him it's impossible to break Lord Dwar out. Even the real king himself can't break the holding cell. What of Ryu? But Ryu is confident that he can and will do it. Both Ryu and Ruri head towards the dungeon's railings, easily breaking it with their combined strength. It's not impossible if it's Ryu and Ruri we're talking about. Amazed, but somehow a bit petrified, the dwarf asks Ryu of their identity, to which Ryu gladly tells him they're beast tamers with their familiars. Ryu extends his hand, helping the dwarf stand up. Together, they venture out to save the real king. Hiding behind a wall, the dwarf tells Ryu that Lord Dwar is imprisoned at the end of the hall where 2 guards stand by. The dwarf is still a bit doubtful if they can really save Lord Dwar, but Ryu reassures him they can. They have business with the real king, they'll definitely save him. Ryu then asks the dwarf if he can somehow fight, to which the dwarf shares he's actually a warrior but without a weapon. That's sort of impossible. No worries. Ryu and Ruri will take the lead while the dwarf can stay back and keep an eye on things. Before you know it, Ryu and Ruri are already running towards the guards. The guards are now on their feet, commanding Ryu and Ruri to stop or they'll get killed. Ryu doesn't want a bloodbath and tells Ruri exactly that. Their goal is to knock them out. Right now, Ruri's role is to keep them distracted while Ryu attacks them. A guard aims his weapon at Ryu, which he swiftly dodges. Their combat style is totally different from other monsters. Dwarves move slower even in comparison to Fenrir. The dwarves' presences and actions are so much easier to read than other monsters too. Ryu easily blows an attack on the guard's nape, knocking him out in the process. The other guard is swinging his sword at Ruri, expecting to defeat a mere wolf with one swing. However, the guard's sword gets spliced in half. Ryu quickly sees an opening and kicks the guard straight in the face. Now that that's over, Ryu calls the dwarf out. The dwarf is actually surprised to see the 2 guards completely defeated. Their country's soldiers shouldn't be weak at all. But they're no match for Ryu, who's been training hard to get strong. Now their problem is this door. Ryu gives it a solid knock. Yup, that's a solid iron door. It's cursed too. It's impossible to get out from the inside. But what if the curse doesn't affect the outside of the door? Giving it one slash, Ryu is able to easily break the cursed door, revealing Lord Dwar, who's just been sitting in isolation. The real king immediately opens his eyes, asking who Ryu is. The beast tamer immediately introduces himself as well as being a beast tamer. Lord Dwar is indeed surprised that a tamer made it all the way inside his cell. Ryu then shares how he was treated badly by the fake king. Hearing this, the real Nig immediately apologizes in behalf of his foolish brother. Ryu gets down to business and asks Lord Dwar if he could craft some clothes for Ryu. When the king asks why it needs to be specifically made by him, Ryu tells him about being referred by the elder. This somehow angers Lord Dwar a bit. He doesn't believe Ryu's words since he knows the elder shouldn't have any human acquaintances. But Ryu assures him, even taking out the fang and showing it to Lord Dwar. Aside from that, there's Ruri, who magically turns herself into a human again. Lord Dwar now believes Ryu, especially witnessing the Fenrir's human transformation magic. Ryu then explains that Ruri is actually the elder's granddaughter, making her solid proof to Ryu's statement earlier. Even examining the fang, Lord Dwar knows it's the real stuff. He then apologizes for doubting Ryu before he grants the beast tamer's request. Then they went to the other holding cells where other dwarves are imprisoned. Ryu immediately gets busy, breaking the cells so the dwarves can escape with Lord Dwar. After everyone is freed, there's only one task left for Ryu and everyone else. to defeat the fake king and take back the crown. However, Lord Dwar asks for Ryu to stand back. This deflates Ryu's excitement from just seconds ago. Looking at his men, Lord Dwar explains how he was ambushed before and ended up losing. Today they'll surely win if they go head-on. So at this point, Ryu and Ruri have done their parts. Lord Dwar knows he needs to finish this battle by himself. It's a mess his little brother made. It's only fair as the eldest to clean it up. Ryu fully understands the king's sentiments and tells them to take care. Lord Dwar then points to the direction of an exit route at the left end of the hallway. The king promises to reach out once they've successfully dethroned Lord Dolph. With the true king's command, every single dwarf cheer out as they run towards the throne room. After they've left, Ryu also tells Ruri they'll head back to the inn for now. As they're walking down the hallway, Ruri hears something nearby. Her ears have picked up a sound of a crying animal. Could it be an animal they've kept for materials? Ruri's not sure either, but they'll have to stay alert just in case. The cry comes from around the corner of the hallway. Leading the way, Ryu prepares to meet the so-called monster. Both Ryu and Ruri are shocked to see a chick lying on the ground helplessly. Crouching to the ground, Ryu tries to touch the little bird, seeing that it looks very weak. However, before Ryu can lay a finger on it, the bird suddenly breathes out fire at them. Stepping back, Ryu and Ruri are astonished to see the little bird angrily chirping at them. This is no bird at all. This is a type of monster. The bird is still lashing out at Ryu. The beast tamer tries his best to call it down by saying they're not its enemies. Sometime later, the bird goes quiet and faints from exhaustion. Ryu finally has the bird in his hands, and judging by the looks of it, it's not injured at all. Ruri believes it's just hungry since there seems to be no signs of food inside the premises. Ryu tries rummaging inside his pockets but comes out empty. Everything he has was confiscated when they got captured earlier. Having no other choice, Ryu decides to take the bird with them so they can feed it outside. They stop by at a restaurant and immediately give the bird a piece of meat. It sure can eat plenty for something so small. They're both glad to see the bird looking much more alive now. Ryu takes it in his hands, happy that it'll surely survive in the wild now. He then nudges the bird to go and be free. However, the bird only stares at Ryu before it coddles his hands. Seeing this, Ruri isn't happy to see the bird's gotten attached to Ryu now. Ruri then asks Ryu if he plans on making it his familiar as well, to which the beast tamer says no. He didn't save it for that. If the bird wants to live in the wild, Ryu's fine with that. If it wants to stay with Ryu, he'll gladly take it in. This doesn't bode well with Ruri, who's very jealous right now. She's sure the bird will make the choice of staying with Ryu. The idea has her sulking even more. Anyways, the duo decide to rest at the inn tonight and wait for King Dwar's message. If they don't hear from him tomorrow, Ryu plans on heading to the castle to help him. But for now, they'll recover their strengths. The following day, Ryu wakes up from the feeling of getting squished, like something heavy is on his stomach. Groggily sitting up, Ryu suspects it's Ruri who might have slept walk last night. Without opening his eyes, Ryu asks Ruri to move away. But he's surprised to see that it's not Ruri. Instead, it's a giant bird. Ryu screams from the top of his lungs, waking Ruri up because he's confused of the animal on his stomach. Ruri calmly tells him that the bird is the chick from yesterday. Confused, Ryu looks at the bird again. If it's really the chick he saved, boy did it grow big so fast. Maybe it grew by feeding off Ryu's mana, is what Ruri suspects. There are monster species that grow by absorbing magic power. But it's also pretty rare for a monster to grow this fast. Ruri already has a hunch on what this bird is. Before she could say anything else, the inn's owner calls out for Ryu because soldiers are outside. This startles the bird and it goes flying outside the window. Both Ryu and Ruri can only stare at it as it flies away. A summon from the king is what the soldiers are there for. Ryu and Ruri immediately set off for the castle. The issue with Lord Dolph has been properly dealt with, and the king cannot thank Ryu enough. Before discussing Ryu's clothes and weapon, Lord Dwar calls out his little brother to come out from hiding. Apparently, there's something Lord Dolph wants to say to Ryu. A remorseful Dolph slowly approaches Ryu and Ruri, bowing down as he apologizes for his misdeeds. It's a surprising scene because Lord Dolph's aura has completely changed. Ruri is still a bit angry at Lord Dolph for pretending to be king. The fake king explained how he was just jealous of his older brother since he's known to be the most skilled craftsman in the country. Because of that, everyone only gave jobs to him. Lord Dolph never got the chance to even touch materials. It was degrading as a fellow craftsman. So, Lord Dolph tricked his older brother, telling him about rare materials and locked him up in secret. Lord Dolph figured if he became king, he could command soldiers and secure materials. People would commission him work without finding out the truth of his identity. Everything was going according to plan, until Ryu showed up. When Lord Dolph saw the materials Ryu brought, he knew they were A-rank to S-rank quality stuff that's never seen on the market or at the guild. Lord Dolph thought Ryu was just an ordinary beast tamer that can easily be blinded with money. But then Ryu wasn't that kind of person at all and refused to sell. That made Lord Dolph think Ryo saw right through his facade. He got overwhelmed with anger and did the awful things he did. Lord Dolph once again bows down, apologizing to Ryu. The king also bows down to Ryu, apologizing for being partly to blame for his little brother's actions. If Lord Dwar had been considerate of Lord Dolph's feelings, none of this would have happened. Lord Dolph disapproves with the king's actions, quickly telling Lord Dwar he isn't at fault. The king then makes the suggestion of having Lord Dolph make Ryu's outfit. When Ryu asks him why, the king details how Lord Dolph is more skilled with his hands than him. Lord Dolph will and can make the best outfit possible for Ryu. And this is also part of Lord Dwar's atonement. He always knew his little brother was a talented craftsman, but because he felt responsible for the orders the king accepted, Lord Dwar never let his little brother touch any of the work. It's only now that Lord Dwar realizes how his actions had wounded Lord Dolph's pride. If her had just acknowledged him from the very start, if they had worked together, this wouldn't have happened. Vouching for his brother's skill, Lord Dwar asks Ryu to please let Lord Dolph make his outfit. Ryu happily agrees with Lord Dwar, earning thanks from the king and a sounding why from Lord Dolph. Smiling, Ryu tells Lord Dolph that he's being acknowledged by the best craftsman in the country. If Ryu can get a quality outfit from him, Ryu's got no complaints. Lord Dolph can't believe that Ryu would trust him after everything he did. The king sees this as a way to prove to Ryu how he's terribly sorry for his mistakes. Plus, it's always been Lord Dolph's dreams to be recognized as a true craftsman. Now is the best time to show his skills with his hands. Lord Dwar looks at his little brother with so much love and pride, telling him how he believes in Lord Dolph's skills. Extending his hand, Lord Dwar promises they'll work together this time around. Tears start spilling out of Lord Dolph's eyes while taking his older brother's hand with firmness. Lord Dolph promises to make Ryu the best outfit in the world. Case closed for the dwarf brothers. Meanwhile, back at Ryu's hometown, his close friends have finally come home. Both Tia and Taiga are excited to go and see Ryu already. It's been ages since the three of them got together. Tia hopes their friend is doing okay too. However, they arrive at Ryu's home only to discover it destroyed. A villager arrives and Tia immediately asks where Ryu is. The villager doesn't get a chance to answer her quick because she bombards him with worried questions. Taiga asks her to calm down before asking the villager what had happened to Ryu's house. The villager then tells them that Ryu is missing and has been missing for over 2 months now. There was a loud noise on the night of a full moon, but when they came to see what was happening, they only found Ryu's home in disarray. No one knows why Ryu would just suddenly disappear. Tia knows their friend wouldn't just leave. He works hard every day, tending to horses and cows that liked him. The villager that tells Tia and Taiga they did find animal fur inside Ryu's home. At first they thought I was livestock fur, but now they think it might have been a monster that attacked Ryu. Determined, Tia turns to her horse so she could start looking for Ryu. A hero can't possibly just forget about her responsibilities, so she plans on looking for Ryu during their travels. Taiga wants to as well, but they really have no idea where to start. On her horse, Tia vows to find Ryu no matter what, and if he's dead, she's determined to punish those responsible. Tia's resolve might have reached Ryu because he just sneezed out of nowhere. Let's go back to dwarf country, shall we? Lord Dolph is working tirelessly to forge a weapon out of the Fenrir fang, but no amount of hammering and heating can break through the fang, deflating Ryu and Ruri's spirits along with the dwarf brothers. Ryu is losing hope for the fang. They've done hundreds of attempts and still no luck. Even Ryu tried cranking up the flame's temperature as high as it could go. Still nothing. They're all in a sticky situation right now. Taking out the fang again, Lord Dolph suggests using flames from a magical beast that's equal to Fenrir's magic power. Maybe that'll work. The disconcerting thought is if such species existed. A light bulb clicks in Ruri's mind, asking if flames from a Garuda would possibly do the trick. While Ryu doesn't know what that monster is, the dwarf brothers are surprised with Ruri's suggestion. A Garuda is a divine bird, scratch that, a legendary eagle said to possess dragon-slaying power? It's ancient legend, so it's not a shocker that Ryu hasn't heard of it. When Ryu asks her if she knows a Garuda, Ruri tells him that Ryu actually does too. Drumroll please, it's the chick Ryu saved from the dungeon. Quite a shocker for Ryu. Ruri then explains how the chick grew so much thanks to Ryu's magic power. No regular magical beast would grow that huge in a single night. Only high-ranking magical beasts with a vast reservoir of magic power can do that. So Ruri is pretty sure that chick is a Garuda. But the problem is, the Garuda escaped or fled. The brothers then get to thinking. Upon hearing Ryu's explanation of what happened, there's a high chance the Garuda is on the mountain behind the castle. So much time has passed that it's risky to search for it now. However, if it means they can forge the fang, it's a gamble they'll have to take. Since the brothers can't leave the castle unattended, they ask Ryu and Ruri to search for it for the Garuda. Ryu obliges and sets off with Ruri. Their task proves to be a hard one at that. They're not even sure it's still here. Ryu is getting hopeless again. Even Ruri's thinking the same thing. She really thought it'll come flying towards Ryu's magic power. Yup, making Ryu the bait. They start searching other areas, walking these vast land. Suddenly, Ruri's ears pick up a cry from nearby. Lo and behold, it's the Garuda running from a monster trying to eat it. Ruri immediately notices that the Garuda's having a hard time flapping its wings. Suspecting it to be injured, Ryu quickly asks Ruri to save the Garuda. They finally save the Garuda and take it back to the castle. While it's sleeping soundly, Ryu and Ruri watch over it. It was surprisingly close by. Ryu really thought it had flown much farther away. A sad Ruri asks if it's possible that the Garuda doesn't have parents. It was all alone when they found it, so maybe it doesn't know where home is, or if home really exists. Lord Dwar arrives to ask Ryu on the Garuda's condition. Reporting to the king, Ryu tells him the Garuda is doing fine since it was barely a scratch. They just need to wait for the Garuda to wake up. Though Ryu isn't so sure if the Garuda will really help them. The Garuda stirs in its sleep, starting to finally wake up. As soon as it lays its eyes on the dwarves, it goes frantic and flies towards Ryu for safety. While the Garuda cuddles Ryu, the beast tamer is confused with its actions and tries to reassure that it's safe now. Ruri approaches them, straightforwardly asking Ryu on making the Garuda his familiar. Ruri voices out her worries on leaving the Garuda on its own again. It'll probably run into trouble if they do so. And since it has no one and obviously like Ryu, it may be the best decision to make it Ryu's familiar. Ryu looks at the Garuda. While it's true that they need its help, Ryu doesn't want to force it to stay with him. Opening a window, Ryu lets the Garuda make the final decision. He then asks the Garuda if it'll stay with us and lend them its strength. Ryu also tells it that it's not obligated to do so and is free to leave. Everyone watches in anticipation. Finally, the Garuda flaps its wings and flies towards Ryu's shoulder. Shocked, Ryu asks it once more if it's sure with its decision. The Garuda happily chirps its answer. Ruri is relieved with its decision too. Both Lord Dwar and Lord Dolph are astonished. A familiar contract with a Garuda? An opportunity like this is incredibly rare. Since it's a momentous occasion, the king suggests they hold the Nan ceremony in the town square where everyone can witness it. Everyone gathers in the town square, and by everyone I mean there's a huge crowd. Gorads, civilians, even Mark the merchant is here. Lord Dwar apologizes for the huge crowd. This is supposed to be a ceremony on a short notice, but since it's not every day that the king steps out in public, then this kind of attention is understandable. When Ruri suggests they reschedule, Ryu tells her it's okay and they just need to get it done with. Raising his arm, Ryu tells the Garuda about the naming ceremony. By giving it a name, a familiar contact between them will be formed. Ryu wants the Garuda to think of it like becoming family. The Garuda joyfully chirps in agreement on becoming family too. Since there are no issues, Ryu proceeds with the ceremony. Lifting his hand, Ryu gives the Garuda its new name, Karen. A tornado-like energy then traps Ryu, Ruri, and Karen. Ryu is puzzled. This didn't happen with Ruri's naming ceremony. What in the world is happening now? Seeing a floating egg at the center, Ryu believes it to be Karen. Ruri then explains how she can feel it evolving. Evolution is a trait unique to magical beasts only. With this, magical beasts attain the form and power they truly desire. And Ruri believes Karen is evolving now because it genuinely wants to become a source of strength for the beast tamer. The egg starts cracking, and with that is the anticipation of Karen's new form. Both Ryu and Ruri have no idea what form it'll take, but for sure they'll happily welcome it. Extending both his arms, Ryu asks for Karen to come out. This has Karen finally emerging from its egg. Gone is the bird that Ryu had saved. In its stead is a beautiful winged girl. Opening her eyes, the first thing it sees is Ryu, who's asking Karen if she's alright. With twinkling eyes, Karen lovingly calls Ryu her papa. Papa wasn't in Ryu's bingo card at all. Karen happily explains how she managed to take the same form as Ryu, her papa, though it may have took a little while to achieve. Speechless, Ryu is still stunned that Karen really means him as papa. Well, he did say they were to be family. Guess this is it. Karen then tells Ryu how lonely she's felt ever since she was born. That's why she took the form of a human. A despondent Karen recalls her life. When she was born in this town, she had no mama or any friends. She kept on looking for her family, but whenever people found Karen, they'd shoo her away by calling her monster. She's been living on the run her whole entire life. This now explains why Karen fled when the soldiers came to the inn a few days back. Karen nods and further tells them that her life had changed when both her papa and Ruri, her sister, helped her. Smiling, Karen divulges how it was the first time someone had been kind to her. That's why she loves both Ryu and Ruri so much, wishing to become the same as them. Ryu then lovingly gives Karen a gentle pat on the head. Their mini-family introduction is interrupted when the dwarf brothers are calling Ryu from outside the fire tornado. Ryu immediately asks Karen to put out the flames around them, to which she gladly does so. The dwarf brothers rush towards Ryu, who tells them the naming ceremony went well. Lord Dolph was absolutely astounded by what he witnessed, though he did call it incredibly dangerous as well. Their king then notices Karen and asks who she is. Ryu quickly introduces her to the brothers as the Garuda, but in human form. Both brothers are amazed that something like this is possible. Well, what can they expect from a divine bird, right? Now, Ryu worries this might cause an issue in forging the sword. The king reassures him that everything will be fine as long as Karen can handle the flames. Before heading back to the workshop, the king orders his soldiers to explain the situation to the townspeople as not to worry Ryu. As they head back to the castle, Mark the merchant picks up one of Karen's feathers. An all-knowing smile forms on his face as he calls Ryu different from other humans. Whether this dude is a friend or a foe remains to be seen. A month later, Lord Dolph presents Ryu his new leather armor, his finest masterpiece to date. Ryu is instantly floored with how amazing it is, calling it a magnificent and fine-crafted armor. Lord Dolph can't take all the credit. Ryu did provide him with excellent materials. Lord Dolph then further tells the beast tamer that his new armor also comes with a heat fluctuation nullification effect. This means that fire and ice attacks are useless against the armor. Lord Dolph made this possible by weaving in Karen's molten feathers on the armor. Garuda feathers actually possess both heat resistance and heat absorption properties. The armor also offers protection against both heat and cold, making it even more useful for Ryu. Lord Dwar then arrives to announce that the sword is now ready. They've finally managed to forge a sword from the Fenrir's fang. Ryu takes notice on the unusual blade design. Lord Dwar calls this a special type of sword known as a wakizashi. With its single-edged design, it significantly improves its cutting power. The king managed to learn forging such sword from the eastern land. Ryu also thanks Karen for doing her best. If not for her, they wouldn't be able to forge the fang at all. The king then asks Ryu to do the honors of giving the wakizashi a name. Normally, the blacksmith would be the one to bestow the name. But since this sword was forged exclusively for Ryu, Lord Dwar believes it is only right for the beast tamer to name it. Ryu has a hard time thinking of a name. He's being asked so suddenly that his mind is out of ideas. The elder then comes to Ryu's mind, sparking a name for the sword. Ryu then decides to call his new sword Wolf. Straightforward as ever, Ruri comments. Since the name has been decided, the king asks Ryu to give it a test cut. It'll be best to do so before using it in actual combat. Everyone heads out to the town square again for the test cut. A crowd forms around them again, expecting to see something amazing from Ryu once more. Eyeing the crowd, the king reckons an overplay of the last naming ceremony spread across the town and well, hence the crowd. The king apologizes to Ryu for holding this at the town square. If they did it and something were to happen at the castle, it would cause an uproar. There's nothing to be worried about though. The king already has soldiers stationed to keep the citizens at a safe distance. That's all Ryu needs to hear. After all, injuring civilians isn't part of today's agenda. Lord Dolph then makes the announcement introducing the new sword forged by the king himself and unveils it with its name. The king then gives his instructions on what Ryu needs to do. Drawing Wolf, Ryu needs to unleash his magic power into the sky with everything's got. That way, the true extent of the sword's power will be revealed. Everyone leaves Ryu at the center of the vicinity. Ryu still worries about affecting his surroundings. To minimize any potential damage, Ryu plans to focus his magic power on a single point as much as possible. Lifting the sword towards the sky, Ryu strikes a singular attack. The sky seemingly explodes with so much intensity and force, leaving everyone utterly shocked and mind-blown. The crowd cheers in excitement, incredibly amazed with what they just witnessed. Karen is very proud of her papa slicing the sky too. The king already expected much. I mean, he did forge it from the elder Fenrir's fang. Its magic power conductivity is in a completely different league from other materials. No further adjustments are necessary. Their little chit-chat pauses when a citizen screams to look at the sky. Looking up, Ryu is yet again surprised. He can't believe he's seeing a dragon right now, and it looks like there are people aboard it. The dragon soars the vast sky circling the town square. Ryu and the others are taken aback when the people riding the dragon jump and land in front of them. The four people headed by an old man greets Ryu, leaving the beast tamer confused AF. These strangers' arrival only makes sense when Ruri enthusiastically calls the old man grandfather. Yep, that's the elder all right. So the others accompanying him are Ruri's mom and dad, of course. Ruri's grandma, who looks pretty young for her age too. Lord Dwar approaches his longtime friend, asking the elder on his well-being. The two exchange pleasantries before the elder tells them the reason why they're here. The Fenrir pack has a small favor to ask Ryu and his familiars. Spotting Karen, the elder is also curious with the Garuda's identity, but they have more pressing matters to discuss for now. The elder then tells Ryu about a troublesome beast that's about to reawaken. Its name is Evil Dragon, the sorceress Evil Dragon. This beast has 3 serpentine heads and a colossal chalk-white body. Not only can it wield magic, but it also has knowledge of all forms of magic, ancient to modern and eastern to western. Long ago, the Elder along with other representatives from other species tried to subjugate the dragon, but because it spawns itself from its very own wounded flesh and blood, they had no choice but to seal it away instead. Hearing this, Ryu dreads the dragon's existence. Having received word about the collapsing seal, the Fenrir bloodline have come forth to prepare for battle. With this, the Elder asks Ryu and his familiars to join them in this battle. Since they're facing a formidable foe, they'll need all the help they can get. But Ryu is worried he's not fit enough to fight this dragon. After all this time, Ryu still doubts his fighting prowess. Barking out a laugh, the Elder dismisses such ridiculous thoughts. Ryu has trained with the Fenrir pack. No doubt he can fight well enough. In fact, he's even better than most out there. The Elder asks the Beast Tamer to have more confidence with himself, especially that the Elder thinks so highly of Ryu. The Beast Tamer reluctantly agrees. Ruri happily confirms her participation as well. When asked where this dragon is, the Elder tells Ryu it's in the Dragon Kingdom. To be precise, it's sealed in a cave near the Dragon Kingdom. The Fenrir pack will join forces with the Dragon Kingdom's people called Dragonkin. With no more time to lose, the Elder tells them they'll discuss the other details later. For now, they must go to the Dragon Kingdom at once. Just as Ryu is about to ask on their transportation means, the dragon from earlier starts talking. It comments on how weird it is to see a Fenrir converse with a human. It's uncommon and unheard of in their world. The dragon then asks Ryu if he's the Fenrir's disciple. In a state of shock, Ryu just completely stares at the beast, remarking how huge the dragon is. The Elder then butts in, apologizing for the late introductions. This dragon is the Elder's sworn brother, the Earth Staff Dragon. The beast smiles at Ryu, giving its pleasantries to the Beast Tamer. Ryu can't seem to form sentences right now, still in awe with the dragon's presence. It shouldn't be a shocker that a legendary monster like Fenrir are friends with other legendary species at all. Plus, this dragon can speak human language as well. Ryu is taken back to reality when he hears the townspeople gossiping about the dragon's arrival. He then tells the Elder they must leave now since they're creating a bit of a commotion now. After clarifying their mode of transportation, they all board the dragon's back. Both Lord Dwar and Lord Dolph wave their goodbyes as the dragon flies to the sky once more. While traveling, they get into a quick recap on what's going on. The Elder then gets his answer about Karen's origins and becoming Ryu's familiar. The Fenrir Elder is pretty much ecstatic with the news. Ryu has not only managed to snag a Fenrir for a familiar but also a Garuda. By this time, his magic power would have been depleted already, rendering Ryu dead. Ryu is unimpressed with the Elder's reaction. You know who else isn't impressed? Ruri's dad. He is seething mad at Ryu right now. Stealing away his daughter from him, then cheating on her with a Garuda? The nerve, Ryu. Ruri's dad wants to punish the Beast Tamer right here and now. Though his plans don't really go as planned when his wife smacks him right on the head. Ruri's mom doesn't seem to have a problem with Karen. I mean, look at these three. It's really obvious the Garuda has taken a liking to both Ryu and Ruri. Hearing this, Ryu notes that they've spent almost a month together. It's only natural for them to bond. If anything, Ruri has been the one clinging to Karen all this time. Whether it was meal or bath times, Ruri always doted on Karen, like a mother hen to her baby chick. Perhaps like an older sister to her baby sister too. Still, the Elder asks Karen if she doesn't get lonely without having parents around. Embracing Ruri's arm as if for protection, Karen tells the Elder she doesn't feel lonely at all. Not when she has her Papa Ryu and Big Sis Ruri who are very kind to her. Even thought she's a mythical Garuda, Karen is still a child. With that, the Elder knows it's always better for her to have more people to rely on. Besides, if Karen thinks of Ruri as a big sister, then Karen is practically a daughter to the Fenrir pack as well. With smiles on their faces, the Fenrir family asks Karen to think of them as her family as well. Though it may be awkward at first, but still it'll be nice to have a big family to rely on. Although shocked at first, Karen's heart warms with the Elder's request. Teary-eyed, the Garuda gives a sincere okay to them. After some time, the dragon announces their arrival at Dragon Kingdom. Ryu then takes a peek and sees the amazing land covered with buildings and houses. The dragon then shares to the amazed Ryu that the castle and the entire castle town he's seeing right now is the Dragon King's territory. Because of its small size, the Dragon Kingdom isn't really the dragon's favorite place though. Dragonkin are half human, so the buildings and other stuff are made to human size. So, a regular dragon like the Earth Staff Dragon needs to be in human form to fit in these buildings. Although dragons and dragonkin get along well, the needed transformation is quite the hassle. At long last, they arrive at the castle entrance. The dragon then transforms into his human form, catching Ryu off guard. Even in its human form, the dragon is still huge and tall. In human form, the Earth Staff Dragon is referred to as Lord Midgardsormr. He is immediately greeted by the castle guards. Lord Midgardsormr then introduces his sworn brother and the Fenrir family to the guards, who are happy to see legendary magical beasts that will aid them in defeating the evil dragon. The other guard notices Ryu as the only human present. Lord Midgardsormr clears the air by telling the guard that Ryu is actually the Fenrir's disciple. The guards seem baffled. A human as a disciple? Unheard of. They're quite hesitant with Ryu's involvement in battle. How can a human like him be of any use in battle with the evil dragon? Ruri's dad is furious once more. This dude really has a bad temper. He's offended with the guard's statement. Are they saying the Fenrir pack trained someone weak? The guard immediately tries to clarify his words, but Ruri's dad is already pissed AF and wants Ryu to show these guards his true strength. That way, no one will ever doubt Ryu's power. An angry dad pointedly asks for the guards to get their superior, asking for a duel between the superior and Ryu. Well, Ryu looks like he's stuck in a situation that's unwanted for. The superior soon arrives and the two get in position for battle. Ryu still can't believe it's come to this, but I guess he has no other choice, especially that Ruri's dad is screaming at him to win or else he's gonna wipe Ryu out. Serving as the judge, Lord Midgardsormr tells both participants that the match is only decided if one of them faints or gives up. The superior is no ordinary foe. He's actually the military commander of the Dragon Kingdom. Just because Ryu looks like an ordinary human to him, the commander won't be holding back. As soon as the commander gets into a fighting stance, Lord Midgardsormr gives the go signal for battle. The commander quickly dashes towards Ryu, who had only a split second to up his defenses. Each of the commander's blows are heavy and he's very quick on his feet as well. Ryu is having a hard time in both his offenses and defenses. As the commander tries to land another strike with his sword, he starts mocking Ryu, telling him that weak defenses aren't even enough to face the evil dragon. The military commander of the Dragon Kingdom sure is a skilled swordsman, and it shows with the way he battles. Ryu knows he can't knock him out, so he plans on having the commander raise his white flag instead. Ryu honestly knows he doesn't stand a chance in terms of sword skill, but he may have a fighting chance if he imbues his blade with magic power, and if he somehow manages to land a hit, the commander should falter. This plan could create an opening for Ryu to subdue the commander. He can't go all out though. We've seen what this blade can do. Keeping it to a minimum, Ryu gives it his all and tries to score a hit on the commander. Both their blades clash, but Ryu's blade, which has been imbued with magic power, catapults the commander to the wall. KO. No need to have the commander give up because he is sleeping like a baby after that attack. Everyone including Ryu are shocked with what just happened. Ryu's still not used to handling Wolf at all. Even when he said he'll keep it to a minimum, Ryu clearly misjudged the power output. Lord Midgardsormr raises his hand, signaling the end of the battle and announcing Ryu as the winner. The guards immediately tend to their injured captain while the Fenrir family cheer Ryu their congratulations. However, Ryu can't seem to be happy with the battle. He's worried about the commander's state. Lord Midgardsormr reassures the beast tamer that he'll be alright as it was a battle by mutual consent. This gives Ryu relief. He didn't really want the Dragon King to have a bad first impression on him. Approaching Ryu, the elder acknowledges Ryu's improvement when it comes to handling his magic power, though he did overdo it earlier. Still, he's doing great with practice. After that little fiasco, Lord Midgardsormr opens the castle gates and welcomes everyone to the Dragon Kingdom. As they are walking, a shadow of a lady lurks in one of the buildings. She quickly notes the arrival of Ryu and how interesting he seems to be. Smirking, she looks forward to meeting and speaking with such individual. Uh-oh, let's hope she ain't trouble. While that lady stays in the background for a bit, let's go back to Ryu and the others who are enjoying strolling the area. It's really a thriving place. Lord Midgardsormr explains that this is actually the dragon's main stronghold, which makes it as every bit of impressive as any human kingdom. Both Ryu and Ruri then notice that Karen has stopped walking and is eyeing something in a nearby shop. When she's asked what's wrong, Karen immediately tells them nothing is wrong. It's too late to deny it when they already saw Karen eyeing some pretty cute hair clips at the shop. Hearing their conversation, Lord Midgardsormr informs them that they can come back later to shop since they'll have plenty of time before the war begins. The two girls are elated to hear Ryu agree with Lord Midgardsormr, telling them they'll all come shopping together later. But of course, first order of business, meeting the Dragon Lord in the castle. The castle is bussin' with busy citizens. It's not just Draco Newts, but so many different races are present. As they walk past these people, Lord Midgardsormr explains how the Dragon Kingdom is not only a nation of dragons who can take human form, but also a kingdom of evolution. Draco Newts are part human, and there are some who are half-breeds from humans who transformed, and then they transformed as well. Some also evolved from lizard folk to become Draco Newts, hence why they have so many different forms. As they head down the corridors, Ryu asks about the Dragon Lord and his persona. Lord Midgardsormr then answers him that the Dragon Lord is special evolved type amongst the dragons. He's supremely strong since the Elder likes the Dragon Lord's power on par with his. They finally arrive at the throne room where both the Dragon Lord and Queen await them. Taking in the ambiance, Ryu can really feel the difference when it comes to royalty, just like the lords in Fall Crown. Lord Midgardsormr immediately introduces the guests to the Dragon Lord and Queen, who weren't expecting him to bring such warriors of high caliber. The Queen then turns her eyes to Ryu, asking if he really defeated their commander early. Giggling, she then tells Ryu she's never seen or heard of a human of such strength, aside from a hero. Ryu's tensed body instantly relaxes as he hears the Queen's laughter. The Dragon Lord then divulges his plans on having a strategy meeting with the Fenrir pack. Aside from that, the Queen will assign an attendant to them, telling them they can happily rest and wait in their guest rooms. Before leaving, the Elder is curious about the strategy meeting. Why would they be having one when he's not seeing any other race in this room aside from them? The Dragon Lord's face grows anxious. Silence echoes throughout the room. From this, Ryu is able to piece the puzzle together and realizes they're the only ones fighting the evil dragon. Sighing, the Dragon Lord confirms this. Last time they had the cooperation of the previous hero and various other races. But this time, with the possibility of the new generation's hero arriving, the races that helped them before have now declined. Everyone grows worried. They'll have less reinforcement than before. Will they really outsmart this evil dragon? Realizing the mention of the new generation's hero, Ryu quickly remembers his friend Tia. He then asks the dragons if they've asked help from her, thinking this is exactly when she should be stepping up. It is then revealed by Lord Midgardsormr that Tia, the current hero, has different views about monsters. She's treating all forms and mention of monsters with hostility. Whether they're half-breed or can understand and speak the human language, they're likely to be attacked by Tia. The dragons have come to realize they can't rely on her. Ryu's mind goes blank. He can't seem to process the idea of his best friend attacking monsters indiscriminately. The Elder gives his understanding towards the situation. They're already here, and they're still very much willing to help despite the lack of manpower. The Dragon Lord then bows his head to give his apologies towards the Fenrir pack. Ryu now recalls a time before Tia and Taiga officially started their adventures. Taiga had mentioned something about Tia acting strange. He just felt like something was off with Tia. Taiga then shared about a quest to deal with some monsters. Tia had this look. She's always had this frightening look towards monsters, like she abhors them. Back then, Ryu didn't think much of it, especially that Tia was never a scary person. Even when they were children and she got mad, Tia never looked or felt scary. Taiga then confessed how it's difficult for him to ask Tia directly. When he asks Ryu if he knew anything, the beast tamer could only scratch the back of his head while saying no. Giving it some thought, Ryu thinks it's just Tia's sense PF justice getting stronger since she's aiming to be a hero. If that's all it is to it, then great. But what if there's more to it than meets the eye? What could have happened to make Tia hate monsters that much? Speaking of, the hero party has just left Fallcrown, stressing about the outrageous demand Lord Dwar had asked of them. Taiga is obviously distraught to be asked for a Fenrir's Fang and Garuda's Flame just to make a sword. Sounds familiar? Lord Dwar had listed the materials he'll need in order for him to make a legendary class weapon on par with his recent and finest work. Sighing, Taiga can't believe they wasted their time coming all this way because they heard the King of Fallcrown was a master craftsman. Gran the Knight butts in and comments that it did made sense. They're asking for a legendary class sword, so it's only fair for the materials to be legendary as well. Tia then tells them they don't need Lord Dwar to make the sword, which kinda defeats the purpose of their travel. Maria, the party's cleric, reminds them that Tia is the hero, and she fights on the front lines in the most dangerous places. It's only fair if she needs the best weapon she can get. Taiga proposes they head to the guild for now. They might be able to find someone who has information on how to get the materials they need. As soon as they arrive, people give them odd looks. Gran can sense the hostility coming from the townfolks. The people just clam up and scurry off the moment they mention Fenrir and Garuda. Tia now wonders if something happened in this country involving the mentioned legendary beasts. Suddenly, a hooded person approaches them and asks if they want to hear whispers about Fenrir and Garuda. The information broker then asks Tia as to why she wants to know about the mentioned beasts. It's not like she wants to, more like she needs to because Lord Dwar told them to bring Fenrir's Fang and Garuda's Flame in order for him to forge her a weapon. When Gran presses the information broker to spill the beans, the hooded man then tells them about what happened a month ago. A man had appeared accompanied by a Fenrir and Garuda. He was able to restore peace between Lord Dwar and his younger brother Lord Dolph. In short, he is something of a hero to this country. It is rumored that Tia, the hero, despise monsters, and because the man's familiars are Fenrir and Garuda, both legendary beasts, the townfolks fear that Tia would go off and kill them. Furthermore, if information leaked and those legendary beasts sought revenge, it could ruin Fallcrown all at once. This is why everyone doesn't want to speak to the hero's party. Taiga then notices Tia going awfully quiet. With her back turned towards them, Tia bleeds in anger as she vows to kill all the monsters. She can't allow monsters possessing such terrifying power to roam free. With this, she thanks the information broker for what they just learned and hurries to leave. Yikes. As soon as she walks away, Tia promises to eradicate every last terrifying monster there is, and once that's done, she's going to find Ryu. Meanwhile, back at the Dragon Kingdom, Ryu, Ruri, and Karen are all sitting waiting for the Dragon Lord and the Elders to finish with their strategy meeting. Ryu is already bored, but it's not like he can just wander off. Ruri then gives an amazing idea of touring around the castle. Both Ryu and Karen light up with her suggestion. Before they leave though, Ryu goes outside to tell someone and get permission. Luckily enough, a lady dressed as an attendant was already waiting outside their room. Ryu is visibly surprised by her presence, immediately thinking this is the attendant assigned by the Dragon Queen. The lady then asks Ryu if they're planning on going out, to which the beast tamer confirms. This catches the lady's attention, but soon tells them she'll guide them around the castle. As they walk, Ryu thinks about the lady. Not in that way. He just never sensed the lady at all, that's why he was visibly surprised moments ago. Anyways, the tour is beyond their expectations. They already know they're in a castle. But wowza, it is an opulent one at that. Look at this splendid dining hall. And there's a huge library with a showcase of books from all genres and times. The Dragon Kingdom also has training grounds for everyone to use. And of course, the creme of the crop, the kingdom's pride, the central courtyard. Such an immaculate display of royalty, even Ryu, Ruri, and Karen are amazed. They all give their compliments with everything they've seen. The attendant is also pleased with their kind words and will make sure it reaches the Dragon Queen and the Dragon Princess. She'll be thrilled to hear such wonderful compliments. At the mention of princess, Ryu's ears perk up. He never knew there was a princess here. The attendant does tell him it's vital for the future of the kingdom, which makes sense. Scratching the back of his head, Ryu then asks a question he's been meaning to ask the attendant all throughout their tour. Pointing towards the person hiding behind a nearby pilaster, Ryu asks the attendant who is it that's been following them. Now that the cat's out of the bag, might as well show herself. The little girl proudly makes herself known, even having her hands on her waist. Ryu didn't expect to see a child. He then asks her if she needed something from him. Taken aback, the girl starts fidgeting as she doesn't know what to tell Ryu. Spotting Ryu's sword, she quickly points out to it and commands Ryu to hand it over. Without any slight hesitation, Ryu immediately tells the little girl he won't. And everything goes quiet. Did he just say no to this little girl? Mouth agape, the little girl asks him why not. Ryu then explains to her that the sword is important to him. Pulse, he wouldn't just hand it out to a kid. That's very dangerous. This infuriates the little girl, who instantly has a temper tantrum. The attendant then approaches Ryu, apologizing in behalf of the girl. She then leaves for a moment so she could call for the little girl's guardian. Ryu tries reassuring the girl that her parents are on their way. Karen also approaches the little girl, asking if she's lost. Karen is also happy to stay with the little girl for the time being. The girl clenches her teeth and her fists are now shaking from seething anger. She quickly jumps towards Ryu's sword, screaming of her plans of taking it by force. Good thing Ryu's quick on his feet and is able to dodge the girl's attempts. Ryu is now stressed with this little girl's antics. She even explains that she's only doing it because Ryu won't give her his sword. Emphasis on his sword. The little tries snatching the sword again, but to no avail. She's pretty quick for a kid, but Ryu is just quicker. Plus, this girl's moves are quite simple, so Ryu can easily dodge her. Now the little girl screams at Ryu to give her the sword. When Ryu asks for Ruri and Karen's help, the two girls only tell him he can dodge the little girl just fine. Karen also wants to play tag with her papa later. Well, you're not expecting help from these two, Ryu. The little girl's body starts shaking. She's definitely mad now. How dare this human defy her? The girl's fingernails turn into sharp-like claws. Reminds me of Wolverine. Huh. She then points out it's Ryu's fault for not doing what she says, and that the beast tamer will regret underestimating her in the first place. The little girl lunges at Ryu, claws first. Before she could reach him, Ryu manages to dodge her once more. This earns the girl a solid thud on the pilaster. Worried, Ryu quickly asks if the girl's okay. Wincing from the pain, the girl starts bawling her eyes out. That really did a number on her. Throwing yet another tantrum, the girl now questions her capabilities. Why can't she whine despite her magic power and powerful bloodline? A frantic Ryu tells her they'll call a doctor ASAP. With impeccable timing, the attendant arrives with the Dragon Queen. Confused, Ryu asks the attendant for the whereabouts of the little girl's guardian. Before the attendant could answer Ryu, the Dragon Queen steps forward and bows down as she apologizes for her troublesome daughter. Ryu just felt his soul fly away to outer space. The Dragon Queen apologetically confirms the little girl to be her daughter. Not only that, but she's also the grandchild of the supposed attendant. Shocking, isn't it? Ryu needs to close his mouth or else a horde of mosquitoes are coming right in. Being the child's grandmother means that the lady is totally fine to be the little girl's guardian. But Grandma doesn't want to claim such an ill-mannered grandchild. Ryu's head begins spinning from this confusing royal dragon family tree. Yes, Ryu. The person you thought was your attendant is actually the Empress Dowager, and the little girl is the Dragon Queen's daughter, which makes this spoiled brat the Dragon Princess of this kingdom. What a plot twist this has been for a simple castle tour. Their little commotion gets interrupted with the arrival of Gramps. He already heard the noise from nearby and has now discovered that it's Ryu. Gramps also greets the Empress Dowager and longtime ally, Tiamat. After asking for a 411 on their little argument earlier, Gramps understands the root cause of the problem. The Dragon Princess Uka wanted Ryu's sword, but the Beast Tamer didn't want to give it at all. Uka gets angrily defensive about it, calling Ryu a presumptuous human for dodging her attacks. Uh-oh, tantrum time for the princess. Uka continues to ramble about her momentary loss when Tiamat furiously scolds her. The Empress Dowager then explains to Uka that it was an inevitable loss because of the princess's spoiled attitude and lack of daily training. Tiamat then turns towards Ryu, bowing as she apologizes once more for her granddaughter's behavior. With Tiamat's apology also comes a favor she'd like to ask Ryu. The Empress Dowager wants Ryu to be Uka's training partner. This surprises Ryu, of course. Why would Tiamat want him to be the princess's training partner? Wouldn't it be better if it's someone stronger? However, Tiamat knows Uka too well. She knows the princess would simply run away if it's someone else. Tiamat has observed Uka's keen interest in Ryu. In this case, Uka would dedicate her time and effort in training if her partner was the Beast Tamer. Uka doesn't seem too impressed with her grandmother's disclosure. It's not only that Uka's training relies on Ryu's participation, but also her assurance of becoming the next queen. After all, she is the only heir to the throne. Ryu seems to be pressured with Tiamat's request. He's ready to turn her down, but Gramps sweeps in and puts a hand on the Beast Tamer, assuring him that this is the perfect opportunity to get stronger. It's hitting two birds with one stone. Plus, isn't it a boost of confidence that the Dragon Royals are seeking Ryu's help? Ryu gets into thinking mode. After a while, Ryu changes his mind and accepts Tiamat's request. He then asks Tiamat for something in return, for her to be Ryu's training master. Surprise etches Tiamat's face. Ryu then tells her that she's the perfect training master since she's the Empress Dowager. That title alone gives Ryu enough reason to know that she's someone of formidable skill. To get stronger as much as he can, Ryu wants Tiamat's guidance. A smile then replaces the confused look from earlier as Tiamat gladly takes Ryu's request. The Beast Tamer is beyond grateful for the opportunity too. Turning towards Karen, Ryu tells her to take it easy for a while, but Karen adamantly refuses to do so. She wants to train so she could be useful to Papa and her newfound family. Ryu is only worried that it'll be too dangerous for Karen. Worst case scenario, this war might leave them in their deathbeds. However, Karen really can't take the fact of being left out, of being alone. She wants to help in any way she can. Hearing their conversation, Gramps chimes in and volunteers to train Karen. He's more than happy to train a willing participant, and it's always better to have more strength on their side. At some point, Ryu talks to the animated Karen. Meanwhile, Gramps suspiciously approaches Tiamat, whispering to her about a trial. Tiamat's eyes begin to squint, knowing full well what Gramps is talking about. Both elders then face Ryu. Tiamat informs him that training will start immediately the next day while Gramps asks Ryu not to die. Hee. That's not a bad omen, right, Gramps? The beginning of their training sets off the next day, and it is nothing short of brutal combat training. Ryu is getting his ass kicked by Tiamat. He's shaking on the ground, unable to move, while Tiamat looks like she's having the time of her life ordering him around. Ryu now understands what Gramps meant yesterday. That sneaky old Fenrir knew exactly what Ryu was getting into when he offered to train Karen. As soon as Ryu gets back on his feet, he's immediately met with fists and kicks once more. Tiamat has seen that Ryu's fundamentals are in place. The problem is Ryu has too much wasted movement. Tiamat then instructs Ryu to minimize exhausting his stamina as much as he can so he can move more efficiently. Another round of kicks sends Ryu flying. With his potential right now, Tiamat tells him he won't be able to defeat the Dahaka. The gravity of his training starts to weigh in on Ryu. This is much tougher than he expected, but knowing Ruri and Karen are also trying their best at training has his hopes high up. With a determined look, Ryu readies his fists. He's already reached this far to catch up to the heroes. He has to get stronger. But once again, Tiamat easily sends him flying back with just a simple swish of her fists. Ultimately, Tiamat calls it a day. It was a long, good first day, especially for Ryu and Uka, who are wobbling from the brutality of their training. They're just glad it's finally over. Correction. It's over when they finish the 100 laps of running Tiamat just told them to do. Oh, poor little trainers. During dinner time, both Ryu and Uka are looking pretty exhausted. Tiamat isn't done too, as she tells the two that their meals will be managed starting that night. With this, leftovers aren't allowed. After Tiamat leaves, Ruri and Karen finally ask them if they're okay since they sense their tough time at training. These two better brace themselves, cause this is just the beginning. A few days later, Ryu and Uka are having a one-on-one combat battle. Ryu is clearly taking the defensive side, waiting for an opening to land a hit on Uka. As soon as he sees it, Ryu immediately grabs Uka by her arm and throttles her to the ground. After Tiamat ends their battle, Ryu is already exhausted. Uka, on the other hand, is whining for losing again. Tiamat then gives her observation on the two. Uka's movements are too monotonous that it's easily predictable. She needs to think of her offenses first before she attacks. Meanwhile, Ryu's moves are okay, but his reaction time is a bit slow. He relies too much with what he sees, that he's not able to gauge movements with instinct. At that rate, Tiamat tells him that an agile enemy would render him dead. Ryu needs to work on being able to perceive his enemy's attacks using instinct. Scratching the back of his head, Ryu renders this impossible to do, but Tiamat tells him otherwise. Ryu just needs to be able to read his opponent's magical power. Magical power, accompanying battlefield strategy like your next attack or next target, moves faster than the physical body. One is able to sense that magical power and grasp their opponent's movements in the process. Confusion clouds Ryu's head. He doesn't get it at all. Sighing, Tiamat understands it's a bit difficult to just explain it through words. She then asks Ryu if he's ever felt overwhelmed during a face-off with an enemy before, and then Ryu instantly thinks of the Dwarf King. This reaction alone is enough for Tiamat to know that Ryu has indeed the ability to sense magical power. In that case, what better way to teach this beast tamer than to apply it in actual combat? Tiamat starts undressing herself. As soon as she starts unbuttoning her shirt, Ryu instinctively covers his eyes, telling the Empress Dowager to cover herself up. However, a shadow quickly hovers over Ryu. Looking over, Ryu is met with Tiamat in dragon form. Now a trial shall commence for the beast tamer. If he can land a single scratch on her, then Ryu passes the test. He's also free to use weapons. While he combats Tiamat, Uka will also need to land an attack on Ryu. If she does, then she also passes her test. This isn't easy for Ryu at all. He needs to continuously attack Tiamat while dodging Uka's attacks. There's no one else to blame but Ryu though. He did want Tiamat to be his master. Even Gramps agrees that the real test starts now. At Tiamat's word, the test commences. She quickly blows an attack on Ryu using her tail. Ryu barely manages to dodge that attack just now. Tiamat tries to intimidate the beast tamer by telling him the Dahaka they'll be facing is much stronger than her. Ryu then gets his sword, but before he could use it, Uka comes from behind with her own set of attacks. Luckily, Ryu dodges Uka's attacks just on time too. Ryu needs to think of something fast. Tiamat is supposed to be big for a target. It should be easy to spot her, but she's managed to dodge every single attack Ryu makes. Not only that, when he's finally close to landing a blow on Tiamat, Uka interferes. Tiamat yells at Ryu for having the leisure to think about his next moves. He only needs to do one thing: read the magical power. As long as he relies on his eyes, Ryu will never pass this test. He still doesn't get the gist of Tiamat's lecture. He's huffing and puffing from all the offense and defense he's been doing. But still, he hasn't passed the test. In Tiamat's eyes, she's seeing the limit of a human being. She can't deny that Ryu has done well for a human. But there is something more to the beast tamer. A few days ago when Gramps approached her, he didn't just whisper about giving Ryu a test. Gramps also divulged about the possibility of that person residing within Ryu. Seeing the beast tamer's stature right now, Tiamat doesn't see any proof of that. Could it be that the Fenrir elder had been mistaken? Suddenly, Ryu's demeanor changes and Tiamat is met with a certain look. Could it be? Seeing it as a risk she's willing to take, Tiamat starts taunting Ryu about humans being weak. Meanwhile, Uka has been planning on attacking Ryu while he seems distracted enough. She stops her tracks when she hears Tiamat tell her about killing Ryu instead. Tiamat then shifts her taunting towards Uka, telling the princess that failing in this test is as good as being killed by Dahaka. So why prolong the agony, right? Ryu, who's been on his knees all this time, awaits Tiamat's final blow. Tiamat's enormous claws are about to squish the life out of Ryu when the something in him shifts. Ryu didn't come this far just to end like this. He's not going to let all his hard work go to waste. A hand then reaches out towards Ryu's shoulder, as if to give support. In a blink of an eye, a shadow looms at Ryu's back. And just like that, Ryu managed to dodge Tiamat's dragon claw. Not only that, but he also managed to scratch her. He never knew it hit Tiamat's claw. For an instant there, before Tiamat's claw could reach him, Ryu was able to sense a large mass approaching him. He acted on instinct and dodged before he giving a counterattack. Is this the sensation of reading magical power? Just as Tiamat had told him, it's not impossible at all. All he needed to do was try. Tiamat is indeed happy to know it was worth putting on an act for Ryu and Uka. Not like she was really going to kill their guest, right? Ryu sighs in relief upon knowing this. Well, Tiamat was half serious though. The poor beast tamer is in a loss for words yet again. Smiling, Tiamat then informs Ryu that he passes the test with flying colors. An ecstatic Ryu immediately thanks his master. While these two are in a state of joy, Uka is yet again throwing a classic temper tantrum. She doesn't see it fair that only Ryu passed the test. She's not giving up until she passes as well. Tiamat reprimands her granddaughter for being selfish. Uka can always try again another day. Before their argument could get any worse, Ryu butts in to tell them that the princess did indeed pass as well, pointing out to his loose shirt button. Ryu explains how he didn't really notice it until much later. He guesses it was from Uka's sudden attack from behind. Tiamat has no choice but to mark this as passed, since she never really specified anything about landing the attacks on the body. Hearing that she also passed, Uka's eyes twinkle in pure joy. She finally did it. Uka also congratulates Ryu for passing, earning her a pat on her head. Ruri and Karen finally join them, expressing their heartfelt congratulations to the duo. They can finally eat dinner together. Nighttime finally falls. Tiamat and Gramps seem to be in the mood for a drink or two. They have plenty to discuss aside from their golden days. They sure both miss the days when monsters were all vying for power. Back then, these two legendary beasts were so power-hungry. To be able to catch a glimpse of young Tiamat and Gramps. On a serious note, Gramps then asks Tiamat about their training, to which the Empress Dowager shares how it's all going smoothly, and her impression of Ryu as a good person. Barking out a laugh, Gramps can't believe this dragon is praising a human. He never thought this day would come. In Tiamat's defense, she never thought a human could really keep up with her training. Props to Ryu and all his determination. Even Gramps believes he'll be able to surpass the elders soon. Tiamat agrees with Gramps. She's really impressed with how open-minded and patient the beast tamer is. I mean, he had to endure Uka's selfishness and brattiness, but he's never ever winced or grimaced at her at all. Perhaps this could be a chance for Tiamat to set up an arranged marriage between Ryu and Uka? With Tiamat's sudden idea, Gramps isn't able to control himself and merely choked on his drink. Truly, the Empress Dowager is joking. Can she really handle the thought of giving the dragon throne to a human? Come to think of it, Tiamat really doesn't mind at all. Some problems might arise, but with Ryu's skill, solving it won't be an issue. Tiamat is more than willing to welcome the strong rather than just rely on bloodline. And besides, it seems that Ryu really is the chosen one by that person. This statement alone has Gramps in a serious tone. He was right all along. He already had a hunch when he found out Ryu had magical power surpassing that of a human. Gramps had also been suspicious of Ryu being the chose one by their god. According to Tiamat, she had felt their god's power emanating from Ryu during today's trial. But why would that person grant power to Ryu? Many have tried to make contracts to obtain their god's power before. They all died terrible deaths from power too great to handle. Tiamat and Gramps don't have a choice but to confirm this with Ryu directly. If their god has indeed acknowledged Ryu, then the beast tamer holds a power far greater than any bloodline, a power no one else can ever grasp. Gramps is then curious if anyone else had taken notice as well. Tiamat believes they're the only ones that have, since it's been far too long since their god had disappeared. For now, they'll just have to wait for the right time to come for everything to unravel. Days go by so fast. 5 days in training with Tiamat, Ryu has obviously made a lot of progress in combat. Tiamat herself has felt his punches getting much heavier. It's truly impressive to see such progress from this human. Ryu is happy to see that his training is paying off. If he continues to improve, he'll surely be able to land a hit on Dahaka. Because of the continuous training, Tiamat has decided to give Ryu a day off tomorrow. After all, Ryu deserves to have some R&R since he's been pushing his body quite a lot since they've arrived. While Tiamat informs Gramps, Ryu also instructed to take Ruri and Karen with him. This is a lovely time to explore the city's premises too. The next day, Ryu is still fast asleep in his comfy bed. Someone appears to be calling him. Is this a dream? As he shifts to see the person, it's a silhouette of a girl trying to wake Ryu up. It's none other than Ruri scolding the beast tamer for waking up late. Ruri has her hands on her hips as she tells Ryu that both her and Karen have been waiting for him. They did agree to go to town together today. As soon as Ryu got ready, they all venture out to town. They're not really that familiar with the kingdom, so it's a bit hard for them to know where to go first. Ryu does remember the time when they arrived in Dragon Kingdom. Karen was looking at some cute ribbons, so he suggests they all go and look at some accessories. Both girls happily agree with Ryu's suggestion. They're also accompanied by Uka too. She's here to guide them since they're considered guests. Ryu didn't expect the princess to go with them at first, but Tiamat asked this favor from him since she's being called for a meeting about countermeasures with the arrival of Dahaka. When Ryu suggested to have the other attendants look after Uka, Tiamat regretfully tells the beast tamer that no one else can keep the princess in check. And since Tiamat sees Ryu as a strong person to take care of the kid, here they are now. Hopefully nothing happens to the princess or else Ryu is screwed. Arriving at the shop, the girls are instantly at awe with the impeccably sparkling things. The attendant immediately greets Uka, who tells him they're there to look for accessories. Both Ruri and Karen have twinkling eyes as they spot a lot of pretty stuff around the shop. They're immediately immersed with looking for what they want to buy. Meanwhile, Ryu notices that the princess isn't looking around like Ruri and Karen. He then asks her about it. It startles Uka but then replies how she already has a lot of thing and doesn't need anything else. Giving Ryu a stern side-eye, Uka changes the subject by asking Ryu why he seeks power so much. Surprised with Uka's question, Ryu doesn't really know where to start. He ultimately just tells the princess the main goal of his training, to be able to catch up with his childhood friends. He then shares how his two friends have rare combat-type skills and Ryu goes stuck with a crappy one. Since he couldn't keep up with them, Ryu got left behind. This is why he wants to get stronger. Uka seems a bit confused with what Ryu's talking about. How could he say he's had an unfortunate skill when he has all that magical power? When Uka asks what kind of skill he got, Ryu immediately tells her that he's a beast tamer. This shocks Uka so much. She can't believe she got beaten by a beast tamer. As she screams at Ryu, the beast tamer does his best to defend himself, not like he's lying at all. He then tells Uka how Ruri, Karen, and the others that he's met, that he got stronger. If Ryu hadn't met Ruri in the first place, he wouldn't have been able to train or travel to other countries. At the mention of other countries, Uka's interest seems to have shifted towards that. The princess is now more interested with the kind of places Ryu has been to. She's also keen on knowing what types of people these places had. With the bombardment of questions, Ryu signals Uka to slow down a bit. He's only traveled a bit, plus the Dragon Kingdom is only the second country he's been to. But shouldn't Uka be more familiar with other countries since she's a princess? Ryu's question has Uka wide-eyed. She then looks away as she tells him that's not the case for her. Uka has never left the Dragon Empire because she's the princess and only a child. She hasn't been allowed to venture out the outskirts of the kingdom at all. Clutching her skirts tightly, Uka expresses how much she wants to be free. Seeing the princess like this, Ryu can't help but feel like they're somewhat alike. Uka immediately interjects by saying there's no way royal blood can be in par with commoners. Ryu just laughs this off while explaining that he only meant that the princess also thought there was no way he can go out into the world. Ryu also thought about that before. The only reason he got left out was because his childhood best friends were worried about him. He used to ask, why only me, all the time. He didn't blame those who could travel freely. Just that every time his friends got back from traveling and Ryu would hear stories, he would feel jealous and frustrated. Like he was having major FOMO, fear of missing out, attacks. The princess realizes this is exactly the same thing she's been feeling all along. She then gets frustrated about it. It's exactly what her father, mother, and even grandmother tell her, that it's for her sake, even though kids her age have been traveling near and far. But no, she has to have an overprotective family just because she's heir to the throne. They've constantly worried about that, but never thought about how she'd feel being left alone constantly. If Uka has the chance to go on a journey, she'd visit places no one else has been and boast about it. She'd meet all kinds of races, eat all kinds of food, have all kinds of experiences, and then Uka's rambling slows down now, hesitating on the last sentence. She starts blushing as she shyly tells Ryu she'd like to make some friends along the way too. The princess then quickly goes on defensive mode, explaining she's strong enough so it's not like being along is a problem or anything. Looking at the embarrassed princess, Ryu suddenly knows why Uka was messing with them when they first met. Before he could ask Uka about it, Karen calls Ryu's attention to show him the pretty ribbon on her hair. After showing off the cute ribbon she's picked, Karen then asks about what Ryu and Uka were talking about just before she interrupted them. While Uka quickly babbles out an excuse of them just having a casual chit-chat, Ryu had other plans and told Karen that the princess wants to be friends with them. This has Uka turning red as a tomato. She then scolds Ryu for saying such things so freely. Karen, on the other hand, is confused. She's always thought they were already friends. Now Uka is screaming. Her reaction might be that booming it has Ryu flying away. Uka tries to clarify the situation by asking when did that happen exactly. Thinking about it, Karen casually tells the princess that they've already talked, ate, and trained together. A happy Karen then tells Uka that you only do such things with friends. Uka is not having it. Oh boy. Just how complicated is Uka's definition of friendship? Karen takes Uka's reaction the wrong way. She already has her papa and sister Ruri. She now has a family, but this is the first time she has a friend. Karen expresses how happy she was when Uka and her became friends, but it now feels like the feeling isn't mutual. This takes Uka aback, and it's not helping that Ryu and Ruri are chiming in as well. Ryu says he doesn't have many friends either, and that he'd love to be friends with Uka. Ruri also tells Uka she only has Ryu, Karen, and her family. She'd love to be close to someone else too. Uka starts grumbling as she stares at dejected expression. Giving in, Uka yells out a sounding fine. Then she tells them she's just giving in because they're really going this far to convince Uka. The princess has also allowed Ruri and Karen to call her by her name too. To seal the deal, the happy Karen tells Uka they should buy matching ribbons. Even though the princess already has one, Karen grabs Uka's hand and tells her it's proof of their friendship. This will also let everyone know that they're super close friends. Upon seeing Karen's genuine happiness, Uka tries to hold back from crying. Ryu and Ruri stare at the two girls like some proud parents. Both Karen and Uka look so happy, and they're glad these two are getting along just fine. Noticing just then that Ruri hasn't bought anything, Ryu asks if she's worried about money. They did make a lot from selling those materials and fall crowns, so Ruri can pick out whatever she likes in the shop. Ryu then shows Ruri a necklace, but she turns it down, claiming its chain looks too much of a collar. Plus, it'll only get in the way during battle. Before Ryu can finish suggesting about getting something to eat instead, he spots a pretty scarf and instinctively puts it on Ruri's ankle. Ruri can definitely use this one since it doesn't feel too tight, and she can always wear it around her arm too. It's also white, so it's look great with Ruri's black hair. Hearing Ryu's compliment has Ruri's cheeks warming. Ryu explains he's not really an accessory expert and it's always up to Ruri to decide if she likes it. Ruri doesn't like it though, she loves it and promises to treasure it. After leaving the shop, the gang plans on going to another popular one to sightsee. Uka happily chirps and leads the way. However, something catches the princess's eyes. It's a dragon in the sky. As soon as the dragon spots them, it quickly hovers over them to drop off Tiamat in front of them. Based on Tiamat's disgruntled expression, it's bad news. Apparently, the sealing spell on Dahaka seems to be unraveling faster than expected, and at this rate it might wreak havoc today. She's now here to instruct Ryu and the others to prepare for battle. Looks like no one had expected the war to start so soon. It's all too sudden. But in Ryu's mind, there's no turning back now. The beast tamer then asks Tiamat if they can go to the sealed cave. And that's exactly why Tiamat came to get them. For now, they have to return to the castle to prepare, and everyone will head there together. Meanwhile, in the cave, an ominous voice echoes in the darkness. Finally, it says, "The time has come for the chance to fulfill this Dahaka's true goal. Whatever this goal might be, we shall hope Ryu and the others will be able to defeat it." While heading back to the castle, everyone can't help feel the heaviness of what they're about to face. It's finally time for the showdown, as per Ruri. Turning to Tiamat, Ryu is curious if she's ever faced the Dahaka before. Turns out the Empress Dowager did assist in the battle before. Back then she was still young and inexperienced, so she only fought the Dahaka's underlings. Even those were already considered formidable foes. This has Ryu mulling over his capabilities in facing the Dahaka later. If Tiamat has considered such underlings strong, will Ryu be able to fight against the Dahaka itself? Staring at Ryu, the Empress Dowager already knows what the beast tamer is thinking about. She gives Ryu some advice. The boy's weakness isn't that he's human, it's that he doesn't have confidence in his own skills. Tiamat then reassures Ryu that his training has definitely honed his skills in becoming stronger. With a hand to her heart, Tiamat tells Ryu that she, his training master, would be the one to believe in him instead. Giving him a warm smile, Tiamat asks Ryu to have a little confidence and believe that he is strong. This does wonders to Ryu as he agrees with Tiamat. Uka then butts in this heartwarming moment, shoving Ryu aside as she promises to do her best as well. The gang then have a little laugh. They surely need this to ease those racking nerves. Time passes by so quickly, and before they know it, everyone is already headed towards the Dahaka's location. At the end of the cave, a group of mages are casting a spell on the concealment. The Dragon King immediately gives his praises on the mages' good work. According to Tiamat, they've been pouring mana into the seal to keep it from breaking too fast. But she spoke too soon. The mages quickly alert everyone that the seal has reached its limit and that the Dahaka will break loose in just a few minutes. Everyone understood what this meant. It was all up to them now. Soon, a gush of darkness makes it out of the crevices of the cave. The cracks begin to get bigger and bigger. In no time, the mage's concealment spell has also faltered. Witnessing this, the Dragon King rushes everyone to evacuate the premises. Darkness envelops the cave's surroundings. Everyone can feel the ominous energy emanating from the Dahaka. A booming voice then rings throughout the room, telling everyone how it's been waiting for this moment to finally come, all because it wants to face a certain foe. The Dahaka narrows its eyes on the species in front of him. Dragon Newts. Fenrir. Its eyes soon fall upon Ryu and the others. The Dahaka then asks if Ryu is this era's hero, to which he quickly denies. When the Dragon Lord commands everyone to fall into battle position, the Dahaka gets annoyed and calls him an annoying little insect. Lifting its huge hand, the evil dragon casts an incantation to remove the Dragon family and Fenrir clan from the area. This evil dragon isn't interested in them. Its eyes are all set on Ryu and his companions. Ryu dreadfully looks around, but alas, his allies have really disappeared. Even Ruri and Uka are frazzled by their family's disappearance. When asked of their whereabouts, the Dahaka only tells them that the missing species have been transported to a different place because they would have ruined the fun for the evil dragon. By fun, it meant fighting with whom it thought is the hero party. Yup, Ryu and his companions. Meanwhile, Ruri's dad has transformed into Fenrir form and is trying to break the wall, barring them from interfering with the battle. The wall does crack, but it eventually goes back to normal like nothing really hit it. Rory's dad screams in frustration. Grandma Fenrir believes the whole place is part of Dahaka's magic. Well, it's that powerful that it can really cast a spell this level. Rory's dad is already on edge because his daughter is elsewhere fighting a powerful foe. Gramps interjects, telling his son-in-law to calm down. He reassures his son-in-law that Ryu and everyone else have trained hard for this day. He knows they won't lose so easily. As Gramps tells everyone to focus on finding a way to escape, Grandma Fenrir notices something lurking from behind him. She immediately alerts her husband, who in turn slings the black snake away. Now, a lot of black snakes from Dahaka have emerged, surrounding the Fenrir and Dragon family. Seeing their enemy's countermove, this is going to take them a bit more time and effort than they initially thought. While they're busy dealing with the Dahaka's spawns, Ryu and the others are trying to subdue the Dahaka. The Dahaka is just casually standing on its feet as it casts spells of attacks on them. They all manage to dodge the Dahaka's attacks, but the evil dragon makes a snide comment saying dodging won't be enough to defeat it. It then taunts Ryu to come at it already. Ryu is already in form, quickly lunging himself towards the Dahaka with his blade. Ryu manages to land a slice on the Dahaka's arm. Confusion and surprise paint Ryu's face. Why isn't the Dahaka dodging and merely took the hit? Tiamat then reminds the beast tamer that the Dahaka's flesh and blood can actually spawn underlings. Attacking this evil dragon recklessly will only make matters worse for them. And just like what Tiamat had said, underlings in the form of black snakes have spawned. Ryu does manage to slice it dead before it can actually bite him. Looking at them right now, Tiamat knows they can't afford to have any more spawned underlings, especially that most of their forces have disappeared. Right now, they'll need to land a decisive blow in just one strike. Tiamat immediately thinks of how to do this, or more on who will do this. The one she knows that can pull this off is herself, since she's faced the Dahaka before. Turning her eyes at Ryu, Tiamat also knows this beast tamer can pull it off since he carries the person inside him. The Dahaka then recites another incantation, which Ryu confidently says it's the same move as earlier. Unfortunately, it's not. Imagine that spell but 100 times more. That's how powerful this Dahaka is. Everyone is shocked with the number of magic circles that have appeared before them. And judging by the blow it just made, this spell is way stronger than before. They're definitely not facing an ordinary mage. The evil dragon laughs at Ryu and the others, taunting them for being weak. Is this all they've got to defeat a mighty enemy like him? In Ryu's POV, he's a bit lost at what to do next. The Dahaka keeps on casting spells non-stop, and even if they manage to hit it, underlings would just pop out. As their spirits begin to lose hope, Tiamat tells them not to panic. She then instructs everyone to watch the dragon's movements and to stay calm. They need to turn the tables around. The Dahaka shouldn't be the one controlling the pacing of this battlefield, or they'll eventually lose. Even if Ryu and the others are stronger now, they still lack the experience of a real battle. All they can do is believe the Dragon Lord and Gramps will return. Tiamat's plan now is to buy them time till they return. In fighting stance, Tiamat takes over command. She's now in forefront as if a mother protecting her children. However, not all her children are smart enough to read the room, I guess. Uka steps in confidently saying they only need to end this in one hit and that she'll be the one to do it. Oh boy, this does not sound good. Uka doesn't waste time and immediately transforms into a dragon, deliberately ignoring Tiamat's warning. The princess swiftly flies towards the Dahaka, wanting to end this battle once and for all. But this is just a foolish move on Uka's part. The Dahaka already has a spell ready to annihilate Uka's existence. The evil dragon didn't even have to recite an incantation. It managed to cast a spell without a chant. Everyone screams in panic as they watch the whole thing play. A loud crash booms the place, dusting the place where the Dahaka and Uka were. As it clears, Uka is surprisingly fine, but not her grandmother. Tiamat in dragon form now lies weak on the ground. A shaking Uka doesn't know how to react with the scene before her. The Dahaka praises Tiamat for caring for her friends, but it really doesn't have any use for the weak. Using its tail, the Dahaka flings Tiamat across the room. Flying towards her weak grandmother, Uka begs for Tiamat to stay with them. But Tiamat could only watch them. Her whole body is now in paralysis. She can't move nor speak. The Dahaka taunts them once more. It wants to fight the hero's party, but it seems this generation is too weak for his liking. The last hero was more bloodthirsty in putting up a fight. Screaming its lungs out, the Dahaka viciously commands Ryu and the others to fight him some more. This time, a real fun fight. Meanwhile, the Fenrir and Dragon families are still dealing with the Dahaka's underlings, but no matter how much snakes they squish and splatter, they just keep on spawning like there's an endless supply of them. Worry grows in Gramps' mind. It's been a while since they've been separated from the kids. They need to act fast so they can regroup with them already. Gramps just hopes Ryu and the others stay strong for just a little more. Ryu is still facing the three-headed Dahaka who's taunting Ryu to fight and entertain him some more. In the background, Tiamat is still not looking good. Uka urges her grandmother to stay with her, but Tiamat could only give Uka a weary look. This scene gets the Dahaka an evil idea. He prepares yet another magic spell, telling Ryu that maybe he'll unleash his true strength if the evil dragon offs someone he cares about. The Dahaka then unleashes his attack on Uka and Tiamat. The princess braces herself for impact, but it never came because Ryu and Ruri have managed to protect them. It seems that Tiamat's downfall has caused a shift inside of Uka. Ryu makes her realize the sole purpose why they're all there. The princess needs to hang in there and not lose hope. Uka has lost her confidence because she blames herself for what had happened to Tiamat. Ryu yells at the princess, telling her that everything she had worked for and everything Tiamat had done to train and protect her would be for nothing. Ryu then tells the princess that they're all worried about Tiamat. That's why they have to work together to defeat the evil dragon so they could finally save Tiamat. They can't do that without Uka. This sparks the fire inside Uka. Tiamat, worried for her granddaughter, tries to speak and tell Uka something. The princess reassures Tiamat that she's okay, and that she won't be doing anything reckless alone anymore. This time, Uka is determined to fight the Dahaka together with Ryu, Ruri, and Karen. Now the Dahaka is delighted to see such determined eyes from them. This is why it believes Ryu is worthy of the title hero, and is now an opponent worthy of fighting the evil dragon. It's now a battlefield of power and might. The Dahaka casts numerous magic spells once again while Ryu and the others do their best to defeat this evil dragon. While the Dahaka seems to be distracted, Karen uses her Garuda flame to try and burn the Dahaka. However, the Dahaka takes notice and knows full well of a Garuda's capabilities. With a snap of its fingers, the Dahaka casts another incantation. Karen poses a serious threat against this evil dragon, so it wants to take her out first. A magic circle then appears below Karen, and soon, a series of black appendages appear. It follows Karen's movements, desperately trying to capture the Garuda. One appendage is already so close and wrapping around Karen's foot. Luckily, Ruri uses her claws to slice it off. As the two girls make sure they're okay, the Dahaka is already planning on targeting Ruri. Uka and Ryu don't give it much time as they also head to launch an attack on the Dahaka. But the evil dragon manages to block them with another spell, flinging them back for such a futile effort. What could they possibly do to defeat this monster? Even if they want to save Tiamat, doing so is proving to be a problem because of Dahaka's magic. Their attacks just bounce off unless they're super strong, and even if they land, it might just provoke the evil dragon even more. Ryu knows the answer is just in here somewhere. He thinks back to the training with Tiamat and soon realizes he needs to find the Dahaka's weak spot. With determined eyes, Ryu tries to read the Dahaka's flow of magic by observing its movements. He finally finds the Dahaka's weak point, and it's literally the tail. Ryu somehow doubts if he's got it right, but with everyone giving their all in battling this evil dragon, it's worth the try. Finding some of Karen's fallen feathers, Ryu picks some up and quickly calls Ruri and Karen's attention. Using their familiar telepathy, Ryu tells them his plan, to which shocks the girls. Ruri is worried they'll fail, but Ryu reassures her if they do, he's the only human, so he's the only one that's mostly in danger. Ryu encourages them they can do this. And if something happens to him, Ryu knows both Ruri and Karen will be there to protect him. A warm smile forms on Ryu's face as he communicates this to the girls. He trusts them both, that's why Ryu wants to try his plan. Without a choice, Ruri and Karen agree to Ryu's plan, ready to give it their all. Just one more piece of the puzzle and they'll set their plan in motion. Ryu calls out Uka so he could tell her the plan. As they're talking, the Dahaka notices them and is smart enough to know that the hero party's scheming against it. It's really looking forward to what Ryu and the others have in store. Seeing that Ryu isn't planning on attacking the Dahaka anytime soon, it casts another spell in order to make the first attack. However, its incantation gets interrupted by Ruri, who's changing trajectories as we speak. The Dahaka calls Ruri a nimble little doe before casting another incantation to attack her mid-air. Before he could launch his attack, flames begin to envelop the evil dragon. The Dahaka realizes this is a decoy, but it also knows that these flames would also prohibit Ryu and the others from entering. The Dahaka smiles, thinking it's won this round again. Unfortunately for the evil dragon, Uka is able to penetrate Karen's flames and enter the surrounded area, which surprises the Dahaka. It doesn't know why the flames aren't engulfing Uka, especially that she's a low level compared to the Dahaka. What it doesn't know is that Uka carries Karen's feather, which Ryu gave her earlier. If you don't remember, Garuda's feathers were used to make Ryu's armor in Fall Crown. These babies proved to be heat resistant. The Dahaka's magic is strong, no doubt, but Ryu's plan is to make it lose its magic power so can't cast spells anymore. Meanwhile, the evil dragon calls Uka a fool for charging head-on. Casting yet another incantation, the Dahaka taunts Uka by telling her that it'll destroy the princess just as it did Tiamat. With brazen eyes, Uka throws the Dahaka's words back at it. The evil dragon's the fool here, especially that it's now missing its tail. While Uka distracted the Dahaka, Ruri was sneaking behind it to cut off its tail, the very source of its magic power. Now the Dahaka realizes Ryu's entire plan. They were really aiming for her tail all along. This makes the Dahaka laugh with joy. These people are the first ones to seal its magic. The Dahaka's tail starts emitting black energy and soon, black snakes spawn from it. The evil dragon then waves its hand, signaling them to attack Ryu and his companions. From here on out, it's a battle of true strength. You'd probably think this evil dragon would finally lose its confidence. Quite the contrary, it's now fueled with a desire to fight. As Ruri, Karen, and Uka go head-to-head with the Dahaka, Tiamat can only watch from afar. The evil dragon seems to be having so much fun from all this battle. It's truly what it has always wanted. Blood-pumping combat. It's quite strange for the Dahaka though. It's finally getting what it's always wanted, and yet it feels like something's missing. It soon snaps in its mind. Ryu is the missing piece. The Dahaka looks around, desperately asking where's Ryu. Suddenly the beast tamer makes himself known. Using his blazing sword, which is now infused with magic, Ryu lunges towards the Dahaka. All this time the others were distracting their enemy so Ryu could prepare for this one final blow. Finally, the Dahaka's wish is coming true. A smile is seen on the Dahaka's face as it watches Ryu's raging strength appear before him. A hero's true form. As Ryu's sword begins to touch the Dahaka's skin, everything crashes, like that of a grenade exploding. Ruri, Karen, and Uka brace themselves for impact. Soon the air clears and the three-headed evil Dahaka is now laying on the ground with blood pooling from it. Everyone stares at the Dahaka, especially Ryu, who's been holding onto his sword tightly. Did they actually win? The Dahaka's body remains unmoving, causing Ryu to turn to his friends to share their joyous victory. Everyone jumps in pure happiness. Uka even goes to Tiamat to relay the good news. Now they can finally help the Empress Dowager. However, Ryu notices the Dahaka's mouth moving. Its mouth forms a smile, praising Ryu for that impressive final strike. It was an attack signifying one's true strength. This is truly a noteworthy death for an evil dragon like the Dahaka. As a reward, the Dahaka tells Ryu it can give him anything he wants. A hero like him should benefit from the power and knowledge this ancient beast can offer. Ryu corrects its opinion of him. He didn't fight because he wanted to. This was a necessary action because the Dahaka was going to wreak havoc on the Dragon Kingdom, and possibly the world. The Beast Tamer then asked the Dahaka as to why it was so hell-bent on fighting against the hero party. On the verge of its death, the Dahaka spills the truth about it. It only wanted to fight strong opponents because it wanted to know how strong it truly was. Fortunately, the Dahaka's power attracts people, so it never lacked opponents. However, even if the Dahaka had the fighting power, normal people were no match for it at all. It soon realized that the only formidable foe is a hero. The heroes came to defeat the Dahaka, who became feared amongst the people. It was soon sealed in the cave, which made it crave fighting heroes even more. It just wanted an equal counterpart, someone who could recognize its strength and vice versa. As soon as the Dahaka tells Ryu about bearing the burden of having great power, something tugs Ryu's soul. Clenching his fist, Ryu realizes this dragon was alone like him. Like the Dahaka, Ryu was left out because of his non-combat skill. And even with so much magical energy, he still couldn't use all of it because it might kill him. The Dahaka notices Ryu's silence and quickly asks the Beast Tamer to decide on his reward. If not, it wants a swift death by Ryu's hands. Ryu has already decided on his reward though. A determined Ryu asks the Dahaka to become his friend, shocking the others, even the evil dragon. Ruri quickly interjects, refusing to believe the words coming out of Ryu's mouth. Even the Dahaka asks what Ryu means, confused by what the Beast Tamer's asking. Sincerity spreads throughout Ryu's words as he conveys how he understands the dragon's feelings. Even with so much power, the Dahaka still ended up alone, just like he was. Both Ruri and Karen are in a loss for words as they listen to Ryu's words. Stepping forward, Ryu tells the Dahaka it's already defeated. That much alone means they're equal counterparts. They can be friends. Ryu offers his hand to the Dahaka, smiling as he insists on being friends. Before the Dahaka can answer, Uka interferes and expresses her disapproval of the ordeal. Uka then recounts all the people the Dahaka has killed. It's even harmed Tiamat, her grandmother. Uka believes it's wrong to be friends with someone like that. And besides, if they were to forgive him, Uka doubts the Dahaka will behave. Trying to explain his reason, Ryu says the Dahaka only attacks those who attack him first, so it shouldn't just rampage without reason. Uka still isn't buying this. When Tiamat chimes, Uka's attention gets redirected and immediately runs to her grandmother for a hug. The spell on Tiamat has already been lifted since the Dahaka is defeated. Tiamat then expresses her understanding of the monster world being a survival of the fittest. Right now, whatever Ryu decides, they will respect it. Besides, Ryu is confident that they'll be able to defeat the Dahaka again if it breaks their deal and rampages. He knows they'll stop him again next time. He then asks Uka to trust him. The princess doesn't have to trust the Dahaka, but as a friend, Ryu asks Uka to believe in him instead. This has Uka thinking about all those times with Ryu, Ruri, and Karen. It doesn't take long for the princess to agree, telling Ryu that this is a one-time only thing, and that she hopes he doesn't regret it. After thanking Uka, Ryu goes back to the Dahaka. Laughing weakly, the Dahaka calls Ryu's wish strange. He's been labeled as a wicked dragon. Now Ryu is asking to be friends with it, but it does somehow accept Ryu's friendship, healing the wounds inside of Ryu. As the Dahaka says this, a ball of magic forms in its claws and gently transfers to Ryu's hands. This is the Dahaka's token of friendship. The magic ball soon moves inside Ryu's body. Confused, the beast tamer asks what the Dahaka just gave him. Apparently, it is a piece of the Dahaka's soul, now residing inside Ryu's body. After the Dahaka bids the beast tamer goodbye, Ryu's body completely freezes, causing him to black out and collapse to the ground. Inside Ryu's consciousness, he's laying on a lady's lap. As the mysterious woman strokes Ryu's cheek, the beast tamer wakes up and immediately asks where he is. The woman tells him he's inside his own consciousness. It then dawns on Ryu who this woman is. It's none other than Uru. Like that of a longtime friend, Ryu tells her it's been a while. He also asks Uru if she's okay being awake since she hasn't fully recovered yet. Uru reassures the beast tamer that she's okay. They rarely get to meet, so this much is fine. Without hesitation, Uru calls out Ryu's recklessness over the past days. The fight with the Dahaka and the training that transpired before that were all dangerous. Uru knows Ryu wants to get strong, but the woman asks Ryu not to make her worry. Staring at Uru, the beast tamer now realizes she helped him during training. With that realization, he assures Uru he'll be careful from now on. Uru isn't that hard to please at all and gives Ryu a warm smile, telling him she forgives him. Staring into Ryu's abysmal consciousness, the beast tamer mentions of the Dahaka's gift to him, the piece of the evil dragon's soul that's now inside him. Extending her arm, Uru shows the black egg afloat nearby. Upon closer look, Ryu is amazed with how pretty it looks. Uru then proceeds to convey how wicked dragons weren't really born wicked. The Dahaka only became evil after exposure to forbidden magic and research. Originally, they were just ordinary dragons that had potential to become powerful. Does Ryu empathize with the Dahaka? Or is because Ryu is just like Uru and couldn't bear killing the Dahaka? Forlorn, Ryu expresses how Uru's correct. But more importantly, he doesn't want to kill recklessly as well. This is a part of Ryu that Uru admires. Anyways, Uru takes the egg in her hands so they could both see what's growing inside. It's a baby dragon in soul form, healing its damaged body for now. This means the dragon will revive again, but if anything happens, Uru's there to take care of it. Uru then reminds Ryu that he'll have to leave soon. Now that he's here, might as well ask an important question he's been meaning to ask. When can Uru leave Ryu's body? To Ryu, it must be lonely living inside a space where Uru's all alone. When asked if it makes her feel lonely or sad, Uru tells the beast tamer she doesn't feel either way. With her hands to her chest, Uru sincerely shares how staying inside Ryu is both warm and comforting. The beast tamer doesn't need to worry about it, but Ryu doesn't seem convinced based on his despondent look. Hypothetically, will Uru be free if he becomes the Demon King? Ryu's question shocks Uru, who honestly tells the beast tamer that it is possible. However, Uru doesn't want Ryu to become the Demon King. They're monster-like beasts that are too dangerous to meddle with. Before Ryu can ask or say anything else, Uru uses her magic to transport Ryu back to reality. They'll both talk again soon. For now, it's time for Ryu to wake up. Everyone is beyond happy to see Ryu finally wake up. After Ryu collapsed, the Fenrir and dragon families were finally reunited and headed back to the castle to take care of Ryu. Holding his head, Ryu thanks everyone. He's had a lot of time to rest. Tiamat then urges everyone to leave so Ryu can rest some more. Ruri also tells Ryu to call them if he doesn't feel any good. Now alone in his room, Ryu's smile disappears as he thinks about his conversation with Uru. He realizes there must be something wrong with him becoming the Demon King. Otherwise, why would Uru suddenly cut off their conversation? Meanwhile, Uru knows she'll be free if Ryu becomes the Demon King, but those with too much power always end up lonely. Even the friends Ryu made might turn on him. Will the beast tamer be able to bear that burden? Let's skip the serious stuff for now and enjoy the joys of victory. The streets are buzzing with festive music and dancing. The dragon people are drinking their hearts out, celebrating the defeat of the Dahaka. Ryu can even hear the townspeople chant their praises for the Dragon King from inside the castle premises. Ever since the victory, Ryu has become quite popular, making it harder for him to go into town. Sometime after, the Dragon King and Queen call on Ryu, Ruri, and Karen in the throne room to thank them for their invaluable efforts that led them to defeating the Dahaka. The Dragon King then asks Ryu if there's anything he wants as a reward, which the beast tamer quickly turns down. But the Dragon King insists on it. If they won't be able to give Ryu his reward, it would reflect poorly on the nation's honor. So, Ryu thinks hard on it. It's not like he fought because he wanted something in return, but if it's a matter of the Dragon Kingdom's pride, then he'll accept the offer. Running out of ideas, Ryu asks the king on the typical prizes others have asked them before. Typically, they would ask for treasures or some form of privilege like a magic gem, then boost power or the privilege to live in the royal castle. Ryu doesn't really need or want any of that, so this is a lot harder than expected. Tiamat chimes in to suggest herself as Ryu's reward, shocking the whole gang. Ruri, Karen, and Uka are all confused with Tiamat's suggestion. Does this mean Ryu's getting married? I don't think Uka will be happy to have such a young step-granddad. An awkward laugh escapes Ryu's mouth, telling everyone the Dragon King wouldn't approve of such thing. But the shocker is that the Dragon King and Queen is aboard this offer. Now Ryu feels pressured, especially with the girls surrounding him like he's some kind of criminal. The Dragon Lord continues on, telling Ryu that the Empress Dowager would make a fine match for him. Ryu can't even reply properly. With all this pressure, the Beast Tamer desperately asks Tiamat to correct her words. Giggling, Tiamat is dead serious. The Dragon Lord can't seem to understand why Ryu looks so against this whole idea too. As Ryu's frustration doubles, the Dragon King tells him that Tiamat's claw would make an excellent weapon for the Beast Tamer. This catches Ryu's attention. Dragon claws can be forged into swords and their scales make good armor too. It would further enhance Ryu's current equipment. Or maybe there's something else that Ryu wants, asks the Dragon King. Ryu quickly agrees to the Dragon King's offer. He's also feeling rather exasperated because of Tiamat's joke. The Empress Dowager in turn is having a hard time keeping herself from laughing out loud. The Dragon Lord then announces the claw as their reward for Ryu's heroism. They'll need time to prepare it, so until then they'll just sit back and relax. But Ryu has other plans and dedicates his free time to training. Ruri and Karen both watch the Beast Tamer pour his heart out in mastering his sword. Worried, Ruri asks if he won't rest a bit. They'll be going on a journey after this, so now's the time to take it easy. But Ryu wants to keep moving. Otherwise, he might get rusty. Besides, Ryu is also thinking about the Dahaka healing itself inside him. If it ever revives and goes wild again, Ryu needs to make sure he can really defeat the Dahaka again, or else he won't be able to face Uka. Aside from the obvious reason on getting stronger to catch up with his hero friends, this is also another important reason for his training. Arriving with a towel and some water, Uka adds in on the current conversation and tells everyone how she wants to become stronger too. She's there to bring Ryu the items she has at the instructions of Tiamat. Ryu immediately wipes his face with the towel. Noticing Uka's stare, Ryu asks if something's wrong, to which the princess denies. Changing the subject, Uka asks about Ryu's plan after receiving his reward. The Beast Tamer does answer her honestly, detailing how he plans to chase after his childhood friends and travel with them. With the head bowed down, Uka slowly asks Ryu if it's possible to take her with them. Ryu doesn't know how to reply to her request. His main problem here is the Dragon King. However, Uka immediately explains how it's all fine because her father already knows it's about time to let Uka see the world. The princess hasn't asked permission yet, but she's so sure the king will approve if he knows she'll go with Ryu. Ryu stares at the girl in front of him. The princess has asked him before about traveling and seems so excited to know what it was like. He remembers how it was always so frustrating to be the princess and a child at the same time. Uka never got the freedom to leave the country. While Ryu stays silent, Karen excitingly expresses how she loves the idea of Uka going with them. Ruri, on the other hand, is worried if it's okay for them to take a princess from her own country. Ah, the burden of being a royal. Although Ryu doesn't agree nor disagree, he tells Uka it's not something they can decide for the princess. Uka looks disappointed, but Ryu pats her head, gently assuring her that they have her back on this. As long as the Dragon family approves, Ryu, Ruri, and Karen would gladly have Uka go with them. So for now, they needed to talk to the royal family to discuss this. This refuels Uka's hope in finally doing what she's always loved to do, traveling. She wastes no time and tells everyone she'll go talk to her family at once. Conveniently, an attendant arrives to tell them that the Dragon King is asking for an audience. When they arrive at the throne room, the Dragon King and Queen unveil the reward they've prepared for Ryu and the others. 5 huge dragon claws lay in front of Ryu. The Beast Tamer is utterly surprised with the size and number of dragon claws presented for him. According to the Dragon King, the claws varies depending on the dragon species, so he prepared several options for Ryu. There's an earth dragon's claw that's heavy and tough, a water dragon's is flexible and beautiful, and a wind dragon's is light and sharp. There are also claws from rare unique types of dragons. Ryu tries picking up some of the claws, catching the feels of them. They all stand out, so this is going to be hard. Amidst the decision-making, a claw catches Ryu's eye. He immediately picks it up, instantly liking the size and weight of it. Somehow this claw reminds him of the elder Fenrir's fang, just the right size to fit his hand oh so nicely. The Dragon Lord smiles at Ryu's choice. The claw is actually Tiamat's. It's very impressive for Tiamat's disciple to have liked a part of her. This also gives the Dragon Lord a brilliant idea. He suggests Ryu and the others take Tiamat with them on their next journey. Ruri, Karen, and especially Uka are surprised with the Dragon Lord's suggestion. The Dragon Lord did notice Tiamat's glowing aura when she was training Ryu before. This has Tiamat awkwardly coughing, telling everyone she has a duty to raise Uka into a fine lady, so she must decline such offer. Uka stands in the corner quietly, as if waiting for the perfect moment to voice out her own objective. She then notices Ryu staring at her. When the beast tamer gives her an encouraging smile, that's when Uka finally calls the attention of her father and grandmother. Determined, Uka asks to go with Ryu in place of Tiamat. She then details out in a heartfelt message how Uka has always been thinking about wanting to see the world with her own eyes, and feeling it with her own feet. Even if she's the princess, she won't just give up on her dreams so easily. So here's Uka, bowing and begging for permission to go on this journey with Ryu and the others. The guards all look worried. Uka is the princess and she's still a child. They all think it's too dangerous for her. The smile on the Dragon Lord's face fades and is replaced with reluctance. He understands how his daughter feels, but he thinks it's too soon to venture out on a journey. He pleads to wait for a few more years before Uka can do so. Tiamat intervenes in the father-daughter conversation, telling the Dragon Lord how Uka bravely faced the Dahaka and returned home safely. That alone warranties the princess is more than capable. And if the Dragon Lord's rebuttal is that it was only because of Ryu's power, then the more it guarantees Uka's safety if she's traveling with the beast tamer. To Uka's surprise, Tiamat is allowing her to go with Ryu. Gazing towards Ryu, Tiamat also reminds him that whoever goes with Uka should also bear the responsibility of the princess's safety. If anything were to happen to the princess, then Ryu, the acting guardian, must be ready to face the consequences if things were to turn into an international incident. Tiamat's eyes are as dead serious as her words, asking Ryu if he's ready for such responsibility. Uka quickly cuts in, defending the beast tamer. Ryu doesn't need to carry such responsibility because Uka believes she can protect herself. Tiamat uses this opportunity to mention Uka's recklessness during the Battle of the Dahaka, wherein she acted on her own. Then she tells Ryu that Uka isn't allowed to travel if there's no one to protect her. Ryu goes silent as if thinking of his next words. A sincere Ryu relays how it's too much to ask that of him. If anything were to happen on their journey, he can't guarantee that Uka won't get hurt, but he will do everything to protect her, no matter what. Not because she's the princess, but because Uka is their friend. At this point, Ruri and Karen also pleads to let Uka go with them. The deadpan look on Tiamat's face soon turns into a smiling one as she highlights the word friend that Ryu used to call the royal princess. Now Ryu's trying to explain he didn't really mean to disrespect the royal family. Upon much thought, the Dragon Lord allows Uka to go on this journey with Ryu and the others. He can't really say no as well. Denying Ryu will be like denying everything he's also accomplished for the kingdom. Uka is overjoyed by her father's decision that she can't help throw her hands in the air. She then double high-fives Ryu, thanking the beast tamer for congratulating her on this successful deal out. However, there is a condition to all of this. Tiamat will be joining them too. This doesn't bode well with Uka, complaining why her grandmother has now decided to come with them. On the contrary, Tiamat never really said anything about Uka going alone. Besides, if Uka causes trouble in another country, it could spark a war. That's not a burden Tiamat is willing to hand over to Ryu alone. Ruri and Karen are both happy Tiamat is going with them. This is also reassuring for them since Uka is of royal blood. It now feels like there's a swaying imbalance between going on the journey and being under surveillance by Tiamat. Uka doesn't have a choice but to begrudgingly accept her fate with Tiamat chaperoning her. Now, down to serious business, the Dragon Lord actually has a favor to ask of Ryu. He wants the beast tamer to go to the elf village. The elves and spirits live together in this village. According to the Dragon Lord, a messenger from the Spirit King to ask Ryu's help with a certain issue. When Ryu asks about how the Spirit King came to know of a human like him, the Dragon Lord tells him how word travels fast, especially that Ryu had defeated the Dahaka. The elves and spirits are after Ryu's strength, and the request? They want Ryu to capture the poachers who are hunting spirits and demi-humans. Apparently these poachers are capturing spirits to extract their power, and they're selling elves as slaves. The elves and spirits can't really intervene directly in human territory. That's why they're asking for Ryu's help. In Ryu's mind, this is a desperate call for help. To think these beings are asking for a human's help to alleviate a problem caused by humans. He does want to help, but he's also thinking about his friend's opinion. Ruri seems to know what the beast tamer's thinking about and reassures him he can do whatever he wants. They all feel the same and want to help the elves and spirits. And according to Uka, this is also the fun part of traveling. The mystery of the unknown. Ryu finally smiles and conveys his agreement on going to the elf village. It might not be an easy task having to fight his own kind, but Ryu will do his best. The Dragon Lord then tells Ryu that the village elder will be speaking in behalf of the Spirit King. As for the location of the village, they'll be traveling to the south side of the Great Forest. Before leaving, the Dragon King and Queen tells Uka to have a wonderful journey and to take care. This has the princess brimming with joy. Her parents are finally supporting her dream of traveling outside the dragon country. Off to the elf village they go. In the south of the Great Forest, the gang are hiking their way to the elf village. The roots of the giant trees are making it hard for them to walk, but it's only the center part of the Great Forest. Once they get closer to the village, it should be much easier for them to walk since it's well maintained. This has Ryu sighing in relief. It's honestly going to be tough if it's like that all the time. Glancing on his back, Uka is in a far worse shape than Ryu. The princess has been panting and struggling from all the walking they've done. Before anyone can comment though, Uka tries to reassure them that she can handle all of this. Even with trembling legs, Uka is being pushed to keep on going by Tiamat. Apparently, this also serves as training for the princess. Anyways, this is Ryu's first time going out to the southern part of the Great Forest. It's not really a shocker since most people don't venture out in this part of the Great Forest. Tiamat then shares that high-ranking spirits usually set up barriers around the area. Now Ruri is concerned they might not get to enter the elf village because of the said barrier. However, they're reassured that guard spirits are usually on patrol around the village. All they need to do is mention Ryu's name and they'll probably let them in. Ryu then notices a spirit floating close to him. Both him and Karen are awestruck. It's their first time seeing such beings. Are they here to greet Ryu and the others? Before Ryu can start a conversation with the spirit, it flies away and points out to an area of the forest. It's telling Ryu and the others to follow it. Although confused, everyone still goes to follow the spirit even though they're highly likely deviating from their tracks. Suddenly, Ryu hears a human voice. But before he can find out where it's coming from, spider monsters begin jumping out from the trees. These are insect-type monsters called Konchugata. It's a huge swarm that it has Ryu wondering why. Karen immediately calls his attention, pointing out the some people getting attacked by the spiders. They don't know what's rally going on, but they can't just leave these people behind. Before a man gets eaten by a spider, Ryu rushes in to plunge his sword directly on the spider's head. The others follow suit, attacking all the remaining spiders. Once the coast is clear, Ryu makes sure that his companions are okay. Aside from the unconscious people with minor injuries, they're all good. The spirit from earlier then comes out of hiding, flying towards Ryu. The beast tamer immediately thanks the spirit for leading them there. Out of nowhere, Ryu and Ruri hear someone calling out for help. It was coming from a carriage that had toppled over. Inside it were elves imprisoned by the humans Ryu and the others just helped. They quickly free the elves, who in turn thanks Ryu for helping them get out. As the elves bow down to Ryu, the beast tamer tells them they're actually there to help them at the request of the Spirit King. Ryu then shares about the spirit that led them to the elves' location. Upon seeing the spirit, the elf looked a bit puzzled and stares at it for a while. It then gestures a shh sign, smiling in the process. The poachers soon begin waking up, instantly remembering being attacked by spiders. Before Ryu can even talk to them, the three men dashes straight out of the forest. They don't care about elves anymore. They just want to stay alive. Finding some things the poachers left behind, Ryu picks them up and sees that it has an emblem on them. It's not something Tiamat recognizes either. Emblems are made to identify allies, and if those poachers have one, then this might be a bigger organization than they anticipated. Tiamat suspects some criminal guild or nobles are involved in this elven trafficking, but they can't just guess their way on this one, especially if it's really true that nobles are involved. For now, they need information. They need to get to the village quickly and talk to the elf elder. Since it's still pretty dangerous out here, the elves must be protected by Ryu and the others. While walking, Ryu feels sullen thinking about humans like him doing this to another species. Right now, there are 4 women and 2 children they've managed to rescue. Imagine that. Women and children being kidnapped and exploited. They need to catch the main source of this poacher problem so the elves and spirits can feel safe again. The elf girl then tells everyone they're almost there. All they need to do is get through these bushes and voila, they're in elf village. Ryu then thanks the spirit before it flies away somewhere. As they're walking in the village, an elf calls out the elf girl's name, Ellen. Her grandfather immediately hugs her, expressing how worried he was when Ellen got kidnapped. Introducing Ryu as her savior, the elf bows to thanks the beast tamer for saving his granddaughter's life. When Ellen tells him that Ryu and the others are actually there because of the Spirit King, the elf immediately know who Ryu is. Ellen's grandfather is actually the village elder Al-Ray Sauron. Ryu is surprised to learn that this elf is the elder. He doesn't look a day older than 30 to Ryu. It seemed that elves don't seem to age at all. Al-Ray Sauron then leads everyone to a room full of other elves who are seated circling a big table. The elder then introduces Ryu to them before starting the discussion about the rescue operation they're going to plan out for their other captured friends. Now that an operation is being laid out, this only means the situation has indeed become worse. The elves have indeed tracked the poachers. They've been selling captives to the Elk Principality's slave traders. Now that they know who their enemy is, the elves have planned this operation. They're going to infiltrate the slave traders and nobles' mansions who bought the elves and spirits, rescue their captured friends, and rebel against all involved in the poaching scheme. And that's it, speechless. And it's not even the good kind of speechless. This plan of theirs is way too simple. Both Ryu and Ruri are having doubts on the elves' plan, while Karen and Uka seem to just agree with it. Both Karen and Uka are ready to join the elves in their rescue operation, causing Ryu to stop them with his hands on their shoulders. The beast tamer thinks this plan is a bit reckless. For one, they don't even know where the abducted elves are. Two, they haven't directly checked inside the slave traders yet. And lastly, if they pick a fight with the nobles recklessly, they might retaliate against them. One of the elves share that the elves they've sent for recon haven't really left Elk Principality yet. This just brews a more complicated problem itself. When Ryu asks to plan this rescue operation more carefully, the elder slams his fist on the table and says they don't have much time left. Clearly, he's frustrated with all of this. All their comrades are losing their dignity, suffering from the hands of poachers who care less of them. With trembling hands, the elder cries his anxiousness for his comrades. They must also feel anxious and unsure if help will come for them. They just can't keep them waiting. Not when their hope is on the brinks of collapsing. Seeing the elder cry, it dawns upon Ryu that these people aren't really being reckless or careless. They just care about their comrades too much, that's why they're rushing. All these people want to do is save the elves and spirits that's been kidnapped. This time Ryu explains why they really need to be careful. If they rush and find no one to rescue, it'll be wasted effort and an even more complicated problem could arise from that. That's the last thing they want, especially that the victims are waiting to be rescued. When the elder asks on how they'll manage this, Ryu confidently asks they leave it to him. Ryu, a human, will infiltrate the slave traders as a customer. This is the new plan. Ryu will get close to the merchants and extract information about the captives. If needed, he'll willingly buy them back to play the part. It all sounds absurdly dangerous, in fact it is. Even Uka has doubts about Ryu's plan. Do they even have enough money to buy back many elves? Not a problem at all. If they don't have enough, they'll simply make it. Ryu explains how hunting large monsters in the Great Forest yields a very hefty amount of money. Remember at Fall Crown? One piece of a giant boar's skin sells for about 60 gold coins. They just need to hunt some monsters in this part of the forest. Speaking of, Ryu then asks the elder if there has been any troublesome monsters nearby recently. Good timing, actually. The elf village has been having problems with the conchugata. These poisonous spiders have been living and breeding in the Great Forest. It's causing to be a problem in the village. But not for Ryu and the others. As Tiamat says, they've already encountered those spiders earlier. This should be as easy as pie. At Ryu's enthusiastic encouragement, everyone is all in rescuing the elves and spirits. Meanwhile, the spirit that helped Ryu earlier has returned to its home. Another spirit greets him worriedly. The spirit has been uneasy all this time. Apparently, they've been looking all over the place for Ryu's spirit friend. As it changing its clothes, Ryu's spirit friend apologizes and explains he went out to check on the rumored human that defeated the Dahaka. Sighing, the other spirit is troubled with the recklessness but then asks how the meeting with Ryu went. Ryu's spirit friend finally finished dressing up, unveiling himself as the Spirit King. He assures his attendant that Ryu seems okay and believes they will save the village. The Spirit King is counting on the beast tamer, calling him a kind-hearted and brave human. There was once a time the Spirit King had made a friend with a human. The human convinced the Spirit King about building an ideal utopia where humans and spirits coexist. The man tells the Spirit King about the recent situation. Right now, humans borrow power from spirits through contracts. But this man believes it'd be good if someday human could lend power to spirits too. The Spirit King thinks this is inconvenient for the humans. But the man says that's exactly why he wants an equal arrangement between both species. Humans are starting to forget the respect and gratitude they once had for the spirits. Some even treat them like slaves now. That's what they're going to change. The Spirit King looks forlorn thinking about it as he continues writing a letter. No matter what, the Spirit King still believes it'll happen someday. Back at the elf village, Ryu has successfully hoarded a pile of dead conchugata. This should be enough for the money they need. An elf approaches the pile of spiders, asking why humans even bother buying spiders like these. While Ryu stores the spiders in his magic storage, he explains they're useful in all kinds of ways. The thread is used for clothes and the venom's useful for adventurers. Ryu then calls everyone so they can head to the Elk Principality at once. Before that, the elder approaches the beast tamer to express their trust on Ryu saving their people. The elder then reveals that his daughter is actually one of the kidnapped victims. There are those who have lost their parents and siblings, making them orphans. As all the elves bow down to Ryu, the elder shares that everyone in this village is like precious family to each other. So all they ask for is for their family to be saved. Ryu gives them his unwavering promise on making this rescue operation a successful one. Before they leave, the elder takes out a letter from his pocket and hands it to Ryu. The Spirit King had asked the elder to deliver it to the king of the Elk Duchy. Now he asks Ryu to deliver it to the Elk King. No matter what happens, it must reach the king at once. Ryu isn't sure he'll be able to meet the Elk King, but he'll hold on to the letter for now. As Ryu and the others bid them goodbye, the elves pray and hope that the Spirit King's protection be with them. While hiking down the trail, one of the girls asks Ryu about the Elk Duchy. Ryu doesn't really know a lot of the place too, but he thinks it's not a big country, especially that they don't require an ID card upon entering. But Tiamat says that it's still a nation under the protection of spirits, even if it's a small nation. All of this and they're still kidnapping elves and spirits. Whew! Even so, they can't shake off the possibility that someone might be scheming something behind the scenes. For now, their goal is to gather information. In order to sell the spiders they've gathered, they'll head to the guild. Maybe they'll be able to ask around for some intel too. Inside the town, it all seems pretty ordinary, like everything you expect of a quiet and peaceful town. This picturesque town does feel off, like it's too perfect that it mostly seems lifeless. At the guild, Ryu immediately takes out the spiders and presents them to the cashier. All eyes are on Ryu as he gets a serious amount of gold for the spiders he has traded in. He then gets the money and tells everyone they'll go and start asking around now. Suddenly, they're interrupted by a man calling out Ryu's name. It's none other than Mark, the merchant he and Ruri met at Fall Crown. Apparently, Mark had heard someone was selling rare materials, so he came to check it out. He's not at all surprised to see it's Ryu. Is it me or this dude seems suspicious? Curious, Uka asks Ryu how they know each other. The Beast Tamer then shares his exchange with Mark at Fall Crown. Anyways, Mark didn't really expect to run into Ryu here as well, especially at a rough time like this. When Ryu asks about it, Mark divulges about a rumor running around town. The Elk King has fallen ill. In this country, only those who formed a contract with the Spirit King can become king. But as of the moment, not even the Elk Prince can succeed the throne, so the whole nation's drowning in anxiety. This just means that the Spirit King and the king of this country know each other. The question in Ryu's mind right now, if the letter he's holding onto contains information about the next heir. Mark brings Ryu back from his thoughts and asks what Ryu's doing in Elk Duchy. The Beast Tamer wasn't really expecting to run into someone who knows him, and he can't just spill the tea about spirits and elves being kidnapped. Ryu lets out a nervous and awkward laugh before telling Mark about a request he got from a village asking him to help save people taken by Elk Duchy. Mark is amazed upon knowing this. Ryu further tells the merchant about the possible slavery happening, so they're there to gather information. Ryu doesn't let this opportunity pass and asks Mark if he knows anything about it. Slowly nodding, Mark shares about an underground guild called Black Fang Wolves that deals in poaching and worse. There's also one slave dealer linked to that guild. Mark also happens to know this slave dealer. Hope brims on Ryu's face. Mark is more than willing to help them, but with the way Ryu and the girls are dressed, it'll be tough to get in. Apparently, slave dealers only deal with people who look like they have money. If they were to dress like nobles, they might get these dealers to talk. Mark then suggests to show the Beast Tamer where to get those sorts of clothing plus the whereabouts of the slave dealer. Meanwhile, outside the guild, a storage jar's lid opens and a muffled voice comes out of it, signifying it contains not just food or things. After Mark helps Ryu and the others with the clothes, he bids the group farewell. Everyone is uncomfortable with their new set of clothes. It's proving to be quite hard to move in them. They don't have a lot of time to get used to these new clothes, especially that Tiamat rounds them up for a quick reminder before they head out. The group will pose as a noble family to infiltrate the slave dealers. Careful should be their middle name. Boom! What a lovely family they have. Obviously, Ryu will act as the father. Tiamat will be the mother. Both Karen and Uka will pose as their daughters. As for Ruri, well, she'll act as the family dog, to which she vehemently objects to. Ryu calmly explains to Ruri how it can't be helped. Unlike Karen, whose wings can be hidden beneath clothing, Ruri's ears and tail can't. Having dog-like ears alone would look way too unnatural. Ruri has no choice but to accept her fate. Now that settles, off they go to the slave dealer. They soon arrive at the dealer's mansion. Greeted by a smiling man, Ryu tells him that they heard about him from Mark. This doesn't cause any suspicions at all, but the opposite. The dealer seems to know Mark. The dealer then asks Ryu on what kind of slave he's looking for, especially that it's his first time purchasing. This wasn't in Ryu's script at all. Luckily for him, Tiamat is quick to answer for Ryu. Tiamat plays the role of a happy wife, telling Ryu she wants a slave for housework. Someone good looking for display, like for decoration. The dealer then leads them inside the premises, saying it's best to see the slaves up close so they can decide on their own. Inside, Ryu's family is led downstairs where they keep all the slaves. He then asks the dealer what kind he has in store, to which the dealer says they have various kinds. He has people sold because of debts, former adventurer dwarves, and of course some top quality ones that the dealer is sure Ryu will like. Upon hearing all of this, Uka can't help let a snide comment slip. She calls this disgusting. Quickly turning to her, Ryu signals her to keep quiet. It's a good thing it wasn't loud enough for the dealer to hear, though. The dealer then continues listing out the slaves for sale. He has demi-humans who are mostly beastmen. Noticing Ryu's interest, the dealer suggests to show him around first. When the dealer asks Ryu's preference for demi-humans, the beast tamer also answers back with a question on the availability of elves. The dealer's smile soon fades, stopping on his tracks. Both Ryu and Tiamat are now worried that they've been caught in their act. But the dealer regretfully tells the family they don't elves in the premises. Apparently, elves are very rare and hardly show up in the market and only in auctions. This means other slave dealers don't have them either. Auctions make more money than just selling the elves off. It does make sense to Ryu. The best way is spot-on cash, but auctions are a different story. Nobles attend auctions, so Ryu will never know how much money he actually needs. There's also no guarantee elves will even be up for auction. The least they can do now is find out where the spirits and elves are being kept. Ryu further asks the dealer where this auction is being held. However, the dealer apologizes once more because he's not allowed to disclose information like that for no regular customers. After taking out the bag of gold coins from his pocket, Ryu asks the dealer to tell them everything he knows about the elven slaves. The dealer of course takes the money, handing out the list of next auction's items. While Ryu scans through the pages, the dealer fidgets as he asks Ryu to keep this strictly confidential between them. As Ryu flips from one page to another, he notices there are a lot of women and children. According to the dealer, the Underground Guild has been bringing in a lot of them lately, especially elves of top quality. Elves are considered to be the talk of the slave industry. In Ryu's mind, they'll need to be extra careful now that they know there's quite a lot of them they need to save. One particular page catches Ryu's eye. It's a photo of an elf named Wilros Ray Soren. This must be the Elder's daughter. The dealer praises Ryu for having an impressively sharp eye. According to him, Wilros is the star item at the auction, which will take place in 3 days. There's no doubt this is the Elder's daughter. They have the same family name. In hushed tones, Tiamat tells Ryu they won't have much time before the auction. This means they'll have to move the rescue operation ASAP. Ryu gives his praise upon seeing the prized item amongst the roster of slaves for the auction. He then asks the dealer why they have so many elves when the dealer just mentioned a while ago that they're supposed to be rare. The dealer awkwardly laughs at first and is ready to say no, but when Ryu presents him yet another bag of gold coins, the dealer's face turns into delight. Earlier, the dealer had said that the Underground Guild brings a lot of elves, but actually the elves are just a bonus. The real target is the spirits. Now Ryu is truly confused. Not acting confused, really confused. When the Elk King got sick, some powerful people took advantage of that and started hunting spirits to become the next king. They call this the spirit hunt. Elves often live close to spirits, so they just get caught in the process too. Ryu remembers the outburst the elder made during their meeting. Right now, elves and spirits are being hurt, their hearts breaking and their faith shaking. Meanwhile, people like this dealer are just treating them like disposable things because it suits their convenience. Ryu can't hide his anger right now. Even Karen and Uka can tell. I mean, who can't when his face screams bloody murder? When the dealer notices this, he asks Ryu if something's wrong, to which the beast tamer denies. Ryu then tries asking once more about the powerful people scheming this trafficking ring. But now, the dealer really says no. Info like that can affect their credibility as sellers. Ryu doesn't push any further and thanks the dealer for the information he's given them. Ryu then tells the dealer they'll leave for now and will be back another time to buy some slaves. As soon as they exit the mansion, they all discuss what they just learned. Ruri sullenly expresses her disbelief that elves are being kidnapped just for money. All the girls feel rather awful about this situation. Noticing Ryu's quietness, Ruri asks if he's okay. He is, but he can't help think about having to save both spirits and elves no matter what. He's disappointed with his own kind for the mistreatment of other species. To Ryu, humans shouldn't neglect other races just because it's convenient for them. The girls, of course, agree with Ryu. The information they got from the dealer isn't enough. They need more information, especially about where the elves are being held captive. And the most important part, the mastermind behind the spirit hunt. Tiamat then chimes in, telling everyone they need to change their clothes since they're drawing in more attention than necessary. Once they finish changing clothes, they head to the back alley to hide their disguises. Coincidentally, Ryu chooses the same container jar from earlier's talk with Mark. Upon opening the jar, Ryu is surprised to see an elf hiding inside it. Could this be one of the recon team the elder mentioned at the meeting? Ryu is surprised to see someone smiling back at him. Without replying at the kid's hello, Ryu puts the lid back on the jar. The kid immediately jumps out of the jar, furious as to why Ryu would just ignore her like that. Ryu awkwardly apologizes as he wasn't expecting a homeless kid to be inside. Stepping foot on the ground and hands on her hips, the kid tells the beast tamer she's neither homeless nor a kid. This here is Alice, who just turned 19 this year. She's part of the intelligence division of the Land of the Light. Ryu is taken aback with Alice's age. She doesn't look 19 at all. In fact, she doesn't even look a day older than 12. But Ryu realizes something with Alice's words. She just said she's from the Land of the Light, which happens to be Ryu's homeland too. According to Tiamat's knowledge, the Land of the Light is a rare country ruled by the church, hence why even job aptitudes are determined by the church. It also happens to be the biggest organization in the whole country. Alice confirms all these, even adding how she's actually working for the hero herself. With the mention of hero, Ryu instantly thinks of Tia. The captain of the intelligence division where Alice works at is actually part of the hero's party, just that Alice's team is a separate unit. Now that Alice knows Ryu hails from the same country as her, she casually chimes in asking for Ryu's help in eradicating the illegal slave trading and the overhunting of spirits in this country. But that's exactly the same goal as Ryu and friends. Mind-blowing. As to why Alice would want Ryu's help? From what she's gathered, Ryu came to rescue kidnapped victims from the elf village. She also saw the group sneak into one of the slave traders' mansion in disguise, hence why she'd like Ryu to share information about what they saw or heard. Ryu is taken aback. He is of course interested in the slave liberation propaganda. But could they really trust Alice? Ryu has no choice but to trust Alice, especially that she claims she knows Tia. But why is Alice asking for Ryu's help though? Isn't she supposed to be with the intelligence division? Why is she not able to investigate the slavers herself? Bombarded with Ryu's questions has Alice shrinking. It's not that she couldn't. Alice has been stuck with surveillance and wiretapping. She's not really trained in talking. Props to Alice though. She did try to infiltrate the same slavers Ryu went into. Unfortunately, she got turned away at the gate. She's not proud of it, but there's nothing Alice could do about it, especially the overhunting of spirits. This has Alice dismayed. Can you imagine? Humans can use fire and water magic thanks to the mana produced by spirits. Because of the pact made by the Spirit King and humans, they're allowed to benefit from this gift. If the spirits use this opportunity to sever ties with humans, they'll lose all blessings and won't be able to fight off monsters anymore. Ryu now realizes if this really happens, even Tia and her group would be in danger. Deep in thought, Ryu is suddenly ambushed with a hug from Alice, who's begging for Ryu's help. Any information would be enough for them. Alice cries out saying she can't bear facing her captain or the hero if she doesn't succeed. With Alice's incessant begging, Ryu utters an immediate yes to her request. This has Ruri whispering to the beast tamer, asking if it's really okay to help them when Tia hates monsters. Taking this into consideration, Ryu thinks of a way to have both ends meet. While it's true that it's dangerous for them to be this close to the hero, they also need more information about the slavers. So Ryu suggests they work with the intelligence division. Since it's a separate unit, they won't have trouble keeping tracks of the hero's movements and avoid running into her. Aside from Tis being a safer approach, they'll also have access to info they don't have. Everyone agrees with Ryu's plan, and the beast tamer instantly informs Alice of their decision. After Alice agrees to swapping information between them, Sei gladly tells Ryu she'll inform her comrades. Clicking on her earpiece, Alice starts tuning in as well as replying back to the person on the line. Everyone eyes Alice with curious eyes. It doesn't take long for Karen to ask about Alice's communication device. Answering back in their telepathic communication, Ryu tells the Garuda that it must be some kind of magic device like how their telepathy works. Just this one's for humans. Alice clicks her earpiece once more before telling everyone that they've got permission to proceed to the room the division has booked at the inn. Alice joyfully takes the lead, but after stepping onto her cape, Ryu can't imagine this kid's really a part of the country's intelligence division at all. They finally arrive at the inn, and Alice, who's sporting a bruise on her forehead, hurriedly greets her superior. Before introducing himself, he thanks everyone for looking after Alice. He then cheerfully tells everyone his name. This is Bill. Since their captain is MIA for now, he's left in charge of the squad. In turn, Ryu introduces himself and the others to Bill. After their pleasantries, they all agree to get down to business. After all, time's a-ticking. When asked if he knows about the country's current state, Ryu immediately confirms everything they know. From the fact that only the person who can make a pact with the Spirit King becomes the new Elk King, down to the current king's condition. Scratching his head, Bill divulges how they suspect it's no ordinary illness. It's actually highly likely that the king is weakened because he's been poisoned. Gasps are heard from Ryu's side. They can't believe someone would do such a horrible thing to the king. Bill reminds Ryu on who gets to be king and how it's done. Piecing everything together, Ryu's eyes grow wide. Yes, this is the doing of someone who wants the throne to himself. Right now, members of the intelligence division have infiltrated the castle, and according to their report, the ringleader is the minister of this country, Lord Raider. He's currently acting as the king's proxy on the surface. However, Lord Raider has been approaching other nobles and telling them he'll grant them positions and custody of spirits if he becomes king. At this point, he's basically gathering allies by having them turn sides. A worried Karen then chimes in, voicing out a question on what will happen to the spirits if Lord Raider succeeds. Heaven forbid this happens, but these spirits will likely be forced into contracts and be exploited. Adding in, Alice shares how spirits only thrive in pure environments. If forced into harsh conditions, they'll eventually weaken, then gradually disappear like they never existed in the first place. If Ryu was worried before, now he's alarmed. Wasn't there anyone who opposed Lord Raider? How about the knights serving the king? Props to Ryu for asking all the right questions. Anyways, Bill shakes his head as he tells them no. It's soon revealed by Alice that anyone who opposed Lord Raider were either dismissed or were personally dealt with. Because of this, the castle is now run by nobles who have sided with Lord Raider. And these people are not really saints in politics. Now it's Uka's turn to be angry. She then asks the division for the reason why they haven't taken down these so-called nobles ASAP. She exasperatedly tells Alice that eliminating the root of all evil will solve everything quickly. Uka does have a point, but Alice deems this an impossible task for their division, which is mainly focused on stealth and gathering information. Fighting isn't really in their books, this isn't their only problem. Lord Raider and his lackeys have also hired tough mercenaries. Bill sighs as he delivers this horrible information. If they rush in recklessly, they'll all be wiped out. The desperate nobles might even kill the king or prince, an ending they wouldn't want to happen. Ryu and Tiamat both focus on Bill's mention of a prince, so the king does have an heir. If this is the case, he should be able to make a pact with the Spirit King right away, correct? While this is technically true, Bill hashes out another but to this. The prince is only 5 years old, far too young to ascend the throne. Even if he could make a pact with the Spirit King now, he wouldn't know how to protect himself and would just get killed. As of now, the prince is apparently under house arrest. There's no guarantee he'll stay safe forever too. Especially if Lord Raider's plans on making a pact with the Spirit King falls through. The prince will probably be disposed of afterwards. Anyone who could threaten this lord's plans will just be hindrances to his ascension. Livid is probably the right word to describe Uka's current mood right now. To the princess, this is all preposterous. They're dealing with someone who takes away someone's freedom for their own convenience, and then dispose of them? The prince is only a child who's being underestimated right now. Before Ryu can stop her, Uka storms towards the door, promising to tear Lord Raider apart. But then she stops on her tracks as she remembers what had happened in that cave, when she helplessly stared at her grandmother's paralyzed body. All of a sudden, Uka calms down, telling Ryu they need to plan this carefully. If they acted recklessly, the lives of both the king and prince could be at risk. After apologizing, Uka urges everyone they make a plan to rescue the victims. A warm smile then forms on Tiamat's face. Oh, how our princess has grown. Back to business. Sharing the news of the auction in 3 days, Ryu tells everyone they'll need to make a move today or tomorrow. When Alice asks about this said auction, Ryu starts sharing to the division on what they know and found at the slaver's mansion. From what Alice has gathered, Ryu came because the elves asked him to rescue their captured kind and the spirits. This alone has Alice questioning on who exactly is Ryu. The beast tamer can only let out an awkward laugh as he listens to Bill expressing his surprise. Now they have added information. It makes sense now. To lure the spirits, the underground guild is capturing and controlling the elves. And this auction must be a way for nobles to fund hiring that said guild, Bill deduces. Not only that, but there's also a high chance the spirits are being controlled together with the elves. Question is, which guild is responsible for this heinous crime? Ryu hasn't gotten that far on their investigation though, which proves to be a troublesome matter now. Kind of like a dead end at this point, especially that there are 3 underground guilds in this country. If they can somehow figure out which one is directly connected to the slave traders, then there is still a big room for hope. Alas, Ryu recalls something. The underground guild specializing in poaching, the Black Fang Wolves, is actually directly involved with the slave traders. Bill beams at this revelation. Now they can start by tracking down the Black Fang Wolves. In the corner, Alice wonders why an ordinary merchant like Mark would have valuable information about an underground guild. I did tell you in the beginning, that man smells like fish. Bill then instructs everyone to split up in teams so they can investigate right away. One comrade worries about their fighting forces. Even if they gather information, it'll be too late for them to ask for reinforcement from their homeland. And besides, even if they do manage to save the king, it's hard to believe the king and his people will trust them since they're not citizens of this country. Bill lets out a sigh of frustration, asking why his crew chose today of all days to be this pessimistic. Bill understands it's a difficult matter, but they must act now or they might regret it. He then reassures his comrades not to fret about those things. Ryu suddenly butts in their conversation. asking the division members to leave it to him and his group. Ryu and his friends are more than ready for this mission to push through. They've gained confidence in their skills all throughout their journey. Dealing with the underground guild will be easy as pie. But before they head out for their separate tasks, Ryu shows the division the letter the Spirit King gave him. The Beast Tamer explains how it's a letter addressed to the Elk King. If they manage to deliver this, Ryu believes the king will trust them. Surprised, Bill and Alice hurriedly ask why Ryu would have something of importance with him. Just who is this guy? Ryu then explains more of it. When he said they were asked by the elves to rescue their kind, the request originally came from the Spirit King. Bill believes this letter might solve all the questions they've been asking and discussing earlier. Alice then stares at the letter, asking Ryu if he's opened and read it. But the Beast Tamer hasn't done so, thinking it's wrong to open it without permission. Suggesting they open it, Bill clarifies he wants to make sure what the letter says. If it says that the Spirit King will sever all ties with humans or the other way around. Although Bill feels bad for the Spirit King, he urges Ryu to open the letter and decide if it's really okay to hand it to the Elk King. Ryu reluctantly stares at Bill as he opens the letter. Reading the contents, the Spirit King asks the Elk King if he remembers the utopia they once spoke of a world where spirits and humans join hands, laugh together, and live in harmony. Not as beings who grant favors from above, but as eternal neighbors who support one another. This was a promise they made that day, but the world as it is right now is far from that dream. Even so, the Spirit King doesn't blame the Elk King. Even if the Elk King's position or his beliefs have changed, the Spirit King still believes that the promise they once made can be fulfilled. Silence echoes the room's walls as everyone takes it all in. The Spirit King hasn't given up on humanity just yet. Alice then knows their next step. They must deliver this to the Elk King at once. This is enough proof already. For sure he will believe the division. Filled with hope, Bill clutches the letter tightly while agreeing that this is something the Elk King must read. He then turns to Ryu, asking if he could entrust the letter to them. Bill promises to take full responsibility of the letter and will surely deliver it to the king. After Ryu agrees, Bill tells his comrades that rescuing the king and catching the underground guild would also round up all those corrupt nobles at once. That's like solving all their problems in one go. While they go and deliver the letter, Bill assigns Ryu and his comrades to infiltrate the Black Fang Wolves and all the underground guilds working for them. With this, 3 groups are formed for tonight's operation. Bill and some members being on the King's Rescue Team. Both Ruri and Karen will be on Underground Guild Suppression Team A, and Tiamat and Uka for Team B. For the last team, Ryu and Alice will surely do well on their job. That same night, the Suppression Team head out to a local bar where a bunch of men are drinking their night away. A bald man orders more and more drinks for him and his crew. One man joyfully asks if it's really okay to spend this much on booze, to which the bald man agrees. He then shares how those pompous nobles have been throwing some really lucrative jobs their way. Money isn't a problem now. The bald man then toasts his cup as he happily thinks the nobles have seen value in them now. After all, they've been very nice to these men these days. Meanwhile, both Ryu and Alice are camped out on the roof, spying on the cheerfully drunk men. Alice doesn't understand why she's been put on the subjugation team when she's not really trained for combat. Ryu tries reassuring the agent by explaining how their team needs a liaison with the rescue team for the king, too. Sighing, Alice can't help but wish for her captain's presence. But she also knows he has a more important role to play since he handles intel gathering and assassinations. When Ryu asks about their captain's current whereabouts, Alice tells him that he's busy investigating places affected by monster attacks and reporting these to the hero, aka Tia. It's been said that the Demon King has been on the move lately and monster damage has increased. That's why both the hero and Alice's captain are on edge too. This information surprises Ryu at first, but then he goes quiet as he avoids eye contact with Alice. He then realizes that Tia still sees monsters as her enemy, which saddens the Beast Tamer a bit. A bit confused of Ryu's reaction, Alice explains how it's part of her job to do so. This girl, who's younger than Ryu, is amazingly facing monsters to protect people and trying to defeat the Demon King for the world. That's pretty pressuring for just one individual, if you ask me. A chuckling Alice reveals how she actually took this job as an agent because she's a fan of the hero. If the hero is doing her best, then Alice thought she should as well. Becoming someone like Tia is just a dream within a dream. As Ryu listens to Alice's words, he can't help but mull over it. Everyone loves the hero, as they should. But for Ryu, who has grown to love the monsters in the Great Forest. With this in mind, Ryu asks Alice of her opinion on the hero's cause in eradicating the monsters in this world. Taken aback, Alice truthfully replies that while it's true that they're causing damage and would be better to stop existing for the civilians' sake, she has realized not all monsters are bad after watching Ryu and his friends. Ryu is shocked that Alice actually pieced out Ruri and everyone else's true identities. Although he doesn't confirm it just yet, the Beast Tamer questions on how Alice found out about it. It's all because of seeing Ruri transform with her own eyes. This was when Alice was still tailing the group while on their mission to infiltrate the slaver's mansion. And the fact that Ryu isn't denying Ruri's identity just means that the others are monsters as well. Even though Alice got scared at first, her view on it quickly changed, especially seeing Ryu interact with the others. To Alice, it looked like they were family, treating each other equally regardless of species. With just one look, she could tell there's a strong bond of trust between Ryu and the others. Because of this, Alice is unsure if monsters are really that bad. A smile forms on Ryu's face, patting Alice's head as he compliments her for being kind. The agent grumpily asks Ryu to stop treating her like a child. She quickly fixes her hair because the operation's about to start soon. There's no time for funny business. Using her earpiece, Alice informs the others they'll charge in 1 minute. Ruri and Karen as well as Tiamat and Uka all give their heads up with tonight's mission. Looks like it'll be a fun party tonight. Alice begins her countdown and everyone braces themselves to execute their plan seamlessly. Meanwhile, inside the tavern, everyone is still chatting and drinking till their bellies ache. Amidst the crowd stood out a man dressed impeccably. This man is a noble here to deliver the bald guy's payment, even counting on another transaction. Smiling joyfully upon seeing the money, the bald man thanks the noble. Thanks to this payment, he can drink as much as he wants. He can even treat his fellow goons to a couple glasses. The promise of good payment is the only condition the bald man has. Whatever dirty job it is, he'll take it without a doubt. The noble is actually here not just to deliver the payment, but also to deliver the next task. He's on the process of telling the bald man about catching even more spirits and elves when Ruri and Karen forcefully crash the party through the window glass. Tiamat and Uka follow suit, subjugating the other goons as well. It's a bloody mess as the drunkards receive left and right uppercuts and flying kicks from the girls. You go, girls. All the other customers are in a state of shock, staring at the commotion before them. Just who are these girls and why are they suddenly attacking, they're asking. As soon as one goon angrily tells the others Ruri and the girls are very much intruders, all the other men take out their weapons. The men first dash towards Ruri, who nonchalantly stares at their incoming figures. In a flash, one man receives a sounding face punching. The man crashes to the floor with a loud thud, scaring the nobleman as he stares at the henchmen being defeated one by one. He's even more scared when Ruri just shrugs this off as a non-threatening task. The nobleman scurries away when a smiling Ruri turns to him. Looks like he's afraid his fancy clothes might get dirty. Outside, Ryu immediately spots the nobleman who's running like his life matters on it. Kinda does though. This is when Ryu and Alice come in. It's their turn now. Earlier during the meeting, Bill gave them the magic earpieces so they could stay in touch with the other teams. Bill seems distraught at the fact that they've only managed to locate 2 of the underground guilds and are missing the Black Fang Wolves. Uka voices out everyone's worries right now. They can't really eliminate their enemy if they don't know where they are. It's a good thing Ryu is quick with his ideas. He suggests having the guild's so-called allies to guide Ryu and the others to the Black Fang Wolves' hideout. Of course, they won't give up their location with just them asking. Ryu chuckles as he dismisses this. His idea revolves around decoys. They'll let the enemy escape on purpose. If Ryu and the others are able to pressure another underground guild to brink of destruction, for sure they'll ask the Black Fang Wolves for help. And that's exactly what's happening right now. This nobleman is leading Ryu and Alice to the Black Fang Wolves without realizing it. Ryu then startles Alice by carrying her before judging off the roof. The poor kid had to forcefully cover her mouth just to not make any kind of ruckus that might attract the noble's attention. Ryu and Alice are hot on the nobleman's tail, and this means they could hear the man's cowardly cry for help. The duo then realizes the man is headed towards a dead end. Or is it really a dead end? The noble halts to a stop and quickly presses the blocks in a chronological order only they know about. And voila! The wall opens to a completely new passageway. The nobleman runs inside, and before the wall closes back, Ryu and Alice are able to force it open just in time for them to enter. The duo casually walk the secret passageway, giving praise on the guild's elaborate location. Now they know why the Black Fang Wolves can never be found. At the end of the passageway lies a door. We all can guess what's inside, right? Ryu instructs Alice to stay behind until the fight is over. If anything happens to the beast tamer, at least Alice can call for help immediately. Kicking the door open, the guild members are furious with Ryu's intrusion. They quickly take out their weapons, seeing Ryu as a potential threat to their guild's existence. While this is going on, the nobleman is already inside the guild's leader's office giving details about the attack at the tavern. He quickly tells the leader of a strange woman and kid who both suddenly barged in and started attacking them. The noble then warns the guild's leader about the possibility of the Black Fang Wolves being next on the list. But Kokuga, the Black Fang Wolves' leader, doesn't really care since the men at the tavern weren't his members. Right now, they're just cooperating with one another, but that doesn't mean they'll swoop in and save their bums when they're not even from the same guild. Desperate, the nobleman begs for Kokuga to help them, even trying to bribe him with money. Suddenly, the two men hear noise coming from outside. The nobleman's face turns pale with fright as he thinks of dying in this moment. An infuriated Kokuga rushes towards the door and forcefully opens it, scolding his men to shut up. But he is greeted with an array of his men out cold on the floor. And only one man stands alive. Ryu wastes no time and asks Kokuga if he's the Black Fang Wolves' leader, to which the man answers with a smile. Although he didn't expect an uninvited guest, Kokuga politely asks Ryu as to his intentions of visiting his guild. And Ryu truthfully tells the leader the reason. He's there to wipe out the guild. This doesn't sit well with the master, who smirks at Ryu as he takes out his sword. Ryu manages to block Kokuga's attack though. While they hold each other's strength at arm's length, Kokuga mocks Ryu for storming in their guild with the ridiculous thought of annihilating his guild alone. Angry, Ryu screams at the master to release the captured elves and spirits, then promise not to abduct spirits and elves ever again. Managing to step back from Ryu's attack, Kokuga confidently denies the beast tamer of his request. Ryu has no choice but to focus on taking down Kokuga, storming towards the master with his mighty sword. While a sword fight ensues between these men, Alice peeks through the door to see what's currently happening. Kokuga lets out a smug laugh, telling Ryu of how hot-headed he is. The master doesn't mind Ryu's attitude at all, even engaging the beast tamer to attack him with everything he's got. Inside Ryu's head, he's already curious with Kokuga's identity. Even though Ryu is already holding back so as not to kill Kokuga, his sword can't quite get through the old man. Kokuga's unpredictable moves are making Ryu feel like he's battling out a beast and not a human being. Ryu barely managed to dodge another one of Kokuga's attacks, making the master give props to Ryu's skills. The old man is even offering a spot on the guild for Ryu. Now the beast tamer is angry at Kokuga's attempt of a joke. Ryu then berates the guildmaster for putting elves and spirits in auction, even enslaving and forcing them to servitude. Ryu is in disbelief that the old man can still act so calmly when all he's done is cruel stuff. Screaming, Ryu tells Kokuga no one in their right mind would join a guild like that and vehemently refuses Kokuga's offer. All Kokuga could say is, "Huh?" As in he's really confused as to what Ryu is babbling about. Slaves, auctions, they've never enslaved elves and spirits before. Hearing this, Ryu is also confused. The two are that confused it takes them time to process everything that's been said. Kokuga is the one to break the awkwardness with a bark of laughter. Kokuga then realizes the elves must have asked Ryu for help, and this has Kokuga complimenting Ryu for being a brave young man. Coming out of hiding, Alice joins them and asks what Kokuga's talking about. The nobleman has already been tied up, so he's just scrunched up in the corner like the little rat that he is. Anyways, it's Kokuga who explains their guild has never and will never mistreat elves and spirits. A furious Alice commands Kokuga not to lie and refuses to believe such things coming from a slaver. Kokuga still continues explaining, telling them the guild only takes down corrupt organizations and hand the monsters over to the slavers. To prove this, Kokuga signals one of his men bring the elves and spirits in. And would you look at that? The guildmaster is actually telling the truth. Both Ryu and Alice are in a loss for words, not expecting such turn of events. An elf girl steps forward to defend Kokuga by saying they've been treated nicely. The monsters have been provided with good food and clothes too. The guild members have been so kind to them, really. Kokuga then details out how they actually brought the elves to their guild to try and recruit them for Black Fang Wolves who are in need of teachers of magic. Since the elves have strong magic power, it's only right their guild would learn from them. And truth be told, a noble did come in to offer Kokuga money in exchange of bringing in elves and spirits. Kokuga never thought any bad of it and agreed. That's why their guild took the monsters here to discuss about it. But then again, Ryu and Alice both comment on this situation resulting to kidnapping. Not really a friendly way to say they're offering jobs to the elves and spirits. Kokuga now realized that those nobles were really after the elves for their own personal gain. Bowing, the guildmaster apologizes for unknowingly getting involved in a meds they don't even practice in their guild. He also apologizes for attacking Ryu too. Ryu quickly waves his hands like he's telling Kokuga to stop because the bow wasn't necessary at all. He's just glad this misunderstanding has been cleared up. As a kind gesture, Kokuga promises to release all elves and spirits in their possession. This elates all the monsters. With this, Ryu realizes the elf girl from earlier is the village chief's missing daughter. A smile forms on Ryu's face, seemingly happy to see the elf safe. The nobleman at the background then chimes in, telling everyone they won't get away with what they did. He even calls the men mere thugs compared to them noblemen. Kokuga is the one to have this coward shut up by punching him right on the face. The guildmaster scolds the noble for being a coward who uses dirty tricks just to get his way. Tied up, the nobleman is now out cold on the floor. No more yapping from this guy. Changing the subject, Kokuga asks Ryu on his secret of being strong. I mean, he can tell since Ryu was able to knock down all of Skilled Fighter alone. The beast tamer awkwardly laughs, telling the guildmaster on his inhabitants in the Great Forest. Ryu has lived there for quite a while that it's made him strong. Both Alice and Kokuga are surprised to hear this. It's uncommon for a human to live in such a dangerous location. Ryu is now beginning to sweat as he tries to awkwardly chuckle his way out of this conversation. Now, Kokuga plans on taking his guild to the Great Forest, so his members would get even stronger. He then turns towards his guild members, announcing they'll all be headed towards the Great Forest ASAP. The men start complaining at their master's insane plan. It's been hard for them to catch elves and spirits. Now Kokuga wants them to train there? They'll surely die. Kokuga scolds them to stop whining and reassures them the master will be going with them. Kokuga then bids Ryu goodbye, leaving the elves and spirits in his capable hands. The old man then offers a fist bump, saying next time they meet Kokuga will be stronger than Ryu, and off they go. Oh, he almost forgot. Kokuga shouts to Ryu on the offer of joining the guild still stands. It'll be there if Ryu changes his mind. Now it's just Ryu and Alice left, watching the Black Fang Wolves members' retreating figures. Now that they've rescued the elves and spirits, it's high time to contact the others to give them the good news. Alice clicks on her earpiece, wanting to contact her seniors before anyone else. Alice quickly tells them their mission is a success, then she asks about Bill's team. Although Bill is happy to hear Alice's news, their end is the opposite. Sure, they made it safely to the king. However, upon arriving at the king's bedroom, the team discovers the king to be completely weakened now. He's in no condition to read nor understand the spurting king's letter at all. As Bill shares the disappointing news of the Elk King being completely weakened and in no condition to read the Spirit King's letter, both Alice and Ryu listen in silence. One of the team's allies has already called for a doctor, but Bill still urges Alice and Ryu to get to the castle ASAP to talk about their next move. Before doing that, Ryu wants to make sure the captured spirits and elves are safe. Bill agrees and informs them he'll send a rescue team immediately so Ryu and Alice could leave. However, Ryu is reluctant in leaving the spirits and elves since there's still a high chance another group might capture them. The village chief's daughter steps forwards and reassures Ryu that it's okay. She may not know the details, but she does know the beast tamer is doing this to help them. So she encourages both Ryu and Alice to go and to not worry about them. Ryu and Alice don't really agree with the elf's suggestion, saying it's way too dangerous and they should at least stay with them until the rescue team gets there. Smiling, the elf assures them that they're very much capable in handling themselves. They are hunters after all. She then bows down to Ryu and Alice, asking them to go for the sake of the future of their people. This is enough for Ryu and Alice to leave for the castle. As they head outside, they both worry about the king's condition. They both hope he'll be alright and for the doctors to do something about it. Alice is afraid if by any chance they were to lose the king. It would make improving relations between spirits and humans incredibly difficult. Worst case scenario? Lord Raider, who's acting as the king's proxy, will take full control. And once that happens, he'll become king and get rid of the prince who stands in his way. He'll rewrite the laws to suit his needs and make sure no one from the outside can interfere. When Ryu suggests they just take Lord Raider down, Alice tells him that would turn into an international incident and the armies of the other nations will come after everyone involved. If they get caught, there's no way they'll be able to escape. On top of that, the chaos from losing their king will plunge the Principality of Elk into a time of crisis, and they might no longer be in any position to repair relations with the spirits at elves. After hearing this, Ryu realizes the only way to resolve this in the most peaceful way possible is for the king to recover and speak directly with the Spirit King. For now, they'll all have to believe in the king's strength to recover. They soon arrive at the castle's gates and hide under the bushes. There are guards at the front, making it a bit difficult for them to make their way inside. According to Alice, there should be someone from the intelligence unit nearby. Coincidentally, they hear a hushed voice from the corner. Looking to their left, it's the comrade Alice was just talking about. The member then lead them to an underground passageway which goes straight to the king's chamber. As soon as Ryu and Alice arrive at the king's chamber, the beast tamer sees that everyone's already there. That means the girls too. Ryu then asks the doctor how the king's doing. With a worried look, the doctor informs them it's even worse than they imagined. The poison itself is incredibly weak, but it's been administered over such a long period of time it's not just in his bloodstream but has already reached the king's organs now. Ordinary antidotes or healing magic won't be enough to save the king now. And the worst part in the doctor's examination is that the king doesn't have much time left. Holding the letter, Bill is disappointed they came all this way for nothing. Still, Ryu asks for the Spirit King's letter from Bill. Even if the Elk King can't read the letter, Ryu still wants him to feel the Spirit King's intentions. With that, Ryu gently puts the letter onto the king's body. Suddenly, the letter starts moving and the tie breaks. Turns out the letter was enchanted all along. It's now reacting to a specific kind of magic power. Everyone is surprised, waiting for the letter to unleash whatever it has inside. A magical circle soon appears on the paper along with a strong gush of wind. The letter reveals the Spirit King himself, though Ryu doesn't really know him as the king but as the one who guided them to the elf village. The Spirit King thanks Ryu for delivering the letter. Since he can't move around much due to his position, hiding in the letter for Ryu to deliver to the Elk King. Before anything else, the Spirit King finally introduces himself to everyone. The Spirit King contracted with the current king of the Principality of Elf. Ryu is in utter belief. He never knew the one that helped them was the Spirit King himself. Hearing the Beast Tamer, the Spirit King asks him to stop with the formality, and most importantly, he needs a serious 411. After some time, the Spirit King is now up to date with everything that has happened. Hearing all of that has the Spirit King realizing that his friend hadn't forgotten his promise after all. Although that has the Spirit King relieved, he's somehow sad to see the Elk King in this condition. It somehow made the Elk King's appearance change since their last meeting. Despondent, Ryu apologizes to the Spirit King. The Beast Tamer feels like it's all his fault. Even if he was able to deliver the letter, it's still meaningless because the king isn't safe. If Thai had acted sooner, maybe the Elk King could have been saved. The spirits, elves, and humans might have had a future where they could live in peace. Crying out his frustration, Ryu believes the Spirit King had entrusted them with this for nothing. The Spirit King immediately cuts Ryu off, telling the Beast Tamer it wasn't for nothing. While it's true that the reason he asked for Ryu's help was something straightforward like defeating the evil dragon or being humans who can move freely. But that's not really the only reason. The Spirit King reveals that he actually guided them to the elf village because he felt like he could trust Ryu. The sense of justice that drives Ryu to help others without hesitation, the purity that never even allows a moment of ill will towards spirits or the elves. It's because the Spirit King saw all that with his own eyes that he entrusted the letter with Ryu. Hovering towards the Elk King's face, the Spirit King tells Ryu he did an absolutely great job in properly delivering the letter to the king, as the Spirit King was able to meet his friend safely. Chiming in, Alice asks what their next plan is. According to Bill, if the king stays like this, the spirits and elves will keep being targeted. They need to find a solution to solve this. And that's what the Spirit King is here for. He flies towards the Elk King's hand and touches it. Using his magic sunlight breaker, a blinding ray of light surrounds the room. Everyone else in the room cover themselves in the process. Bill is the first to look at what's happening and quickly notices that the Elk King's complexion looks like it's returning. As soon as the Spirit King's done, he loses his strength and is about to fall to the ground when Ryu swiftly catches him. Ryu immediately asks if the Spirit King's okay with what he just did. The Spirit King explains he absorbed the poison. This poison is now flowing into the forest through the Spirit King's magic power. It will take some time, but the forest's natural purifying ability will gradually break it down, so there's no need for anyone to worry. Ryu is reluctant since he can clearly see that the Spirit King can barely stand right now. Laughing, the Spirit King explains he just got tired from using such a large-scale spell. Bill is amazed that the Spirit King can do something like what he did earlier. They're suddenly interrupted by a noise coming from the Elk King. He's finally awake. Everyone is elated to finally see the Elk King awake. The Elk King, on the other hand, is confused to who all these people are, and is more confused as to why the Spirit King is also here. It's the Spirit King that fills his friend in on what's happening, telling him how the Elk King was on the verge of having his throne stolen by his own minister. They had weakened the Elk King with poison, causing him to fall ill. During this time, hunting spirits ran rampant. This urgent matter is the reason why the Spirit King came here, to set things right. Clutching his hands, the Elk King never knew all of this was happening. He is rather disappointed with himself. The Elk King believes he has failed and wasn't able to uphold their shared promise. He spoke highly of a utopia, yet he was betrayed by his own people and left in a dying state. The Elk King thinks his friend is deeply disappointed with him. Ryu tries to reassure the Elk King, but is cut short by the Spirit King, who strongly says it's true that he is disappointed with the Elk King. The Spirit King is absolutely disappointed that his friend, the Elk King, would think so little of him that he would lose faith over such a little thing. Is that really all their friendship meant to the Elk King? If the Elk King believes he's not fit to be king, then the Spirit King says he's no better. A king who only spouts ideals without action is just a figurehead anyway. That's why the Spirit King wants them to make it happen. Starting now, all of them will work together. Everyone in the room gave it their all to protect the future of all races, spirits, elves, and humans alike. These people uncovered the mastermind and even took down his allies. The Spirit King smiles as he tells his friend how it would be a waste to give up on their dream when they've come this far now. A sudden realization comes to the Elk King. Smiling, he believes what the Spirit King is saying is right. No matter how much he spoke of his ideals, people would just laugh it off as ridicule. The Elk King lost confidence because there was no one around who truly listened to him. The Elk King realizes the first step is to start with what he can do now. And with that, he immediately makes himself publicly known. Now, he's not alone. The Spirit King and everyone else that helped save him are now with him. The people are surprised to see the Elk King since all they know is that he's recovering from his illness. Lord Raider is in a frenzied panic right now. He's desperately shaking one of his cronies, asking what's going on, and isn't the Elk King supposed to be in critical condition? The Elk King turns to look at Ryu before he tells the Spirit King how strong the young beast tamer is. With kids like Ryu and the others, both kings can entrust their hopes and dreams without worry. Chuckling, the Spirit King seconds this motion, but doesn't want them to fall behind either. He then uses his magic to cast a magic circle that's made for making public announcements. The Elk King calls upon all the citizens of the Elk Principality, effective immediately. The forced contracts and enslavement of spirits and elves, as well as the hunting of spirits and elves, are now strictly prohibited. Those who violate this law will be deemed as threats to the trust between the humans, spirits, and elves, as well as those individuals who endanger the future of all races, including humans, will be sentenced to capital punishment, or a penalty of equal severity. The Elk King then ends his announcement by telling the people to report anyone who violates these orders to the king immediately. After that, the Spirit King quickly praises his friend for a job well done. This is the first step, the cleansing of the nation. It's a small step, but to the Spirit King it's rather fine. Their plan is finally in motion once again. Extending his hand, the Spirit King promises to help his friend. Together, they'll work hard to achieve the utopia they dream about. For sure, they'll be models to this new world. With that, the two kings seal the deal with a pinky promise. Looking at the sun rising, both kings are hopeful for the new and fulfilling era that's about to become. Meanwhile, Ryu and the girls take care of all the dirty nobles, tying them up so they can't escape their punishment. All the elves have been returned to the elf village and are finally reunited with their loved ones too. The Spirit King thanks Ryu and the girls for coming all the way to there to escort everyone back to their homes. They really took good care of the spirits and elves. Now, the Spirit King wants to discuss Ryu's reward for the big help, to which the beast tamer refuses as he doesn't need anything at all. However, Ryu's jaw drops when the Spirit King reveals the reward, a contract with the king himself. Ryu ultimately and quickly turns down the offer, saying it's too grand, and the Spirit King already made a contract with the Elk King as well. The Spirit King says it's not a problem at all. As long as he's not controlled at the same time, they're all good. Also, there's no rule that says one must always be with the contractor once the contract is made. So the Spirit King insists on this offer. To him, this is the greatest reward he can offer, a way of saying thank you to Ryu. The Spirit King really wants Ryu to accept his offer. So the Beast Tamer ultimately accepts the Spirit King's offer. Touching Ryu's forehead, the Spirit King closes his eyes. Inside Ryu's soul, the Spirit King sees Uru tending to the Dahaka that was still inside its egg. The Spirit King quickly opens his eyes and flies away from Ryu in surprise of what he found. The Spirit King composes himself and quietly asks Ryu as to why the Dahaka is inside him. Not only the Dahaka, but there are more dangerous ones, aka Uru. Is Ryu's inside some kind of demon realm? Awkward, Ryu starts stuttering, unsure as to how he would explain it all, especially that it'll take a while. The Spirit King then dismisses his questions, believing the others already approved their contracts with Ryu, so he has no right to blame the Beast Tamer. Bowing, the Spirit King announces his contract with Ryu is now complete. Whenever Ryu needs his power, all he needs to do is call on the Spirit King. After that, the Spirit King asks the group's plan. Because Ryu hasn't really decided yet, Tiamat suggests they head back to Fallcrown. All their clothes and gear got damaged in the last battle, and they need to have them repaired. Hearing this, Ryu agrees with the suggestion. He also wants to find someone who could work with Tiamat's claw too. So for now, they'll return to the Elk Principality and start gathering their footing. The group is now in an animated conversation about grabbing a change of clothes and restocking their food supplies. The Spirit King watches them and observes Ryu interacting with others. The king already figured the Beast Tamer isn't just some regular guy when he took down the Dahaka, but now it all makes sense. The Spirit King is glad Ryu's one of the good ones. If he ever lost himself in that overwhelming power inside him and sided with the monsters, it wouldn't be surprising if the whole world suffered from it. For now, the Spirit King hopes Ryu never gets tempted by something like a demon in the near future. When the group finally get back to the Principality of Elk, their goal is to find a carriage that'll take them to Fallcrown. However, it's proving to be a difficult task. None of the carriages are willing to take their request since the road to Fallcrown is long and full of danger. This has Uka wishing Tiamat could just transform into a dragon so everyone could ride her. However, Ryu says it'll draw attention to them and will cause a huge fuss. Speaking of Tiamat, where is the lady anyway? Uka reveals his grandma went off searching in a different direction. Both of them tried negotiating with merchants who own carriages too. Immersed in their conversation, they don't notice Alice arriving. Alice thought once they've sent the elves back home, they'll head out on the journey. So Ryu catches her up with what's happening. They've been looking for a carriage bound for Fallcrown. While waiting, Ryu figured he'd get his weapons maintained. Finally, Alice understands why they came back to the Elk Principality. The intelligence department actually wrapped up the elf and spirit hunter mission, but now they've got a new mission, Apparently, the hero is searching for a missing friend, so Alice and the others are gathering info to find the person. This revelation has Ryu panicking as he believes it's their friend Taiga that's gone missing. Ryu then asks what happened to him. However, Alice tells him it's not Taiga who's gone missing. It's actually a guy named Ryu. Everyone else is surprised that it's the same name as the Beast Tamer. Ryu's whole body turns cold. Frozen to the spot, the Beast Tamer listens as Alice continues telling them that the Ryu they're looking for is the hero's childhood friend and is also around her age. Facepalm. Alice also reveals that the friend's occupation is a Beast Tamer. Double facepalm. Ryu is now flustered, in denial that this friend they're looking for is him. He soon realizes that it could be possible. Ryu did get kidnapped by Ruri and just went on a journey. Being listed as a missing person isn't surprising at all. And now Tia's looking for him, which reads bad news. If she were to find out that Ryu's with Ruri and the others who are monsters, there will definitely be conflict. So Ryu's plan right now is to make sure this missing Ryu isn't found out to be him. Alice isn't done spilling the tea. She did think it was Ryu at first, as in the Ryu in front of her right now. But apparently the Ryu they're looking for has no combat ability, so Alice laughed it off because surely that's not the powerful Ryu they're talking about. Ryu is stuttering as well as shaking as he says he'd remember if he met someone with the same name as his. Hearing this, Alice is disappointed. This just means she has no leads at all. With that, Alice asks a favor if she can go along with the group to Fall Crown. When Ryu asks if they're done gathering info in this area, Alice reveals that the hero is actually nearby the area right now. Alice just wants to look in another direction. Ryu panics, especially hearing that Tia's nearby. Ryu and the others then have an urgent group meeting. They all know Alice's news means they need to leave ASAP. Problem is, they still haven't found a carriage yet. Coincidentally, Tiamat arrives, apologizing for the long wait that proves to be worth it. Tiamat brings the good news of finding a carriage. She was able to negotiate with a merchant and they said all of them can ride if they provide security. Ryu is overjoyed to hear such news. Tiamat then explains their transport is actually a good carriage, so they'll have to share the space with some stuff. Might be a little cramped, but Ryu is absolutely 100% all for it. Remembering Alice, Ryu asks the lady if they can handle an addition of one more person, to which Tiamat that the merchant actually told her they'll be able to transport up to 10 people. Going back to Alice, the Beast Tamer tells her that she can come with them. But there's a slight catch to it. Ryu doesn't want Alice reporting the group's actions to the hero constantly. After getting initially confused, it dawns on Alice that it's because Ruri and the others are monsters. Ryu confirms this. They can't have their allies getting slaughtered by the hero's team, right? While Alice promises to do exactly as Ryu had asked, Ruri and Tiamat stare at each other in bewilderment. They don't know what that means exactly. After that, the group including Alice all make their way to meet the merchant. When Tiamat introduces the merchant, Ryu is surprised to find out it's Mark, who looks like already expected the Beast Tamer. Mark also thanks Ryu for the escort to Fall Crown. Ryu realizes both Mark and Tiamat are already acquainted with each other from their reconnaissance mission from before. Giggling, Tiamat wanted to surprise Ryu, and it seems like it worked. Although he didn't expect the merchant to be Mark, the Beast Tamer is delighted, especially that Mark owns the carriage. This transport is actually a purchase from Mark's recent earnings. And boy is Mark proud of his new baby. Stroking the horse's fur, Mark shares that the carriage is on the pricier side, but it's an essential asset for a merchant like him. One wish crossed out from his bucket list. Though Ryu does notice the horse avoiding Mark. Maybe animals just don't like him is all. Anyways, Mark then tells everyone to get on the carriage as they are leaving soon. It's actually pretty spacious too. Ryu is the last one to ride the carriage. He's still deep in thought with the whole situation with Tia. In his mind, he apologizes to Tia. They just can't meet as of the moment. Ryu promises to explain everything to her when the time comes. Until then, the Beast Tamer will do his best not to cross paths with his childhood friend. Inside Ryu's body, the egg housing Az Dahaka seems to be cracking. Cue in dramatic music. Soon they're all venturing out towards Fall Crown. Ryu notices there isn't any cargo with them, contrary to what Tiamat had initially told them. Mark explains he was just selling stuff in the Elk Duchy, so there's no really cargo for the return trip. Once more, Mark expresses how he's glad Ryu is escorting him. After buying the carriage, he barely has any money left to hire help. It's the same thing for Ryu. They were struggling to find a carriage, so this is really a win-win situation. Mark then announces they all make a stopover to rest for a while. This way everyone can stand and walk around for a bit. It is a long journey and sitting down for too long can be quite rough. This has Ryu elated, appreciating Mark's kind gesture. Inside the carriage, the girls except for Tiamat and Alice are having a hard time with the journey. Their eyes are about to give up and it looks like some of them are about to vomit from dizziness. Monsters don't really get many chances to ride in a carriage. With nothing much to tell them, Ryu assures them they'll be having a stopover soon. Ryu then tells them how Tiamat looks fine. The lady dragon only chuckles, citing her age for that reason. While on their stopover, the girls' energetic state have all returned. Karen and Uka both ask to go and explore the area as well as play a bit. With Ryu's permission and gentle reminder not to go out too far, both girls venture out to the forest. Ruri is happy to see Karen up and around now. She was exhausted moments ago, just happy to finally have some time to play. It's been hectic since the fight with the Dahaka, they haven't had proper time to just relax. Looking at Uka's face full of joy, Tiamat suddenly thanks Ryu for taking the princess with him on this journey. Tiamat shares that the Dragon Clan have scales that deflect magic and blades, claws that tear through anything, immunity against diseases. Dragon are almost the ultimate being, biologically speaking. Still, no matter how talented they are, something can't be gained. When Tiamat asks the beast tamer if he has any inkling on what this is, he crosses his arms and couldn't give out a proper answer. What Tiamat's talking about is experience. This is something one can never gain without having your own will to do so. If back then Ryu and the others hadn't accepted Uka into the group, the princess would still be unaware of what it means to have friends, and Tiamat wouldn't have had the chance to see that pure joy on Uka's face. Smiling, Tiamat expresses she's truly grateful to Ryu, who also smiles as he's also thankful for Tiamat and Uka. Suddenly, Ryu is thrown to the ground by Karen and Uka. The girls have returned to their spot, but they're looking a bit spooked. They couldn't even relay what they say or what had happened inside the forest. Soon, a voice comes from nearby. A man comes out of the forest apologizing for startling the girls and asks them to hear his explanation. That's going to be a bit hard to do judging by the man's current state. Right now, this stranger has no single clothing on him. He's only holding some blanket to cover his private parts while holding fish. The man then defends himself, explaining he's not some suspicious person. When Ryu is about to draw out his sword to stop this perv from further coming near them, Alice realizes this stranger is actually someone she knows, Captain Taichu. Although Ryu has already unsheathed his sword, he stops himself from attacking the captain, who's glad to see Alice right now. He even wants to hug Alice to celebrate their mini reunion. Of course, Alice avoids him and asks he put on some clothes first. This has Captain Taichu laughing while apologizing to them. After putting on his clothes, Captain Taichu explains he was bathing while gathering food and water and didn't expect anyone to be nearby. Captain Taichu is actually the captain of the Assassination Division in the Intelligence Department. In short, he's Alice's boss. Ryu quietly conveys to Alice how he's shocked this is her captain. Alice is a bit embarrassed herself. Making a proper introduction, Captain Taichu is the captain of the Intelligence Department of the Kingdom of Light. His name is General. The captain extends his hand, to which Ryu gladly shakes. Ryu also introduces himself as a traveler. In the beast tamer's mind, he thought Captain Taichu was a weirdo, but it turns out he was just misunderstood. He's actually just a friendly old man. Upon hearing Ryu's name, the captain immediately asks if he's the one Tia's been looking for. Alice swoops in to testify that that's a different person with just the same name. She also explains that the Ryu in front of Captain Taichu now cooperated and helped them with the spirit and elf hunting issue, so he's a capable fighter unlike the Ryu they're looking for. Captain Taichu immediately apologizes for the mistake and thanks Ryu for the help back then. However, the captain then poses a question of how old the beast tamer is right now. Ryu can't hide his shock. Did the captain see right through him? Stuttering, Ryu asks the captain as to why he would ask such a question. Captain Taichu then puts his hand on Ryu's shoulder before pulling him closer. He says he just wants to mark promising young men like Ryu. Alice also told the captain about Ryu's skills, and he's more than welcome to join the intelligence department anytime. The beast tamer only tells Captain Taichu he'll think about his offer. After that, Captain Taichu asks a favor from Ryu. It's the same favor as Alice's. He wants to tag along going to Fall Crown. Captain Taichu then explains he's actually on the same mission as Alice. They were planning on expanding the search area anyway. Although Ryu is okay with the favor, the beast tamer turns towards Mark, seemingly asking if it's okay with him. A smiling Mark conveys it's actually better to have more people for safety, so no objections on his part. After a while, the group then re-embark on their journey. It'll take about a week or so to reach their destination too. A week goes by and they've finally arrived at Fall Crown. Everyone stretches out their limbs from that long journey. Bidding farewell, Mark tells them he needs to leave the wagon elsewhere, so he'll have to take his leave right there and then. After thanking Ryu for the escort, Mark leaves. Captain Taichu also instructs Alice they'll both split from Ryu's group too. The captain doesn't plan on entering the country at all. He wants as much info as possible, so they'll ask the new arrivals from different places. With that, Captain Taichu and Alice bid the group goodbye, hoping to see them somewhere else. Ryu then informs the girls they'll go and meet the monarch. Asking if they need an ID card here, Ruri asks Ryu to wait for a sec. Suddenly, the elf merchant they met during their last visit to Fall Crown greets Ryu and asks what brings the beast tamer here this time around. Scratching his head, Ryu explains he's here to see the king, but they don't have ID cards. The elf merchant then reveals the king actually ordered that Ryu and his group will get top priority, so having no ID cards isn't a problem. When Ryu asks as to why the king would grant them such priority, the elf merchant quips, "It's because they might probably carrying rare materials." Arriving at the castle, both Lord Dwar and Lord Dolph greet Ryu and the others. After some pleasantries, they get to discussing weapon maintenance and crafting for Ryu. Presenting Tiamat's claw, Ryu expresses he wants the claw processed. Both lords are amazed with what they're seeing right now. It's actually a dragon's claw, probably from a very rare kind of dragon. This is also the first time they're seeing one up close. Inspecting the claw, the king sees it has similar flexibility to water dragon and hardness like fire dragons, which are suited for combat attacks. When asked from which dragon this is from, Tiamat steps forward and introduces herself as the owner of the claw. Revealing herself as the former Dragon Queen, both lords are very much surprised to be in the presence of the former Dragon Queen of the Dragon Emperor Kingdom. Not only that, but to be able to hold and inspect her own claw. Tiamat then asks the lords if they can make weapons out of her claw. That won't be a problem according to Lord Dwar, as long as Tiamat gives him her flame. It's Lord Dolph who stands next to Ryu to ask him if he's gathering too many heavy hitters. First with Ruri and Karen and now Tiamat? Honestly, Ryu never expected anything to turn out like this. But here they are. Holding the claw, the Dwarf King takes full responsibility for Lu and the claw. Ryu and the others should stay inside the castle while they wait for the finished products. Suddenly, an elf soldier enters the room, rushing as he delivers an urgent message. Out of breath, the Solitaire explains the emergency is actually afoot. Entering the room, it's Tia and her party. Both Ryu and Tia stare at each in utter disbelief. The Beast Tamer then spots Captain Taichu among the hero party and realizes he and Tia are wearing the same earpieces they used during their mission at Elk Duchy. Ryu pieces the puzzle together and realizes he was actually caught by the captain earlier. Tia expresses her relief upon finding her childhood friend safe and sound. However, she unsheathes her sword upon noticing that he's with monsters whom she calls worthless. Angry, Tia demands the Beast Tamer explain everything to her at once. Let's all hope Tia's stance on monsters changes for the sake of everyone in the room. An angry Tia now presses Ryu to explain everything, especially why he's with monsters. Ryu is at a loss for words. He doesn't know what to do since he knows saying the wrong thing will get him killed. Could he possibly tell Tia he's allies with the monster now? Would Tia, the monster hater, even believe it? Ryu's silence triggers Tia even more, telling the Beast Tamer she'll cut him down if he doesn't have any excuses to say. That's when Taiga hauls Tia to calm down. Taiga then explains drawing his sword in front of the king is pretty disrespectful. Before Tia can protest any further, a calm Taiga faces Ryu to tell him what they know. They heard from the ranch he was missing, so they came looking right after. Judging by the situation, Taiga believes there's more to this story and wants to know what exactly happened. Ryu is facing a huge dilemma right now. He shouldn't expect them to believe him right away, but lying and making them suspicious would be even worse. In that case, Ryu has no choice but to be honest. Sweating, Ryu slowly tells them that he was training in the Great Forest. In his mind, all Ryu could think about is Tia flipping out. Like definitely and hysterically flip out. Both Tia and Taiga seem to be confused with Ryu's answer. Taiga awkwardly chuckles, saying there's no way that Ryu did that and asked his friend not to make jokes during important matters like these. Taiga knows that the Great Forest is crawling with violent monsters, so who would in their right mind would train there? So Ryu truthfully reveals why. He got kidnapped by a Fenrir. Ryu's two best friends stare at him dumbfoundedly as the Beast Tamer continues explaining what happened. He tells them about the elder of the Fenrir tribe being sick, and when Ryu healed him, the elder said he'd train Ryu in return, so he stayed with them. Before Ryu can further explain things, Taiga asks him for a timeout. Apparently this is giving Taiga an information overload, so he can't really follow this and that. On top of that, Taiga can't believe Ryu was that rumored human. Even Tiamat says Ryu's story by far is like something straight out of a fairy tale. Yup, that's coming from the former queen of the Dragon Empire herself. Ryu then asks them to believe him as he's telling him the truth. Down to the very last word. Taiga stares at his friend before sighing. Eventually, Taiga smiles and says he does believe Ryu, albeit surprised. Ryu's standing here in one piece after all. Turning to Ruri, Taiga smiles at her, noticing the trust between them and Ryu. Suddenly, both Ryu and Taiga are shaking from the radiating emotions coming from Tia. Everyone in her party steps back, cautioning themselves from Tia's impending outburst. However, they're all surprised that the opposite happens. Instead of being angry, Tia comes rushing to hug Ryu, who was initially frantic of her reaction. Crying in Ryu's chest, Tia expresses her joy because Ryu is okay. When Tia heard he was gone, the heroine couldn't stop worrying. She kept thinking of a lot of what-ifs. What if Ryu was hurt or sick and all alone? What if Tia never got to see Ryu again? The fear of those thoughts never left Tia's mind. Smiling, Ryu pats Tia's head before he reassures her. If that had happened, he'd be dead by now. But he's alive and kicking. Ryu's even stronger now just so he could catch up to Tia and Taiga. This stops Tia from crying her eyes out. With a smile on her face, Tia asks Ryu to go back home with them. Ryu didn't expect that at all. Tia then further says that Ryu doesn't need to be here anymore since she's the one saving the world. Now that Tia knows Ryu is safe, she can resume her responsibilities now. Trying to negotiate with Ryu, he asks the heroine to reconsider. He did start this journey to support Tia and Taiga. They've got allies here who've helped Ryu too. He can't just walk away like that. But Tia is resolute with her decision, calling Ryu a beast tamer who doesn't need to go to dangerous places anymore. Now Ryu is frustrated as he asks Tia if she was even listening to what he was saying earlier. He then points out the one thing he's been wanting ever since, to join Tia and Taiga. Still, Tia isn't having it. To her, beast tamers aren't suited for combat. She believes it was all sheer luck that Ryu's still alive right now. That doesn't guarantee his safety at all. More so, she doesn't believe in trusting monsters too. Now Ryu is angry. Balling his fist, he asks the heroine why does Tia get to decide all those stuff for him? Does Tia even know how Ryu felt watching both of his childhood friends leave? Ryu doesn't hold any grudge on them. He knows his friends are both amazing. Tia, who used to be just a hero's egg, is now a real hero. And Taiga went from mage to sage, but Ryu also wanted to stand beside them again like in the old days. That's why he endured harsh training and made reliable friends. But now, Tia's just going to ignore all his hard work? Letting out all his frustration, shouting at Tia for belittling Ryu just because of his class. He can't believe Tia would just brush off his feelings like that when he hasn't even seen what he can do yet. Tia answers back, telling Ryu she doesn't want her friend to die and she's just doing this for his sake. All this bickering has Taiga's head aching. Sighing, Taiga looks weakened by his ordeal. They were just getting along just fine until a minute ago. Ruri and the other girls stare at the scene in disbelief. It's the first time they're seeing Ryu getting mad like that. They really thought he was all soft and gentle. Now they know that's not the case when it comes to family. Scratching his head, Taiga gives them a sheepish smile as he shares the three of them are childhood friends and they used to fight all the time as kids. But every time, they'd make up again on our travels. That's probably why Ryu's emotions just slip out without him realizing it. It also seems that Tia isn't aware of it either. Hearing all this has Ruri realizing something, but instead of expressing it through words, she opted to stay quiet. Meanwhile, the argument between Tia and Ryu has now escalated that the heroine is now challenging him to a fight. She wants Ryu to beat her in front of everyone and prove his strength. If he does, she'll let Ryu keep traveling. And if Ryu loses, he agrees to go back home. But if he does win, Tia will have to acknowledge Ruri and the others too. It's a take it or leave it condition set by Ryu. Irked, Tia ultimately agrees, even telling Ryu to come up with a good excuse for when he loses. She also reminds Ryu that beast tamers aren't exactly known for being strong too. This time around, Taiga gets in between his two friends, giving them a timeout to calm down. While he understands how both of them feel, Taiga still wants Ryu and Tia to cool their heads off. Even the heroine's party agree, asking Tia to take a breath and chill out. Ruri and Uka also try to calm Ryu's mind, telling the beast tamer he's getting all worked up, something that isn't like Ryu at all. Lord Dwarhen chimes in, telling them they might just be exhausted. He then orders for both parties to rest at the rooms they've prepared in the castle. For the meantime, both Ryu and Tia need to cool it out separately, and no fighting too. As soon as they get into their respective rooms, the girls surround the worried Ryu, asking if he's really okay with making that kind of deal with Tia. Smothering his face in his hands, Ryu expresses his regret in making such declaration earlier. He knows it got so bad. However, Tiamat thinks otherwise. She understands that accepting the duel on his own is a problem, but the heroine kinda provoked it too. Now, Ryu's worried why things ended up the way it is now. He's been working so hard for Tia and the others. And it looks like everything will go to waste now. After that, Ruri goes out venturing the castle's hallway. She thinks Ryu should just do whatever he wants, but she does admit things got complicated so drastically. In Ruri's mind, if they still care about each other, even mid-fight, they should still make up. To her, humans are as complicated as ever. Ruri then recalls how angry Ryu got earlier and how regretful he looked after. Because of that, Ruri ultimately makes a decision all on her own. She'll step in and try to mellow things out. Knocking on Tia's door, Ruri asks if she can have a little chat with the heroine. Tia quickly stands up, instantly remembering how Ruri was with Ryu earlier. Gone is the calm Tia, and here is the annoyed version of her. Tia rudely asks Ruri as to what she wants and if the Fenrir is here to ambush her. With a hand on her hips, Ruri tells the heroine not to lump her with wild beasts who have lost their minds. Ruri then says she's here because she has a favor to ask regarding Ryu. To put it simply, Ruri is here because she wants Tia to make up with him. This request doesn't bode well with Tia, who's now angry at Ruri having the audacity to ask something like that. Tia then goes on to detail out all the stuff she really wanted to say earlier. It's then revealed that Tia thought it was all Ruri's fault for kidnapping her friend in the first place. If it weren't for Ruri, Ryu would still be living peacefully at the ranch. With a sad look, Tia asks the Fenrir as to why it had to be Ryu and not someone else. Ruri isn't one to play around and directly tells Tia the very reason why. Because Ruri is in love with Ryu. This answer surprises Tia. Ruri then explains her feelings to the heroine. Ryu was the one who stood out to her. At the beginning, Ruri was intrigued by how he treated monsters without even flinching, and she thought maybe Ryu was the one who could help save her grandfather. Every other human just screamed and cried when they saw Ruri, and she needed someone who wouldn't flinch around. That's when she found Ryu. Smiling, Ruri conveys it's not just humans who have feelings, monsters do too. If someone saves you, of course, you'd feel something for your savior. Tia then demands to have Ruri give Ryu back. The heroine has been thinking about Ryu this whole time. When he went missing, Tia has been worrying he might have been killed by monsters. Just thinking about it made her lose her mind. As the hero, she kept doing her job while searching for Ryu. Town after town, Tia followed the tale of monster attacks. She even went to places where victims were taken from, just to check if Ryu was among them. Even when she was relieved that Ryu wasn't amongst the corpses, the fear would still come back to Tia. To Tia, no monster could ever understand how that feels like. Hearing all this has Ruri realizing something. She then asks Tia if she likes Ryu. The heroine then goes silent before blushing crazily. Clearly ambushed with that question, Tia goes defensive mode. Tia stutters as she says there's no way that would happen. It's nothing romantic, just that Ryu's her childhood friend. She then frustratingly asks Ruri to stop looking and giggling like she knows something. Bumping her shoulders with Tia's, Ruri believes they're both more alike than the heroine thinks. Tia is still in denial of it, saying Ruri shouldn't lump her with monsters and she'd never fall in love with someone like Ryu. Teasing Tia, Ruri then claims she'll take Ryu all to herself. She smiles at Tia as she reminds the heroine that Ryu and Tia are just childhood friends. In that case, there shouldn't be any problem if he ends up as Ruri's mate. Furthermore, Ryu can totally live in the Great Forest with Ruri. After hearing that last bit, Tia has had enough and angrily tells Ruri not to mess around like that, and there is no way in Highway that she'd ever let that happen. Tia then expresses taking down Ruri will be the first thing she does once she wins the duel. After telling Ruri to go and wash her neck and wait for that time, Tia throws the Fenrir outside. It was just for fun, but it seems that Ruri teased Tia way too much. And it's not like she plans on giving Ryu away either. Crossing her arms, the Fenrir doesn't know what to do now. She has to get those two to talk and make up, but how? Ruri knows she has angered Tia. At this rate, the heroine won't probably talk to her anymore. Taiga soon barges into Ruri. He instantly recognizes her as one of Ryu's monster companions. Ruri also recognizes him as one of Tia's party. Suddenly, a bright idea forms in Ruri's mind. Approaching Taiga, Ruri asks the sage if he also wants Ryu and Tia to make amends. Of course, Taiga would want that, especially that they're his childhood friends. Inching closer, Ruri whispers in Taiga's ear how she wants him to help her a bit. The next day, Ryu is wandering off in town looking for a specific place. He scratches his head in confusion. He's out here because Ruri had asked him earlier for some alone time. Just the two of them. Yesterday, Ruri had come back to their room to ask him if they could spend some time together since they haven't done that. Karen and the others have always been with them ever since, so it's been hard to hang out just them two. Wow, sure sounds like they're a couple or something. And since Ryu agreed, Ruri amps up tomorrow's plans by deciding to try meeting up for a date thing. They might be able to relax a bit while they're at it too. Ryu expresses his agreement to Ruri's plan. In his mind, Ruri might have noticed the stress he's been having from having Tia and the others in the same castle as them. To him, this is Ruri's way of being considerate. Sigh, if only you knew of Ruri's plans, Ryu. While Ryu stretches his arms out, he now thinks this a nice change of pacing. He's already ready to relax and enjoy today when he notices someone from behind. Believing it's Ruri, he tells her she's late, laughing as he does so. However, as he opens his eyes, Ryu discovers it's Tia in front of him. Tia is also confused as to what is happening right now while Ryu realizes he was being set up on this fixed date with his childhood friend. Tia is also confused why Ryu is here when it was Taiga who she was supposed to go shopping with him. Ryu also tells the heroine he was supposed to meet up with Ruri instead. An awkward silence passes by before these two realize they've both been set up. And boy are they furious about it. Even Taiga got chills even though he's spying far from them. The plan was to have both Ryu and Tia make up, but right now they're just sitting in awkward silence. On the other hand, Ruri and Taiga are worried to see them not talking at all. After that big argument yesterday, both parties split up. It makes sense why meeting right now would make things awkward for both of them. Taiga hopes they don't start arguing again soon. Meanwhile, Tia is looking away from Ryu as she's flushing a beet red. She doesn't know what to do, and on top of that, she can't even face him. Now that yesterday's frustration has subsided, Tia doesn't know where she got the courage to talk him up yesterday. Now she's overthinking to what kind of facial she mad when they met yesterday. She then blames Ruri for putting such malice in her friendship with Ryu. That's why Tia's being awkward right now. Thinking what Ryu's doing right now, Tia sneaks a peek at the beast tamer who's actually walking away. Tia quickly stands up to catch up to Ryu, asking him where he's headed to. Ryu immediately tells her that he's going back to the castle since he knows both Ruri and Taiga aren't coming anytime soon. So there's no point in wasting time waiting. As soon as Ryu tells Tia there's no point for them to be there together, it's like the heroine is being stabbed right in the chest. Slumping to the ground, Tia realizes they're still fighting and haven't made up for yesterday's quarrel. But if she backs off now, they might not talk again for a while. So Tia stands back up and runs towards Ryu. Hesitating, Tia is about to reach her hand towards Ryu but stops at the very last minute. Ruri is becoming frustrated with how things are going. She just wants them to go and talk already. On the other hand, Taiga asks her not to push them too hard. After all, patience is a virtue. Meanwhile, Ryu is just observing Tia's reaction. He doesn't know what she's doing and probably doesn't even want to look at him right now. And if she has something to say, Tia should just be out with it. Sighing, Ryu relates to her. It's the same feeling for him. Ryu knows he said too much yesterday. However, if he forgives Tia so easily, she'll just tell him to go back home again. Being apart is probably for the best for them right now. And truth be told, it's not easy to be the one to apologize first. Ryu just hopes Tia at least regrets what happened yesterday. Turning back around, Ryu sees that Tia isn't following him anymore. As he looks around for her, he sees that Tia is being surrounded by weird men. Screaming at them to let her go, Tia tells them she has no time to deal with such people as of the moment. But these men aren't budging, especially seeing that Tia is all alone. One man even says she might be lonely like them and invites her to play with them. Now Ruri and Taiga are worried, seeing that Tia ran into some typical creepy men again. If no one intervenes, this is gonna get ugly. Ruri mistakes this for Tia getting hauled by those men. Pointing out Tia's rank as the heroine, she tells Taiga matter-of-factly that Tia can easily wipe those men in a second. And that's exactly what Taiga is on about. Because Tia is the heroine, she can't lay a hand on these people. If she hurts ordinary people, her reputation will tank and it'll make traveling harder. Usually her party's always with her, so being alone isn't an issue. Being famous sure is tough, huh? One of the creepy men grabs Tia, forcefully pulling her towards him. Taiga is about to step in and intervene when he hears another voice and sees that Ryu has stopped the creepy man from doing bad stuff to Tia. Ryu then asks the man not to lay a hand on his precious childhood friend. With a commanding voice, Ryu tells Tia they'll go now. But these men aren't fazed at all and even has the audacity to ask who Ryu is. They then gang up on Ryu, telling him to back off because this has nothing to do with him. Despite warning these men to lay off their hands on Tia, they still wouldn't back down and even screams for Ryu to shut up and stay out of it. The creepy man raises his hand and is about to punch Ryu, but the beast tamer quickly blocks it and grips the man's wrist hard. The man tries to move his hand but is having a difficult time doing so. He demands Ryu let go of his hand. Now he knows not to mess with someone with brute strength like Ryu's. With a despondent look, Ryu demands the man let go of Tia's arm so he'll let go of the man's at the same time. Or would this creep want to fight Ryu instead? Deadly eyes stare back at the creepy man's, who ultimately back down and tells his friends this isn't worth it at all. As soon as the man lets go of Tia's hand, he and his friends leave the premises at once. Now alone again, Tia thanks Ryu for saving her just now. The beast tamer tells her not to mention it. Ryu knows if it caused a scene, it would bother others. Before he could finish his words, Tia sincerely apologizes for what happened yesterday. Shocked, Ryu turns to look at Tia, who really looks regretful. The heroine then explains she did say those things for Ryu's sake, but the truth is, Tia was only thinking of herself. She really wants the both of them to talk again, if that's okay with Ryu. But she also doesn't want to pressure Ryu to anything, so if he doesn't want to forgive her just yet, it's totally okay. But Ryu does want to make amends with Tia. He then tells her he should be the one apologizing. He should have understood that Tia was just worried about him, but instead he let his temper get the best of him and pushed Tia away. Hearing this makes Tia so happy. But then Ryu suddenly bursts out laughing, saying he's never seen Tia act so meek before. Now Tia is blushing, especially when Ryu says it's weird seeing Tia like that. An embarrassed Tia goes on to playfully attack Ryu for being so mean when she finally swallowed her pride and apologized first. Although Ryu apologizes, he tells Tia how being bold actually compliments her. A smiling Ryu then expresses how he likes this version of Tia better. This statement does wonders to Tia's heart and she's now flushing red. Meanwhile, Taiga is relieved to see his two childhood friends are making up and finally talking things out. However, as he turns to look at Ruri, he's confused with the reaction he's seeing. Ruri looks like she's been possessed by the green-eyed monster as she conveys this is not the outcome she expected. Seeing Ryu happily talking to Tia wasn't her goal at all. Before Ruri could answer Taiga's question about her having feeling for Ryu, Tia suddenly notices them hiding. Uh-oh, busted! And Tia doesn't look happy at all. Taiga immediately apologizes, but Tia is not having it. scolding Taiga for peeping and spying on them. However, Ruri refuses to apologize to Tia. It was thanks to them that the heroine and Ryu finally made up, so it all worked out in the end. Still, Tia believes this is all hindsight talking. That brute force approach could have made things worse. It seems that the girls are now the ones fighting while the men awkwardly ask them to calm down. Suddenly, Ryu feels the Dahaka's egg inside him finally hatching. He then starts glowing, his whole body emanating power. Everyone watches his in surprise, but it's Ruri who realizes it's the Dahaka's magical power finally resurfacing. After Ryu confirms Ruri's words, he then feels the Dahaka's egg open. The Dahaka is now being resurrected as we speak. A loud noise then resonates all over town. It's not just Ruri and the others covering their ears from the screeching sound, but also the townspeople. Not long after, a huge man reanimates in front of Ryu. The man immediately greets Ryu, complimenting the beast tamer for looking well. Confused, Ryu stares at the man before asking for his identity. The man casually replies he's the Dahaka that Ryu called for moments ago. Of course, Ryu would be confused. The Dahaka he knows of was a mighty dragon. When asked as to why he looks human, the Dahaka says he was advised to change his appearance. Uru had told the Dahaka that his true form will cause panic amongst the people, so taking on a human form would be most ideal. Looking up the sky, the Dahaka is pleased to feel the fresh air outside. He never thought he'd be able to revive this quickly. Changing the topic, the Dahaka eyes Tia and asks if she's this era's hero. Ryu is surprised that the Dahaka can tell. Smiling, the Dahaka explains how Tia gives off the same presence to the heroes of the past. Approaching the still confused Tia, the Dahaka asks if he can test the heroine's strength. A frantic Ryu tries to hold the Dahaka off. It seems that the dragon has renewed his strength from the last fight. Changing plans, Ryu tells the Dahaka he needs to explain who this might dragon is to everyone. So for now, they need to head back to the castle for now. At the castle, Ryu fills them in with the details as well as the identity of the unknown man with the beast tamer. Everyone is surprised to learn that the Dahaka has been resurrected. Tia's party couldn't believe what they're hearing. Is Ryu for real? Like the Dahaka as in Azai Dahaka, the evil dragon? The one that was sealed away for being too powerful to defeat? Furthermore, isn't the Dahaka dangerous? Awkwardly chuckling, Ryu tells them the Dahaka means no harm now, and explains how the dragon only wanted to fight those equal to him. Ryu assures them the Dahaka won't attack people indiscriminately anymore. Hanging his arm around Ryu's shoulder, the Dahaka smiles as he agrees with Ryu's words. He also calls Ryu his buddy and he swears on Ryu's name he won't harm anyone. Hearing all this has Tia shaking, cause what do you mean Ryu is buddies with the Dahaka? Watching Tia breaking down like this, Lord Dwarf fully understands. He even says if one gets surprised at everything Ryu has done and will do, they won't really survive living it at all. Makes you think that Ryu is some kind of exotic beast now. Tiamat also chimes in, assuring everyone that if something does happen, once the new weapon is complete, Ryu's power will increase, so it should be fine. Upon mentioning Tiamat's fang, Lord Dwar then reveals a slight issue on the matter. Even if the weapon is finished, it might be too temperamental to handle. Weapons made from high-tiered monster materials sometimes choose their wielder. If the weapon doesn't accept the user, it might reject them or cause recoil. When Ryu asks if there's any way to make the weapon accept him, Lord Dwar explains that these kinds of weapons prefer someone who can wield them flawlessly. So, he suggests to Ryu to go to the eastern country where Lord Dwar learned how to make swords. There, Ryu will be able to receive training in handling swords. Ryu thinks this is a good idea as well. He even wants to go now while the sword is being made. However, Lord Dwar warns them that the eastern country is known for being dangerous because of the 2 demon lords there. There are 7 demon lords in the world, each with their own territory. To reach the eastern country, one must have to pass through the space between the territories of the 2 of them. Normally the demon lords don't interfere outside their domain, but Lord Dwar has heard rumors they've been more active lately, and he believes Ryu, traveling with strong monsters, will surely stand out. In the worst-case scenario, a demon lord might come to investigate. Ryu himself doesn't want to risk it and opts to just stay here. Azai Dahaka then volunteers to train Ryu so the beast tamer will have the power to fight a demon lord. If Dahaka can teach Ryu the needed magic, he will surely be able to take on a demon lord. Of course, Dahaka is very much willing to do this much for Ryu. Besides, if Dahaka is going to travel with Ryu, he needs everyone to trust him too. Suddenly, Karen chimes in and happily expresses her interest in training with Ryu and Dahaka. She wants to get stronger so her Papa Ryu and everyone else can travel safely. Karen's enthusiasm has Ruri wanting to join as well. Ryu, as polite as ever, asks Dahaka if that's really okay with him, to which the dragon says the more stronger allies, the merrier. He also asks Ryu to battle him out once the beast tamer is stronger. Sigh. Some habits never change. Jumping on Ryu, Uka also wants to join in, saying it's unfair they get to have all the fun. She then turns to Dahaka and reminds him not to get the wrong idea. Uka hasn't forgiven him for what he did to her grandmother, and she's only using him for her own goals. Dahaka holds no resentment whatsoever, saying it'll be fun training someone with a bit of a rebellious spirit. Tia, who's been keeping her thoughts to herself, thinks this is also dangerous and she still hasn't been able to talk to Ryu about what matters most. Without much thought to it, Tia volunteers to do the training too, shocking everyone in the room. Taiga immediately protests, but seeing Tia's determined face, he knows the heroine won't accept no for an answer. The training soon starts and Dahaka is quite excited to test Tia's power and skills. Tia makes the first attack, her sword facing towards Dahaka. However, as soon as she closes proximity with him, the dragon swiftly dodges Tia's attack, grabs hold of her sword, and throws her away oh so casually. Their fight draws worry from Taiga, who's now shouting Tia's name. Both Ruri and Ryu are dumbfounded that Dahaka is going all out. This scene also reminds Ryu of when he was training with Tiamat, giving deja vu feels. When Tia proclaims she wants to join Ryu in training, both Ryu and Taiga corner her to ask why. They both know she hates monsters and this is Dahaka they're talking about. With a serious face, Tia tells them she still has a lot of things she has to tell Ryu. Besides, she also has a hidden agenda. Tia also wants to know what Ryu meant with what he told her. You know, the part where Ryu said, "I like this about you." As Tia blushes at the thought, she also feels Ruri staring at her begrudgingly. Lo and behold, the Fenrir definitely is. Tia quickly looks away, still blushing. In her mind, Ruri and the hero's party have already sensed Tia's feelings for Ryu, and are now teasing her for it. In order to keep face, Tia crosses her arms as she takes back what she just said, and confidently says she's just here to keep an eye on Dahaka. Although it doesn't make any sense, Ryu has no other choice but to agree. However, everyone else is already suspicious with Tia's decisions. They already feel like something's up. Anyways, Lord Dwar suggests they use the arena for training since it's strong enough to handle practice magic. He also gives Ryu his wolf back since it's already done with its repairs. So that's basically what happened before they headed to the arena for training. In present time, Tia is already slumped on the ground, being called weak by Dahaka. This ticks Tia off, who bites back saying she's not done yet. Watching them fight, Ryu is tensed up. Nun apologizes at Tia and says Ryu is just being a worrywart for nothing. Ryu understands Maria as he knows he left their hometown without explaining anything. Despite the argument Tia and Ryu had, everyone is relieved that they made up. Nun is one of the people who's glad too. Tia's been worried sick about Ryu the whole time, according to Maria, who casually calls him Ryu-chan. This has the beast tamer curious if the rest of the hero's party aren't afraid of monsters unlike Tia. Maria gives it a thought before she answers him. To her, she isn't really scared of them as long as they don't cause any danger. That's enough for Maria. Gran chuckles and asks Maria if it's really okay for a person of the church to say such things when she preaches wiping out monsters. Gran does have a point, but Maria also believes a lot of people die even just trying to reduce casualties. Gran also expresses his opinion on the matter. He doesn't really hate monsters, but he also doesn't love them too. If monsters hurt someone, then he'll wipe them out, but he has co-grudge against those monsters who don't harm people. It's also the same for Captain Taichu. Now the hero's party has a full-blown conversation about monsters and humans living in harmony. It would be nice for them to see both kinds living in peace. They also express how it would be a lot happier if such way existed. Hearing them say this has Ryu thinking as well. The beast to me wears a glum look as he thinks of a world where human and monsters coexist. It's not that he doesn't like the idea, but there's only one way for it to happen, and it has something to do with the Demon King, who's the only one who can control monsters. Before he could delve into the matter, Ryu snaps back to reality when Dahaka calls for him next. As soon as he's in the middle of the arena, Dahaka tells Ryu they'll start off with the basics of magic. Ryu sheepishly tells Dahaka that he's not really sure he can use magic at all. When asked why not, the Beast Tamer explains it's because he has too much mana in his body. If Ryu tried using magic, the amount of mana he releases will literally blow him up. However, Dahaka believes this is impossible. He saw it with his two own eyes when he fought with Ryu before. A confused Ryu doesn't know what Dahaka is talking about since he doesn't remember any of that happening. Dahaka then points out it was when Ryu delivered the finishing blow on him. Ryu never knew it was magic he used. Dahaka further explains how Ryu managed to coat his sword with mana. That right there is magic. It's about shaping mana into something visible. And Dahaka sensed it was wind magic Ryu had used in that attack. When Ryu still looked confused, Dahaka asks him if he knows the basics of magic, to which Ryu further gets confused by. He does know there's fire and water, but since he never uses them, he forgot the rest. Dahaka then orients Ryu about the basics. Magic is composed of the 4 basic elements: fire, water, wind, and earth. As long as one has mana and the understanding of the nature of these elements, anyone can use magic. But to shape magic, one must really know each element well. Like, how does fire start? How does water well up? It's basically all about the image in the user's mind. Dahaka then shows Ryu exactly what he's talking about and produces fire in his hands so easily. This is the image of frictional heat in Dahaka's mind. Ryu is curious though. If magic depends on his imagination, how was he able to use magic during the fight when he wasn't thinking of wind or anything back then? Dahaka theorizes it might be because Ryu formed the image unconsciously. Something must have triggered it before that moment. Dahaka then asks the beast tamer if he remember ever using magic before his fight with the dragon. Ryu initially thinks there was never a time he did so, until it hits him hard. He did use magic. When Ryu was fighting the cockatrice, he mimicked the shockwave from its wings. Ryu even managed to launch a magic attack from his weapon. Now it all makes senses to Dahaka, saying this explains a lot, including why Ryu's body's been just fine despite using magic. Dahaka then has a theory that Ryu's sword acts as a medium. That's why he's able to cast magic through it. Inspecting Wolf, Ryu believes Dahaka since his sword is made from Fenrir's fang, so it channels mana easily. With that explained, Dahaka instructs the beast tamer not to ever let go of the sword during training. If Ryu's grip slips mid-cast, Ryu could possibly explode. That's one heck of a motivation right there. Even Ryu's gripping Wolf even tighter than ever. After that discussion, Dahaka also calls for the others to come over. He'll be explaining something important that concerns everyone else. So Ruri, Karen, Uka, and Tiamat approach the middle of the arena to where Dahaka is. Meanwhile, Taiga is quietly asking Tia if she's okay. The heroine immediately assures him that it's fine and a wound like hers is nothing compared to those they got on their travels before. Smiling, Taiga tells her he's actually talking about something else. This is when he talks about the old Tia who would never even think of talking to monsters. The sage is curious as to what changed now. Tia's eyes look forlorn. Her expression right now has Taiga explaining he's not saying anything like it's a bad thing at all. He just noticed Tia's become softer or like a weight's been lifted off her shoulders. And Taiga honestly thinks it's a good thing for her. One of Taiga's guesses is that maybe the heroine is now relieved after seeing Ryu safe and sound. But Tia knows that's not the reason why. On the other hand, Dahaka tells the girls Ryu has affinities of fire and wind. Ryu is surprised that Dahaka can tell stuff like that with just looking. Of course, sometimes you're born with it. But in Ryu's case, Dahaka says a tamer's affinity actually depends on the type of contracted beast. Dahak further details out that a Garuda is a wind type while a Fenrir is of fire. Dragons on the individual, but Dahaka believes both Uka and Tiamat are fire types too. Upon hearing this, Tiamat shares how she thinks it doesn't matter since she's not contracted with Uka. Dahaka is shocked to know and expresses his disappointment. He calls it a waste. Apparently, if Uka and Tiamat had a contract, fire spells would be way stronger. Dahaka then compares Uka to Karen, saying a tiny dragon's barely worth mentioning in comparison to a Garuda. This doesn't bode well with Uka, who looks like she's ready to start a war right now. Good thing Tiamat is keeping her granddaughter on a tight leash. Dahaka seems to be enjoying teasing Uka like that too. Anyways, Dahaka also says Ryu doesn't have to fret about which element to use from now on. Since he and Ryu made a contract, theoretically speaking, Ryu should be able to wield all four main elements. Now Uka is furious, she's never heard of that happening. Ryu himself is also confused. He also didn't know he formed a contract with Dahaka. The beast tamer didn't even name him. Dumbfounded, Dahaka explains that a tamer's contract is a ritual that binds a human and a monster's soul together. Naming is just a ceremony to give identity to nameless monsters. Looking at Ruri and Karen, he says that both girls probably bonded the very moment Ryu named them. However, with Dahaka, he placed a fragment of his soul into Ryu. That's what formed the contract. So basically, Ryu and Dahaka are soul besties, a phrase Dahaka likes using at all times. Hearing all this, Uka doesn't know what or how to react. With that being the last bit of explanation Dahaka had to say, it's high time for practical training. They don't waste time on warm-ups and get bustling with combat training. Dahaka throws in a kick to which Ryu quickly blocks with his sword. From what Dahaka observes, Ryu is able to awaken his power better in live combat. So, Dahaka instructs the beast tamer to start imagining fire. Seeing Ryu's hardened face, Dahaka tells him to do it gently, like offering his hand out. In the corner, Karen is cheering for her papa. Now realizing they're a bit too close, Ruri tells her they'll move back. As the fight between Dahaka and Ryu ensues, Tia watches on the sides. She thinks about Taiga's words earlier. Deep inside Tia's heart, she knows she hasn't changed at all, contrary to what Taiga had said. If something had changed, it's not the heroine. It's Ryu. Meanwhile, back to the training at hand, Ryu swiftly launches a wind attack using his sword. Although initially surprised, Dahaka manages to cast a magic circle to block it. Dahaka also explains what he used as non-elemental spell useful for shields and barriers, but pretty weak otherwise. Smirking, Ryu thanks his instructor for the warning. Seeing how Ryu interacts with the monsters he calls friends, Tia admits she hates monsters, but not because she's a hero. She just wanted to protect the people she cares about. When Tia realized how dangerous monsters were, the first person she thought about was her precious childhood friend Ryu. In this world, if you can't fight, you die. Tia didn't want Ryu, a beast tamer, to go through the same hell she did. That's why Tia trained to become stronger. Eventually, she became this generation's hero and left on a journey. Her goal is to one day defeat the Demon King and build a world where her childhood friend could live in peace. But now, Tia doesn't have to worry anymore. Because seeing Ryu training like this, she can now finally accept the fact that Ryu has gotten strong. As Dahaka lunges in with another attack, Ryu manages to ignite his sword. This shocks not only him but everyone around him, including Dahaka. Ryu was so surprised Fiery really came out of his sword. Dahaka himself is very much impressed because the beast tamer managed it in such a short time. Even Karen is excited, asking her pap to do it again and again. But Ryu says it's too dangerous when people are around. Seeing all this, Tia smiles warmly. If what Taiga said is true, that she looks like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders, then it's all thanks to Ryu's hard work. Ryu notices Tia and quickly turns toward her and flashes her with a dazzling smile. As he waves to Tia, the heroine thinks of that one thing she needs to say to him. Stepping forward, Tia then formally challenges Ryu to a duel. This time a real fight with everything he's got. Ryu stares at her in silence, listening to the rest of Tia's words. Tia then tells him that he's got stronger to catch up with the hero, so it's only fair to personally test it herself. Tia will be the judge of it, if Ryu's strong enough to stand beside a hero as one of them. A small smile soon forms on Ryu's face, fully determined to prove himself. Doing their secret handshake, Ryu happily accepts Tia's challenge. They then discuss the mechanics of their upcoming duel. The duel will take place 1 week from today. In the meantime, they'll treat the time until then as their training period. Before turning away, Tia expresses her excitement for their duel, and she also reminds Ryu she won't go easy on him just because they're childhood friends. As soon as Tia leaves, Dahaka also conveys his excitement for the duel between a beast tamer and a hero. At first glance, it seems like the outcome is obvious, but it'll be a good fight and the crowd's gonna love it too. Taiga also calls for Ryu's attention to tell him the rest of the heroine's party will head out to Tia's place now, so they'll catch Ryu later. With Wolf in his hand, Ryu plans on giving his magic some shape. Just being able to summon fire isn't enough. If he can't fully control it by the time of the duel, he'll end up disappointing Tia. Still, Ryu is amazed with that fire blast. He never expected it to be way bigger that it scared him as well. Guess the blessing from a Garuda really is something else. Scratching the back of her head, Karen happily chimes it's no big of a deal. Captain Taichu, who was supposed to be leaving, stops his tracks upon hearing the word Garuda. He then asks Ryu if he really made a contract with one. Did they forget to mention that part? Ryu formally introduces Karen to him, saying she's a Garuda who used to look like a little bird, but she evolved into this human form. Captain Taichu's face morphs into despondence. When asked if there's something wrong, Captain Taichu doesn't say anything. Ryu also changes the subject, remembering the captain selling him out, which is why he ended up arguing with Tia. Captain Taichu awkwardly laughs and denies it. Meanwhile, Maria is outside the arena with her messenger pigeon. With the message tied to its foot, the pigeon flies out as Maria orders it to head to church. Maria prays to please let Ryu stay on their side. What exactly did that paper say? That is the end of the recap at chapter 23. Please read the pinned comment about the next part.